nephew. With that mighty Skywalker blood, and in my hubris, I thought I could train him. I could pass on my strengths. By the time I realized I was no match for the darkness rising in him, I went to confront him. And I was left with shame and with consequence. Because I was Luke Skywalker, Jedi Master. A legend.
Hey! Hey! Are you crazy? What's the matter with you? What happened?
What do you want?
You don't know who I am, do you?
Well, should I know who you are?
Time. Hang on, kid. I thought they smelled bad on the outside.
This is Rogue 2. Echo Base, this is Rogue 2. I found them. Repeat, I found them.
Fade in.
This is where the fun begins.
Hello there.
Crap. 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 Crap.
You know, you guys sure are friendly, aren't you?
I'll probably never meet him.
Might. There's something different about him.
The Force is strong with you.
Had enough?
What do you want? I'm busy.
No, we have a race.
No. There's nothing special about you. You're
Nothing.
Now stand aside, worthy adversary.
'Tis but a scratch.
A scratch? Well, what's that then?
I've heard worse.
You liar!
Come on, you pansy.
Victory is mine.
Just a flesh wound.
You will each be part of me, and together we will be complete.
Use the Force. Let go.
The Force is strong in this one. I have you now. What?
You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
I once got busy in a Burger King bathroom. cocainum.
Like a rock.
Perhaps you referred to the imminent attack of your rebel fleet. Yes, I assure you, we are quite safe from your friends here.
He saved us. He really did it. May the Force be with us.
Together, we have achieved a great many things.
Greetings, programs. Welcome to the Not My Star Wars live stream. Star Wars news this week. Leslye Headland, Slave 1, and the Bad Batch. How is everyone today? Just a moment. I need to mute over here. Come on, you. All right. There we go. How is everyone on this? Well, now it's Saturday. I know it's late. I'm just really busy. But I didn't want to miss a second week with you guys. I got like a frog in my throat right when I came on here. I didn't want to miss another Friday or a weekend, whatever. There's a few things to catch up on. And I missed being here, so here we are. I really liked my intro. I'm so used to seeing it every week. Seeing it this week, it was different. It was like I was remembering it as opposed to being so used to it. But yeah. How's the plumbing? I saw a couple of you. Greetings programs. Yes, greetings programs to you too. Is the plumbing is going well? Yes, everything's sorted out. Everything is fixed. It was a pretty rough week last week. I didn't shower for 4 days. I wasn't very good mood. But it's all sorted out. There was the long and short of it is the bathroom is right above the kitchen. The bathroom started leaking. Water went all over the kitchen. So it was a matter of finding and fixing the problem with the bathroom, but also cleaning up the kitchen and plates and all kinds of stuff. So fun. But it's all sorted out. I rent here, so it didn't cost me anything outside of not having a toilet and shower for a few days. But yeah, all's well that ends well, as they say. Hello there, that guy. This or that. Hey there. You need to get that guy now. Hello. James, what's up? Lego.com was boring as fuck. Nothing interesting happened. Oh, Lego Con. I didn't know there was one. It was this weekend, I guess. A New Republic gunship, is it true? That I haven't heard about. Don't know. James might know better than I do. Assuming you're talking about Lego. Mystery thing for new sets. Guess what? It ended up being a bunch of Star Wars summer sets that were already announced before the event. Yeah, well. Go here. Hope the ticket wasn't too costly. Streambot is running. Watch it online. Bunny Owner 22. Don't know him. Dead Girls. What's up? Hello. 7 days without Video Man makes me weak. I saw that earlier. I totally, completely understand. And therefore, we're going to have a quick minute of Video Man.
One last target, and no one will be able to stop me.
Zooming at the lightning speed of computer blips.
If Video Man were here now, you'd be in real trouble.
But he isn't. Almost at the speed of light, Video Man streaks through the maze of wires, following the powerful pulses right back to their source. In microseconds.
Hey!
All right, all right. It's good to see my mascot. I had missed him too. Video Man, steady at work. He's the guy that argued with me on TikTok about the plot holes in the ST. Who? Oh, Bunny Owner? Dead girls. Kept telling him there are holes in his excuse, but it's canon. Yeah, because he's one of those people like, if Disney says it's canon, it's canon. And that's just, okay. If the president tells you to go walk off a bridge, well, then you should go walk off a bridge. Dead girls. That Mighty Skywalker blood, how cringe. TLJ had some of the worst dialogue. Indeed it did. You're a celebrity here. Doing fine. All right. Stayed up till 5 and slept till 7. Never sleeping, not tired. Just sleep for as long as everyone wants me to sleep. Sleep. I'm doing okay. Hope you get more rest. Yes. James, do you guys do fireworks on 4th of July? I'm curious. I mean, I guess it's warm there now, so. Tony Baloney is going to fix Disney Soy Wars. I think not. Has he even seen Star Wars? I don't know. I ask myself all the time. I found a video that made me realize Ezra is just Obi-Wan. I suppose, in ways. More annoying, yes. They both watch their masters dies. They both cut their hair. Maul has an obsession with them. And they had the hots for Mandalorians. I think everybody has the hots for Mandalorians, though. But that's true. Where's the jug of vodka? The jug of vodka is right here. Jug of vodka. Could you imagine if I drank that? I would be destroyed, man. It's a lot of freaking... Not joining. He's going to think you're wrong, so he's playing Minecraft. It's cool. He told me the PT had holes. Not really. Red Letter Media is very sarcastic and comical and critical of the prequels. And a lot of what they say is overly exaggerated. But a lot of what they say is true. There's stuff like, Anakin, how do you not know that's the Darth Lord of the Sith? He's like, telling you to leave Obi-Wan and do all this other stuff, kill Dooku, you know, that kind of stuff. Like, as a viewer on the outside watching, it's true. It's like, come on, Anakin. But as far as it having holes, 1 through 6 have not one continuity error. So, nope. The news is juicy this week. The Leslye show will be what garbage. Slave 1 isn't a big deal. It's still Slave 1 in Disney canon lore. With other Lego sets, they do similar stuff. Agree to Starfighter. Yeah, we'll see what happens with that. Obi-Wan never owned a droid, but he had R4P17. He was referring to R2, bro. Yeah. Well, and I don't know that R4 was really Obi-Wan's like that. R4 was probably more of a service droid that just went out with him. Whereas R2 was always with the gang. It's very different. He was like the pet. He was like the dog. He's always there. As opposed to a droid that when you're going out on a mission, the droid is there waiting. It's a little bit different. So, was that droid assigned to him? Probably. So, you could say, yes, it's Obi-Wan's R4, but it's not the same thing as R2 with anybody. R2 had relationships with everybody, right? Leia, Luke, Anakin, Obi-Wan. I mean, endless. R2 gets it mixed up with people all the time, so how could the prequels have holes if they never fucking time traveled? What drug is Bunny owner on? Great point. The guy just tried so hard to make me look wrong. I told him when Leia remembered her mom, she meant Bale's wife. Yes, Brea. B-R-E-H-A, Brea. He said I was wrong and she was talking about Padme. Yeah, well. Video man. He just said he just said that to make the PT look bad. Yes, there's always people that want to find. Yep. The Acolyte, that's going to be woke as fuck. Probably. Everything Star Wars Disney is Star Wars in name only. Swino, correct. It's also BSI. I want a Star Wars story about Sith, but this one's going to be from Harvey Weinstein's assistant, and I already know the character won't stay as a Sith anyways. No. We got an Uber. Yes, you get an Uber. Who knows what she's going to do. Joe Biden says George Washington rode dinosaurs, then I guess I must believe him because he's the president. Correct. We don't do fireworks on 4th of July. It's too bright at night. Oh, okay. Yeah, I never thought about it, but that's interesting in Alaska what happens. Yeah. I've noticed that sequel fans get all bitchy when you even remotely criticize their trilogy. Yet they love to shit on the prequels to bring up their trilogy. Correct. That's the thing. Don't jump through loops to defend the sequel trilogy, but then die to like try to find a hole. And I understand, again, if you know the prequels like pretty well, but not really well. Plus, you have to remember that it all has to tie into 4 through 6. Then there's stuff you could be missing. But if you really know these 6 movies, they all tie in, they all connect, they all make perfect sense. There's not some big hole like, but. No, there's a logical explanation for all of it. Is it what you wanted or what you thought? Well, too bad. It's what George Lucas says. So, at the end of the day, it all works. And it's not even like you have to stretch or try to make it fit. Yes, she was thinking about Brea. That explains it perfectly. That's why you see her. That's why it's a big deal. I have some coffee today. Not that I'm overly sleepy, but since I missed you guys last week, I wanted to try to spend a good time with you guys tonight. I've noticed that the sequel fans, they'll go through hoops. It's amazing. And again, when you have to go through so many hoops and so much work to justify or prove something, you know, I spend a lot of hours and a lot of work, but that's because the stuff that I find, I like to double check and verify it, and I find other supporting things, and I will still talk about a lot of things. But in general, the stuff that I find, it's easy. I don't have to like edit it or skew it or find some ridiculous way. It's like the stuff is right there. That's always what I show you guys. It's like stuff that's right there. It's not even like it's that hidden or that you have to do a lot of homework. The homework is gathering all of this stuff, you know, and making sure that it's at least has some legitimacy. But when, you know, facts are facts, truth is truth, and it's not hard to explain. I've noticed that sequel fan, right? Favorite Star Wars movie, all of them. Interpretation, I've yet to see Star Wars. Correct. Speaking of that, on Monday was the High Republic event, because I think I mentioned it on YouNow, but not everybody was there. So Monday was the High Republic. It was a Barnes & Noble Zoom call. I don't know exactly how many people were there. I would think at least a few hundred. And it was all the authors just talking. Now, I was going to do it live, but they said there might not be a replay. So what I did was I recorded it. And I was thinking of doing a live stream that night, but then it got late. But anyways, there's a video of that coming. For anybody that caught that I had mentioned that about 2 weeks ago. It did happen on Monday. I just thought the smarter way was to record it. I'm editing it down. It's about an hour. I'll probably make it into like a 15-minute video, just kind of recapping. There was nothing like super crazy there, but I also don't want to give away what happened. Not that it's a big thing, but I'll just say this. It's basically like a big advertisement. It's not even like about Star Wars or even what their own books are really doing. It's like just a big propaganda video. You'll see. Anyways, I will, you know, I do edit a lot of stuff for time, because if not, you would just sit through an hour presentation. So yes, I have to cut a lot of stuff out, but I never like cut cut stuff so it's like they sound like or they are saying something different from what they said, because some people try to pull that nonsense with me, like that's not what he said, and I'm like, dude, the quote's right there, it's in the video. I don't like I don't go out of my way to make them look good, but I also don't like manipulate videos so that it looks like, oh, he said this but it was really that. No, I don't do that. I always put the link to the original thing anyways, so you can always go watch the whole video. So it kills me when people say this nonsense. But anyways, so yes, it'll be cut down to about 15 minutes, and they're going to sound pretty dumb, but know that that's them sounding pretty dumb. That's not me like trying to make them sound dumb. I'll just say that. So yeah, that did happen. It is coming. Can Disney do one thing that's original? No, absolutely not. Every time I prove this guy right, he ignores me to prove I'm wrong, and because it's canon wrong. Some people are just going to be that way, James. Just be thick-headed and not. He doesn't even know the definition of canon, so why would you want to talk about an aquarium with a guy that grew up and lived in a desert? It's like you're wasting your time on that conversation. Will it shut prequel haters up? Ask him, can you define canon? Define canon for me. If you can't, go look up the definition. And just leave it at that. Don't add in extra like you'll see. No, just be like, hey, can you define canon? Go the smart route. And rather than arguing, if you just kind of show him certain realities, like what the actual definition of canon is, then maybe within himself or on his own, he'll be like, oh shit, well, that doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Will it shut prequel haters up once the story of Anakin's dad gets made? Old Republic era. How come Rey's able to fly Millennium Falcon? It's canon. Right, but the thing is, you need to establish him what is canon. They said she was in some flight simulator thing. I don't remember them mentioning it in the movie. Then they said not everything needs explaining. Yeah, well. What's up, dude? Hey, everyone. It's been a while. Good to see you, Shanks. It's good to see all of you guys. Ezra is just Obi-Wan. Din Djarin is just Boba Fett. Kylo Ren is just Darth Vader. Yeah, well, Disney. Notice how every Disney Star Wars product says based on stories and characters created by George Lucas. It's basically high-budget fan fiction. Correct. Kanan is just Qui-Gon. Basically. Rey is all the Jedi. That's true. And Omega is very special, too. Why are people saying that The Last Jedi is original? Doesn't feel original at all because of the twists. Those aren't twists. They're excuses to mess with you. Yes. And it's just basically The Empire Strikes Back anyways. They're not even ripping off Star Wars characters. They're ripping off everyone else. From my point of view, Sam Solo is all the Jedi. George Lucas sequel trilogy. Sid is basically just Raz from the Monsters. James is original because it doesn't fit at all. Correct. Bad Batch of the Penguins. Yes, they kind of are. Oh, that's good. Skipper is Hunter. Kowalski is Tech. Space Penguins. Yes. Rico is Wrecker. Private is Echo. Send your likes sooner than later. Yes. By the way, this is simulcast on YouNow, so if any of you guys want to go over there and support, I appreciate it. Seriously, Sid looks like Raz, except Raz looked like a Hutt, and Sid isn't. I'll go the smart route. Use the subscribe and like buttons. Yep. I feel like JW preaching the bad news about Disney Star Wars. Well, when I get into arguments with others supporting Filoni. Yes. Oh boy. Disney does not yet have a Star Wars trilogy. KKJJ and RJ simply made 3 sequels, not a trilogy. Huge difference between making 3 consecutive sequels and making one whole trilogy. Yeah, I mean, that's true. They're all totally separate, all over the place movies, so true enough. In my opinion, and when I say that, like my personal taste opinion, but also split that like in two. As someone that is very objective and has been a Star Wars fan since day one, I can tell you that Disney has not made a single true Star Wars product. Not one thing. Some things have had glimpses, some things have had glimmers of it, but they have yet to make Star Wars. And they know it. So they get pissed off if one little thing isn't explained in the PT, but are fine with so many things that needed answered, not getting answered. Yep. Exactly. The people that get angry at the PT are simply angry because they didn't get what they wanted or expected. They got whatever it was, and they don't like it. Okay, that's fine. You don't have to like it, but it is what it is. But it's like they choose not to like those things. They're not things that are problems. But then when it comes to the sequel trilogy, where everything's a freaking problem, it's no, but this, but that. In the latest episode of Bad Batch, it suggests Omega is force sensitive with her being an expert strategist. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. Crosshair is that one kid who tattles on someone for the dumbest reasons. I thought they were going to do something cool with the chip, but nope. They get theirs removed halfway, so why does it matter now? It doesn't. It never mattered, James. Grogu's not a character, he's a product, and shills don't care. Grogu's a Disney Lucasfilm shill. He got everybody. Ray's hand will make everything link together. It absolutely will. Praise to Ray's hand. When you think about it, the last piece of real Star Wars content from 2005 with Rots, it's kind of sad that we haven't gotten official George Luke canon since. Yes, it is very sad. It was very sad indeed. I've said it many times. I really wish he would have just vaulted it for like 10, 20 years. And then now that things got cheaper and more accessible and there's the competition, he could have made Star Wars Plus and it's game over. There's plenty of up until 2012 content that could have launched that channel. You've got 6 of the most important films in film history. You've got all kinds of old TV shows and toy commercials and behind the scenes and documentaries. You could release more photos and video stuff we haven't seen. They could go through the vault and dig up all kinds of shit that we would love to see. And they could make Underworld. You know, they could have had their own show, and George wouldn't have to be there on top of it all the time. He could get it to where it was running, you know. It is what it is, guys. It is sad and unnecessary, because if KK and everybody involved really wanted to, they could have. You know, you're never going to make it. You can't say that you're going to paint the same as Picasso did, even if you're a great painter. But at least you can, you know, emulate that style and do it closely, and not like go off to some other totally different thing. Yep, it's just a word. It sure is. It's sad. It's just a name. People say the ST is good because of the money it made, but it didn't really make money, though. That's the thing. It didn't really make money. By that logic, Michael Bay is the next Stanley Kubrick. Joss Whedon's the next Spielberg. If they're going to make a girl fight club, we are going to need more Jell-O and mud and bikinis. I agree. How does Joss Whedon keep getting work? I don't know. I don't know how JJ does. I don't know how a lot of these people do, but they do. All right. Let's get into these articles. I got through all your chats for now. Some of it's small, nothing, and then some of it's, well, I only have really 3 main things anyhow. Let's see. So this, both these next articles came out the same day on the 21st. I saw them. I was going to make a video, and then I was like, eh. Then I was going to talk about it last Friday, and that nonsense happened. So I've seen a few. I've seen some people have made a video about this, but I figured I skimmed it real quickly. I saw this. There's the other article, which we'll get to in a minute. I skimmed them both, but I didn't actually read them. I heard a few videos about them, but I felt like they were very vague. So I figured I'll read it and kind of give a live reaction to the article, and we'll talk about it. But I haven't read it before, for what it's worth. Whereas most stuff I come in, right, I'm talking about it. This I haven't specifically read, so we're gonna go through it. I have a feeling some of you know about it or have read it, and some of you probably have no clue. Let's see. someone knows he's a prick and made the one good movie, then he's still considered the best filmmaker ever. Yeah. Is not what he used to be. Yeah. They could have even adapted some EU stuff on that Dream Star Wars Plus and would have had 1 through 6 Lucas sequels and other stuff. And of course, like you said, Underworld. Yeah. Well, not when I say going to the vault, not only would we have 1313 game, but all kinds of other stuff going. But like all those EU books could be made audiobooks or even like into small cartoons or something, you know. There's like all kinds of stuff they could do. By all means, all that EU stuff. Yeah, well, you know, my channel, as you guys know, is about being realistic. It's about tackling what's going on with Star Wars and pop culture, but Star Wars. What am I trying to say? Now I'm losing my thought. It slipped my mind. You said Underworld, and I was talking about Star Wars Plus. Anyways, it slipped my mind, the point I was going to make. It'll come back to me. George Lucas sequel trilogy on the way. If Disney wants long-term profit, they will let him fix the story and character arc and timeline with legit 7, 8, 9 trilogy. The thing is, you have to be realistic. Why would a 77-year-old man want to come to a company that is shit all over his name and his legacy to fix it for them, even put money into it, when at the end of the day it's not going to be his anyways? They could just go and alter it and edit it anyways. Like, why would he even do that? He doesn't need the money. He's about to open a museum. He doesn't even have time for that nonsense. So, to me, there's like no way he would even entertain the thought, never mind do it. What's up? After Firefly and Serenity, Josh lost everything he could do. Like Meg Griffin, it would look like in real life. A video on Ray is just awful. Sci-fi video? One of their points on why it's good, they didn't really make that much for Star Wars. Yeah, they really didn't make any money. That's the thing. People forget that the box office takes 50% of that, and that then you got all these other things you got to pay. You really think a movie's good because the money they made? Right. How is Pedo Headland working for a PC show for Disney? If there's one conspiracy theory, I believe it's Pizzagate, Peterwood. I guess that means both Blade Runner movies are garbage. Shawshank Redemption, terrible movie. It didn't make any money when it came out, so it's awful. Morgan Freeman was the worst part of the movie. The Christmas Story was trash, my dude. .exe broke, yes. Princess Bride made me question humanity. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It like totally went. I know it's connected to something with Miss Headland, but it'll come back to me if it was important. That's funny. Disk error. Laura, gracias. I see somebody over on YouNow. Okay, so let's look at this Leslye Headland thing. I guess maybe what I was trying to say is that I always try to be really objective, and I try to tackle the things with Disney straightforward. Anyways. So June 21st, 2021. Is there a title? Yeah. Leslye Headland's favorite Star Wars is the Star Wars you make your own. Disney Plus's plans for world domination or content expansion include several new Star Wars shows to accompany the streamer's first hit, The Mandalorian. Among them is Star Wars The Acolyte, a live-action series developed by Russian Doll co-creator Leslye Headland. As with all things Disney and Star Wars, details about the new series, which will be female-led, are under wraps. We do know it's a mystery thriller set during the final days of the High Republic that will explore a galaxy of shadowy secrets and emerging dark side powers. Okay. So again, I haven't read this. I'm reacting to this real time with you guys, assuming that you guys haven't read this. Right off the bat, you can see they're fucked up because Phantom Menace is 32 BBY, 32 years before the first Death Star gets blown up. Luke Skywalker, use the Force, Luke, let go. Okay. 32 years before that. Phantom Menace, little baby Anakin. Well, little boy Anakin. High Republic is 200 years before, 232 BBY. The Acolyte is going to be at the end, so probably like 30, 31 BBY, and it'll lead into Phantom Menace. Okay, not to say that there's not any evil. There are the Sith, Palpatine and Maul, but Palpatine has a lot to go still before he takes over the Republic and gets Anakin and does all that other mess. Grievous and Dooku. So, shadowy secrets and emerging dark side powers. I don't know about that. I don't think there's emerging dark side powers. I think that they are there. They're just hiding. The point is that as Leslye doesn't know Star Wars to begin with, she's, from a very broad view, setting up or trying to set up that Palpatine's coming. But the point is that in Phantom Menace, Palpatine doesn't really, remember, he's not even the Chancellor yet. He really positions himself quickly, but at the time that we meet him, yeah, he's a senator, but he's not really in control of anything. He just represents Naboo. At the end of the day, who runs and makes decisions for Naboo? The Queen. So he's just basically like a bullhorn in the Senate representing Naboo, understand? When he becomes Chancellor, now the game changes. But that's before, that's a while after they find Anakin and all that mess. So they're not thinking it through because really the evil doesn't emerge till much later. I mean, really, the end of the Clone Wars is really where everything goes upside down. And that's 19 BBY. So you've got from 232 BBY to 19 BBY of whatever's going on. But 19 BBY, again, is like when it really shifts. That's when Palpatine, takes power and says the new Republic, new Galactic Republic, or new Galactic Empire, sorry. Right? So it just doesn't really lead in correctly, is what I'm getting at. Anyways, we'll go to the next paragraph. Headland is best known for the critically acclaimed. By the way, I don't necessarily want to read the whole thing about her. I want to see where other creators, even with that resume, fans have wondered what Headland will bring to the Star Wars universe. For that, AV Club went straight to the source, talking with Headland about her gateway to Jedi geekery of local fan bases and the power in making Star Wars your own. Okay, let's see. Showrunner for Star. Okay, you're the first female showrunner for a Star Wars show, which is a huge development. What was your introduction to that world? I don't know. Why is that such a huge development? I understand. Okay, she's the first female, but like, it should just matter that it's a good someone that's talented to just show running, not who or what they are, is what I'm getting at. Anyways, my relationship with Star Wars probably runs the span of most of my life, and it has changed over the decades. When I was younger, I devoured the films on home video and absolutely loved them. Just a deep connection to the original trilogy. When I was in middle school, I read some novels like Timothy Zahn's Heir to the Empire and also got into it that way. Then when I was a teenager, I moved from Maryland to Connecticut, and that's right when the re-releases came out. So I really had this huge change in my life, both just being a teenage girl, which in and of itself is a nightmare, but then also the big geographical thing, or big geographical change. I didn't know she was from Maryland. I'm very disappointed. Star Wars is this anchoring thing that made me happy, which led to me incorporating into a lot of my writing when I was little. I guess now you would call it fan fiction. But back in my day, I wasn't allowed to go on LiveJournal and whatever what was up at the time. So I was just writing it myself, and it was this beautiful way to escape what's going on in my life, and I absolutely adored it. I loved every aspect of it, from the world building and Ralph McQuarrie's production designs to the hero's journey of it all, Luke's arc and what that meant. The image that always hits me from the Return of the Jedi when Luke is calling out to his father and Vader is looking back and forth between the Emperor and his son, and you can't see his face. Even to this day, I get chills thinking about it. It had this huge effect on me. Did it now? Okay, well, she herself says, I guess now you would call it fan fiction. Let's read this first part. Star Wars was this anchoring thing that made me happy, which led to me incorporating it in a lot of my writing when I was little. I guess now you would call it fan fiction. But back in my day, I wasn't allowed to go on LiveJournal and whatever what was up at the time. Well, she's the one that mentions fan fiction. I enjoyed the prequels, but didn't feel the same kind of kinship to them as I did the original trilogy. I was older. I was moving into college and getting into theater. I was moving in this different direction. But with the advent of YouTube videos and their discourse around Star Wars, I started to get back into it, whether it's the critiques of the prequels or recaps of things, or just kind of this digestible fandom that I didn't realize existed. In my late 20s, early 30s, that's when I got started. That's when I got started to go, well, I was going to check out this other stuff. It was very interesting to kind of come back to Star Wars through a fandom perspective, as opposed to just through the content. People were kind of putting the content into context for me, and I just got back into it as a result. Okay. Well, I mean, she claims that she watched the movies and enjoyed them. I think it's weird that watching discourse on YouTube is what got her back into it, but okay. When you have such a long history with something, be it books or movies or TV, you can get possessive of it, but Star Wars is something that's enjoyed by so many people, and there's this really, shall we say, passionate fan base. Is that one of the more challenging things about entering the universe as a creator, or do you embrace the idea of engaging with the fandom? Yeah, but I would say do it passively, meaning I really enjoy watching what people put together. whether it's videos or memes. The participation of Star Wars fans in social media is something that just makes me excited. I don't know how else to put it. It just makes me feel like everybody's got their own thing that they loved about Star Wars. To me, Star Wars has always been a little bit of Rorschach test of a piece of art. A lot of times it is what you decide it is. I think The Matrix is a really good example of that as well. You have fans that really run the gamut in terms of their political and social identities, and yet it's still a piece of art that really speaks to people on a very base level. So to me, seeing a fandom as passionate as Star Wars, it's certainly intimidating, but it's also understandable because it's a great work of art. And to be part of it is, yeah, it's daunting, but it's also something that if I didn't feel passionate about my love for it, then possibly it would be something that was too frustrating or scary. But because I feel so passionate about it, I know that my love of it is rooted in a strong point of view. Okay. So a lot of times it is what you decide it is. This is something that I've talked about many times with you guys, that people too often want Star Wars to be the way that they want Star Wars to be. And Star Wars is not mine. Star Wars is not yours. It's George Lucas's. It doesn't matter what you want or what you think. It is what it is. Is it perfect? By no means. But either you love Star Wars because of what it is, or you just don't. And if you don't, that's fine. But when you get people that say, you know, well, but I interpreted it, and everybody sees it their own ways and identifies their political and social identities and blah, 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 blah. No. Yes, in life, we all interpret things our own ways. We have our own feelings and opinions about things. But there's also reality of what happened right in front of you on that huge screen. There's also reality of George Lucas confirming and tying in and doing all kinds of things that clearly show you the story. It's not like you have to figure it out or guess or speculate. That was the beauty of Star Wars. You wanted more because you wanted more, not because you didn't understand what the hell was going on. And the reason you understood what was going on is because it wasn't a bunch of people saying, I want to do this and I want to make it this way and this is how I interpret it. No. There's a very clear story in Star Wars, and if you can't stick to it, then you shouldn't be involved with creating new Star Wars. For as long as there has been Star Wars, there have been LGBTQ fans and people of color embracing it. I know I was excited to learn that you were going to be the showrunner for The Acolyte. When you have queer people making anything, it creates a certain anticipation for more meaningful representation. How do you balance making your story more inclusive while also just kind of keeping in mind the considerable history involved? Well, I love that interview that Mark Hamill did where he says, if Luke is gay to you, then of course he's gay. That's such a strong, beautiful thing for him to say. I mean, I use the example of The Matrix as well. Neo is a character that if you're going through an experience of coming out or transitioning, that is a character that 100% appeals to you, and you can completely track the journey. You can completely track that journey in a way. The confirmation of his status is something that is less important, in my opinion, in the first film because it's trying to reach the audience at a level that's almost subconscious or unconscious, which I think is something very important with fairy tales. You have to feel like this is speaking directly to you, regardless of what you might be going through, at what point in your life you're going through it. That being said, as somebody that is a lesbian, every time I see a guy or queer representation in media, I scream with happiness. There is just nothing like seeing that out in the world. I literally was behind two mothers with their children at the airport and I was crying. It is so unusual to see it, and as someone that was raised very religiously and very heteronormatively, I mean, I could almost get emotional talking about it now. Okay. I mean, that's all fine. That's her personal whatever. I just feel like here she interpreted Mark saying, well, then of course he's gay, that Hamill thinks he's gay. And that, I don't know, maybe I'm reading it the wrong way, but I just felt like when I was reading that, like she was implying like, well, Luke was always gay. I don't know. Which at the end of the day wouldn't matter. The point is that I don't think that he showed that, or that it did matter when you saw the movie. So retroactively trying to go back and be like, well, he was gay, you know, that to me is silly. Anyways, again, I don't really want to read too much of her stuff. I really could care less. When I look at the back at the way that I consume Star Wars and what types of characters that I gravitated toward and wrote fan fiction about or identified with, could they be seen as gay or queer characters? Probably. I mean, one of the things we did in our writer's room to kind of break the ice was ask, who's your favorite Star Wars character? And you could tell the people, when I said mine, they were like, yeah, well, you're gay. That's because you're gay, but it's true. So who are they referring to? I'm curious. Anyways, it's a beautiful conversation to be having. Sometimes people think that the representation just completely within media, meaning within the story, makes up a representation behind the camera, and that's, to me, even more important. Blah 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 blah. All right, let me do this. Just so we don't miss anything. Okay. Having worked in the industry for over a decade now and having been in a couple of writers' rooms, I felt like the demographic breakdown of rooms, it's not something you actively take into consideration. For example, in Russian Doll, we ended up having an all-female writers' room, but I don't know if that was really something that we said at the front. We were only going to hire women. I think when you have a dictate like that, you're closing your mind to, again, people that are going to challenge your particular artistic point of view. Mostly what I looked for were people that I felt could execute a great script, number one. And then in the job interview, just really talking to people who had different life experiences than I did and had different connections to Star Wars than I did. What else I learned about hiring my room is that everyone's fandom was very different. No one had the same experience with Star Wars. There were people like myself that were like later in life Dave Filoni acolytes. I literally had one writer that was like, I've never seen any of them. I've never seen any Star Wars media. And she's texting me before we start in the room. She's like, Luke and Leia are brother and sister. What the? And it was so great because I would really love to know from someone who is not fully immersed in the fandom, what do you think about the pitch we just made? So while she did her due diligence and did a lot of background work and research, at the same time, she was somebody that we would kind of talk to and say, okay, so if we take all the kind of signifiers out of it, and this is Star Wars version of X, what does it mean to you? She would be able to give some feedback. Well, I'm kind of wondering what's going on with this character. And in the scene, I'm wondering why so and so isn't saying this. Okay, this exact mentality, this exact is why we are in the mess that we are in today. This is literally the problem. First of all, no, you should not have people that do not know Star Wars working on Star Wars. Period. Star Wars fans are very smart. Star Wars fans are very finicky. Star Wars fans care about canon and lore. You cannot be experimenting and playing around. That is why we are here in 2021, where you can't sell a single frickin' Rey doll. This right here is the problem. You don't, number one, have people that don't have the context of the movies opinionate on the movies. But what Disney's desperate to do is make Star Wars in everybody's household, make it like everybody has to like it. And that's what ruins things, is when you try to accommodate everyone. It has to have its own identity. And the people that love it will love it. You can never cater to everyone. What happens when you start to cater to everyone is you start to throw out all the rules. And when you throw out all the rules, you then disrespect what was originally laid down, established, and it all goes to shit. And this exact crap right here of having someone that knows nothing about Star Wars. Now, it's not bad to create a script or a screenplay or a poem or a video or whatever and show it to other people in the industry. By all means, have input from other writers, by all means. But when one of your writing team writing for Star Wars is in the room and doesn't know anything about Star Wars, they're in the wrong place. And she says it here. No one had the same experience with Star Wars. There were people like myself that were like later in life. Everyone's fandom is very different. Okay, yes, we all have our own experiences with Star Wars. By all means, we all interpret some of this stuff differently. By all means, I'm not saying that we all think exactly the same. But again, Star Wars is a very clear and well thought out story. So there's not a whole lot up for interpretation in Star Wars when you really think about it. If you actually take the time to study the lore and pay attention to just the films, even if you've never read a single EU book or played a game or anything, you just really watch the films, it's all there. Everything you need to know is there. Do you want to know more? By all means, because we love that galaxy. But what you need to know and to have a thorough and complete story is there. So when you really think about it, Star Wars, there isn't a whole lot of interpretation to it. A young boy is created by the Force. He is the chosen one. He has special abilities. Because of those abilities, he gets noticed by a Jedi. That Jedi brings him back. He trains. He falls to the dark side. He turns to Darth Vader. He has children. His children redeem him. It's a pretty simple, clear-cut story. We all have different memories. We all have different preferences. But if you understand Star Wars to any kind of capacity, you understand that's the story. It's not complicated. And Disney and everyone at Disney wants to complicate it. They want to continually make it theirs, make it the way they interpreted it. And that's where the problem is, because you can't make something when you're purposely making interpretations of that something. You need to focus on making that thing, because that thing is why you're here to begin with, not your interpretations of it, not your fan fictions. So that was what I really wanted. An active conversation between my writers and myself, and not so much a room full of people that would kind of just automatically agree with what I say, which is good sometimes. Sometimes it's nice to have everybody love my pitch. It's not Star Wars, but I think about Jean-Luc Picard, oh boy, and the way that he wanted to utilize his crew and say, what do you guys think? Any suggestions? What should we do next? And kind of hearing the debates and sort of Socratic conversation that would result. I wanted to put the room together in that way. That also means hiring people that are not necessarily diehard cutthroat fan that I am when it comes to Star Wars stuff. Oh, so you're a diehard cutthroat fan now. Okay. It is weird to be the person who's going, well, in 325 BBY, and everyone's like, what are you talking about? Hold on, I'll send you a link. Everyone's like, should that be another person that's doing that? Why is this showrunner doing that? And I'm like, here's a picture. This is why he looks like that. This is what he looks like. Okay. Too funny. So she's like trying to name drop. Well, on 325 BBY, that's High Republic. She's reading High Republic nonsense. And that's her reference point for people being like, well, see, I'm down because I know some like side story in High Republic. Oh my. To me, that kind of stuff is so fun because I also played some Star Wars RPGs, and that's my favorite version of Star Wars, the Star Wars where you get to make up your own Star Wars. So when people are like, what's your favorite film and what's your favorite piece of media, I'm like, I just really love the RPGs. To me, that's what Star Wars is being able to walk into a universe and start playing. If you can't do that with the movie, television show, novel, comic book, video game, then I'm not sure you've done what you need to do as a creator of Star Wars material. Oh boy. People can feel a certain ownership over Star Wars, not unlike religion, where someone says, well, that's not really what they meant. Okay, and again, is what I was just talking about a minute ago. She is the exact problem. Star Wars is not what you think it is. Star Wars is what it is. Star Wars is not about your input and you playing in a field in a what is it she said? What is it? To walk into a universe and start playing. No, that's not what Star Wars is. Star Wars is a story that George Lucas created and that you should be respecting, and you should be revolving all your decisions, conversations, meetings, sketches, concept art, everything should be dedicated, revolving around what the fuck George Lucas said. The universe has expanded so much in both official and unofficial ways, so it does seem like RPGs are a great entry point for people because, as you said, you're making it your own. That's exactly right. Even the words you just used, like point of entry, I think, weirdly with women, it's not something we're introduced to when we're younger. We're definitely introduced to certain books and pieces of media and dolls and Barbies and blah, blah, blah. I don't want to speak for you, but I used my imagination a lot when I was younger without a lot of screen time or a lot of pop culture. My friends and I, we would create things all the time. I think it's one of the reasons I ended up becoming a writer, blah, 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 blah. When I started playing RPGs, oh my God, if I had known that existed when I was 14, I might have had a different life. I just couldn't believe that there was something that, for whatever reason, whether it was the protectiveness of my parental figures or just culture kind of saying, you're supposed to be interested in this stuff. You're not supposed to be interested in this stuff. I don't know what it was, but it is an incredible way to get into Star Wars because you literally create. You create your own characters. You go on these campaigns, and most of the time it depends on who's running the game. If I've had some really mean people, but most of the time I think it's pretty friendly. Most of the time it's pretty friendly. Okay. This concept of culture saying you're supposed to be interested in this stuff, you're not supposed to be interested in this stuff. Here we go with this nonsensical Star Wars argument of I'm a girl and I wasn't allowed to like Star Wars. People wouldn't let me see the movies. I wasn't allowed to buy the toys. I couldn't play with the stuff. I mean, it's nonsense. I've been to all of the Star Wars movies in the theater. There's always girls all over the place. You go to the Comic-Cons and the cosplays and the like Star Wars Celebration and all those kind of things. There's girls all over the damn place. Never in the history of the world, well, I'm sure some boy somewhere said this, but boys never said to girls, no, you can't like Star Wars. Quite the contrary. That would have been a very cool thing. So this is her projecting. This is her. I never knew how to fit in the Star Wars universe. I never related. I like it, but I never understood it, and I don't know how to relate to it. So the only way I can relate to it is I have to make it mine, and I have to make characters and stories that explain Star Wars my way. And therefore, it's not Star Wars, because Star Wars is not about doing things your way or making your interpretation or trying to make things fit for certain people. That's not the point of Star Wars. Star Wars is what it is. Strawberries are strawberries. You like strawberries? Great. If you don't, keep it moving. Strawberries aren't for everybody. But if you're going to start altering strawberries, well, then it's not a strawberry anymore. It's now a boysenberry or whatever the hell you made it into. This is her projecting, because nowhere, no how were people saying, you're not allowed to like Star Wars. I mean, of all the things in pop culture and in the world in the past 30, 40, 50 years, like, it's so unimaginable and so terrible that any kid, any person on earth likes Star Wars. Oh my God. I'm not really interested in her woke talk, so I read this part, didn't I? Yeah, I read all that. John Luke. No, I read that. You literally create. Listen, I can't speak for anyone else. I don't know how you guys play games, how you do. But if I were to be playing like a Dungeons and Dragons, any kind of like RPG, world building, that type of game, I never go into those games like, oh, well, I think there should be a river here and you got to do this and the soldiers should work this way. And I never go into the game like that. I go into the game like, okay, here's the character. He's this class. He's this race. He's has these skills and abilities. Okay, and it is what it is. He is who he is. And I go through the game with the understanding of the parameters of that character. He is what it is, and the world is what it is. I don't go through the world like, well, but if it was, painted differently, it would do this. Or if I had this character here, then it would represent that. And that's where you run into problems when you're trying to put too much into stuff. You're trying to put messages and your opinions, feelings, agendas into something that has no place for that. What you're supposed to be doing is telling Star Wars stories. Excuse me. And she's approaching that game as in, what are we going to create today? I think creativity is beautiful. I think it's an awesome thing. I'm a creative person. Making the videos that I make, you don't make unless you're a creative person. But that doesn't mean that you step into someone else's world and start painting all over stuff. It's a moth or something flying around. If you're going to step into someone's world, you need to respect that world and work within the confines of that world. Not go into it like, oh, it's all open and I can just do whatever I want. And we can put the Star Wars name on it. And at the end of the day, that just shows you where she's at. All she's doing is she wants to get that credibility of, I was a showrunner on a Star Wars show. That's all she cares about. Because she could give two shits about Star Wars itself. We've been talking about taking ownership of Star Wars in a sense, which applies to the different types of shows being made. The Mandalorian is part neo-Western. They all fit into different genres. A lot of people are intrigued by the idea of the Acolyte adding a mystery thriller to this universe. We're all just following in George's footsteps. Oh, really? He's such a deep worshiper of film, and not just the medium of film, but the history of film and the way film has been used, and all the different genres that he infused the original trilogy with is something that only he can do. He was such a believer of the film as tone poem that it only makes sense that people who are doing their own side stories or their own series or their own standalones, it makes sense that they're kind of, man, the way she talks, it like messes me up. It makes sense they're kind of talking one aspect that he may have been interested in or are taking inspiration from and infusing into their particular content. When you watch the original trilogy, you can kind of pick out all the different references, all the different things that he pulled from. And then there's kind of gestalt of how everything comes together and is so much greater than just the reference, which is what kind of ended up happening in the 90s. There were all these references of being made and recognized. It's the same thing with being online. We've either seen a clip of it or we've seen the movie, whereas someone like George he had to be a dogged admirer or ardent devotee to the art of cinema in order to be cherry picking the way that he did. Okay. In a way, that's why that ends up happening. I don't know for sure, but if I had to take a guess as to why the standalones and the series ended up feeling like we're going to move just into this particular space, or we're going to lean into this particular genre, which we know inspired George. And that goes for ideology as well. I mean, it's funny because a lot of the feedback that I'll get, and I use the term feedback very lightly, but when I do go on social media, the feedback is, don't make Star Wars political. I'm like, George Lucas made it political. Those are political films. War is by nature political. That's just what's up. It's truly what he was interested in, talking about and looking at and digging into. So it's kind of impossible to tell a story within his universe that doesn't have to do with something that has to be the characters see externally reflected in whatever's happening in the galaxy at that particular time period of when it takes place. You know? There's another thing that we all kind of inherited from him as well, and hope to kind of keep reflecting in the work, hopefully. The way she talks is just crazy to me. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Lord. Star Wars is not political. Star Wars is showing the consequences of politics, of breaking democracy, of bending the rules, of seeking power. But Star Wars is not about politics. It's about Anakin fucking Skywalker. And just because George Lucas uses politics as a tool to give you lessons in Star Wars, and also as a brilliant tool for Palpatine to come to power. Doesn't mean that the damn movie's about politics. Now, I think this is also ironic because she's talking about politics and war, and how war is by nature political. No, not always. Number one. Number two, she's going on about war and politics. The people from High Republic, if you remember on the board, not about wars. So if the High Republic is trying to avoid certain things on their board, right, then it's kind of weird for her to be saying that her book is leading to the rise of dark and war and all this stuff. What I'm getting at here, guys, is that she's not connecting what is going on in the High Republic with what is going on in episode 1. And if she's not connecting and understanding that, then the Acolyte is going to be whatever. George Lucas made it political. Those are political films. No, they're not. She literally doesn't get it. I know the show is still under wraps, but if there's one takeaway about what you bring to this universe, it's that it's never too late to be a part of Star Wars. Again, Star Wars is not about lightsabers and TIE fighters and aliens. Star Wars is not about political messaging, propaganda, subliminal messages, blah, 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 blah. It's very straightforward. It's a story about a kid that was created by the Force and unfortunately falls to the dark side. We all know the story. I have never regretted loving Star Wars. It's always given me something at some point in my journey, whether it's just creative inspiration or some sort of emotional catharsis or something that's just makes me realize and become a better version and a more fuller version of Leslye. It's always been a source of incredible fun, excitement, and joy for me. But I also think that as a result of that, people can feel a certain ownership over it, not unlike religion, where someone says, well, that's not really what they meant. Again, having been raised in a very Christian household, I know people get nervous. Well, what are you saying? What do you mean? Are you saying what I believe is not right? And it's like, well, what we're saying is that it's up to interpretation. My goal here would be to create something that people can interpret in a couple of different ways, as opposed to there being one right way to love or consume a Star Wars product. I think you should hopefully be able to utilize it depending on where you are in your life and where you are in your fandom. Okay, again, this is the problem. This is the whole reason we have the problems that we have now, because of this type of thinking. It's not for you to interpret. It's not for people to get hidden messages and to interpret it different ways. Empire Strikes Back. The rebels are running. They're on an ice base. The Empire finds their location, takes out the ice base. The rebels run. They hide. They get their asses whooped. Han gets turned into carbonite. Luke gets his hand cut off. Darth Vader's his father. And you end the movie and they're fucked. That's Empire Strikes Back. It's not difficult. It's not up for interpretation. That's what fucking happens. And this is why we have what we have now, because you've got all these people with egos that want to tell their story, not Star Wars stories. And this is literally what she's saying. we all have different backgrounds. We all have different educations. We all grow up in a different place. We all have different understandings of things. Therefore, we're all going to interpret a lot of the same things differently. But what I'm getting at is you're not like going off a memory of what did that car accident look like. Sure, if you're a witness, people will ask because it corroborates on what happened. But at the end of the day, if there was a camera and it filmed the car accident, well, it doesn't matter what you thought you saw or what Steve interpreted it as or what my opinion of it is. None of that matters. What matters is that on that camera, we see that Jacob ran through the light and ran over Mary. So it doesn't matter what anyone's interpretation is. What I'm getting at, yes, it is normal that we all are going to interpret things. But at the end of the day, if you watch the tape slowly and closely and more than once, then you realize, well, there is no interpretation. In fact, Jacob ran through the light and ran over Mary. Or, in fact, maybe he didn't. Whatever is on that tape. But when you go through life, and I'm telling you this, guys, as like a life thing, not just a Star Wars thing. When you go through life just wanting to interpret things rather than seek the actual truth of the matter, you're only hurting yourself. You're only cheating yourself. And you make jacked up Star Wars. Because again, she's trying to interpret something and then re-render that interpretation in her own interpretation. So we're like 6 steps already removed from what Star Wars was. It's not even about that anymore. It's about what Leslye wants to project on the screen. But it'll say Star Wars on it. All right, so I guess that's the end of that. Anyways, for some of you, you maybe have never heard of Leslye. Some of you know her story. I think most of you have a gist of her, but it's the same thing we knew from the beginning. That first of all, she has no clue what Star Wars is. Second of all, that she's just going to make whatever story she wants to make. She's going to tell her little story because that's what she cares about. Her interpretation. And look, I've got a gay guy here. See? I've repped. And Star Wars was never concerned with what sex you are, what's going on, what's your business. It was never about that. Han and Leia made sense. They were the two of the key characters in the main crew. When you think about it, the only real relationships you see in Star Wars, I mean, you see different types of relationships, but like partner relationships is Anakin and Padme and Han and Leia. I needed a little sugar. Point being, yeah, there's millions of people getting married and having kids and, you know, all that. But the only like kind of real relationship that you see in Star Wars is that. Why? Because Star Wars isn't about that. Star Wars isn't a damn love story. I mean, it is, but it's not. It's love as far as, you know, for your fellow citizens throughout the galaxy. For wanting to be free. Give me a second, guys. I just need to check something. Just need to check something, and then I'll catch up on the chat here. Poor Star Wars. Why? Video Man, perhaps? Okay. So then, let's catch up on the chat here. Leslye, we can put away. If anybody's interested, the description on the YouTube live stream has at the bottom the links to these articles. If you would like to watch them or read them in real time or look at them later, they're there. Omega. Raise hand. Where are you? Disney's plan. Man, I'm trying to find where we left off here. Okay, Princess Bride. All right, so I can watch Christmas Special and not lose my sanity compared to the last two sequel movies. Disney's plan for world domination. They're not even hiding it anymore. George Lucas might make another Star Wars trilogy somehow because he still loves Star Wars like his baby. Grogu is a New Hope. No. George Lucas won't be making any more Star Wars unless he fully controls the rights to it and everything that happens with it. So, and Grogu is not a New Hope. Grogu is a marketing tool that Dave Filoni created. Set during the High Republic, this show was dead before it even came out. Yeah, it's right at the end of the High Republic. Will tie into the High Republic and is supposed to tie into Phantom Menace. Yep. Accolade is the first movie to be made by a woman. I think it's going to be a show. But yes, it'll be the first movie to be made by a woman. I think it's very possible George might return to a new trilogy because he'll have help from Filoni, Favreau, and possibly... Okay. Why would he go back to fix Disney's mess? Why would he want Filoni's help when, first of all, he's the one that created Star Wars, but also Filoni is the person that breaks and goes against the canon of Star Wars? Dave Filoni is the one responsible for most of this stuff. So why would George Lucas want to go work with Filoni when Filoni's been contradicting everything that Lucas did? Fucking joke. George can't be bothered with these talentless hacks. Yes, he won't be wasting his time. Mandalorian is a gumball machine inside a gumball machine. The main gumball machine is Grogu. The one inside is Dengar. That's what the Mandalorian is. A Russian doll. Speaking of. Gumball machine inside of a gumball machine. Merry Christmas to me. I had no idea that I put that on my Santa Claus list, but fuck it. I'll take it anyway because it's canon. Methinks Alkalite will suck harder than anything Disney has manufactured this far, possibly. So now they finally say the fan base was diverse since day one. No representation, correct. For years, they claim that they got these diverse fans on Star Wars from The Force Awakens. They were already there. You're making them leave because you keep pandering to them, correct. These people are obsessed with gender, sexuality, and race. None of that stuff should matter when making content. What matters is if it's good quality and holds up to Lucas's Star Wars. Yep. Good writing speaks to everyone. Does not matter what you are. It's annoying. This try to divide people and put a label on it, right? Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of this stuff isn't an issue until they're making it an issue. Just make an original gay character. Your sexuality does not define you. Correct. They're trying to shove it down kids' throats. Guess what? Disney kids don't give a crap about sexuality, gender, or race. They just want cool characters they can look up to, and relate to. Right. And what's sad is you got someone like Leslie's a perfect example. She's saying how like Star Wars is such a big deal and it affected my life and I love it so much. It was such an influence, yet you're directly contradicting that by saying that I just want to make more of what George made. What you're saying is, well, but it was all up for interpretation anyway. So it was special to me because I saw it the way that I wanted to see it. And therefore, I want to create more of what I see. And that in itself proves that she doesn't know nor love or isn't a Star Wars fan because she's seeing what she wants to see and not actually watching Star Wars. For the boys in my chat, remember that that's how a woman is. That all too often people see her outside and she wants to be loved and known for who she truly is, not what you think she is. And it's the same exact thing with Star Wars. Too many people are in love with the idea of it or what they think it is, as opposed to actually being in love with what it actually is. It's a big, beautiful galaxy. And you can have a million stories. But at the end of the day, it all revolves around Anakin. That's the point. And Luke, let's say. Why? Because it's not about them being men or white or whatever. It's about they are characters that you can relate to and that you can see, if I go along this path, well, I'm going to lead to my own destruction and the destruction of everything that I care about around me. But it also shows you the other side of it, his own son. The contrast and how he does the best that he can to bring him back. It's not difficult. Good writing, good characters will always be relatable. People will connect to them. It doesn't matter if you look like the little green frog, you will absolutely fall in love with and relate to and connect to a Muppet that calls himself Kermit the Frog, that does news reports and wears tuxedos and does all kinds of nonsense, just as you will Yoda, just as you will so many other things, if it's done well. I never was worried about, but I'm not a frog, I can't hop, my skin isn't green, I can't relate to Kermit. Meanwhile, millions of kids around the world fell in love with Kermit and Fraggle Rock and Sesame Street and all kinds of nonsense. Barney. How many of you relate to Barney? And you know how many kids love that silly purple dinosaur? What this comes down to is lack of self-esteem, self-awareness, self-respect, self-value. People like Leslye Headland project all the time because she's not satisfied with herself or the quality of her own things. She just wants to impress you. She just wants to be like, see, I talked about you, so you should love the story because it's made for you. Not understanding that greatness is when you make something that is for everyone. Disney's always so focused on this person and that person instead of just making something great. Only important thing about making a movie is having a gay man involved. Who fucking cares? Yes. Why are you trying to teach 5-year-olds this garbage? They're too young to learn this stuff. I think Grogu is an original George. No, absolutely not. Yaddle, Grogu's mom. No, absolutely not. Is in episode 1. You remember in the background where Anakin is brought in front of the Jedi. Yes, I know Yaddle very well, but that is not her son. Grogu doesn't exist in the temple or in that time. That's Dave phony baloney fan fiction. Remember when Disney announced the High Republic non-binary twins on Transsexual Visibility Day? This interview reeks to high hell of the same type of pandering. Yes. What were they called again? I can't remember their names now. Thought Grogu was a kid from Yoda species, correct. We don't even know if Yoda can have sex. They might just lay eggs or something. I mean, can I do a Star Wars movie? I love Star Wars. Disney, no, you're not bisexual enough. Me, what the fuck? Randy, I don't know the first thing about Star Wars. Disney, are you gay? Randy, yes. Disney, hired. Bisexual enough? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Everything when it comes to Disney. I'm talking in Mickey Mouse voice, deciding the next Star Wars thing. Yes. Oh boy, let's make a movie where Grogu, Rose, and Omega have to find cheese balls, and they have to take down the most dangerous rock in the galaxy. Darth ROCK. Down with patriarchy. I think the video game Jedi Fallen Order implies that Grogu is Yoda and Yaddle's child. Again, fan fiction. I can't wait to sleep in a cardboard box. I'm going to have to get a job for Pete and the pimp and work on the streets and give Goofy blowies. Oh, boy. She's extremely talented in word salad. Nonsensical word salad. Yeah, the way she talks is like, I think she's trying to sound smart, but she's like over complicating sentences. She comes off as a pretentious and reminds me of those people who don't like classic rocker culture but wear band shirts because they're trendy. She is just into the trend of Star Wars. Correct. Exactly. That's a very good way of explaining it. Absolutely, Dead Girls. Absolutely. Any money, the person that told her she couldn't. I bet any money. Did you say something earlier? I guess you're saying I bet any money that the person that told her she couldn't be into Star Wars was an older relative of hers, possibly her mother or aunt. Yeah, exactly. If we were on YouNow, I would talk in and do my Mickey impersonation, saying all that stuff and making the stuff about the cheese. All and Darth ROCK. Well, remember it, and you can next week maybe. I'm not getting vibes from Batman 89 where Joker and his goons break into the museum and destroy the paintings while listening to Prince. Yes. Let's broaden our minds. Lawrence Party Man by Prince plays as they trash the museum. Kind of. And she's a writer. Yes. She talks like a variety girl that wants to seem intelligent. Yes. Greetings to all of you here. Gratitude. Namaste for providing this channel and live streams. Absolutely. My pleasure. I do it a bit for my own therapy, but, you know, I love hanging out with you guys. People are saying Star Wars was always political, so we should stop judging the ST. Stop saying the stuff in the ST was in the OT and PT just to say the ST was good and shouldn't get criticized. Yes. Luke and Anakin were Mary Sue, so judge them and not Rey. Kathy is like the person who tells a U.S. veteran that no one cares about his Vietnam stories, and she decides to tell them for him. Correct. You will subscribe. I can hear the cries of baby now when the Acolyte doesn't do the numbers Disney expects. Oh, yeah, it's going to be. I think it's an instant. That's going to be a solo instant failure. Erase the sequel trilogy. Man, I wish. George Lucas Star Wars, authentic storytelling. Disney Star Wars, Hollywood propaganda and filler. Yes. Fan fiction. Hey, what's up, MJ? Good to see you, bro. Real good to see you. General media. Nice background, though I'd have thought you'd use Coruscant. This? That is Coruscant, fool. What you talking about? That's Coruscant. What am I going to use? Some fake city? Some knockoff Filoni city? Come on, man. That's the true Coruscant. Leslie Nielsen is the best Leslie Nielsen. Oh, yes, that's true. Your move. She helped Harvey Weinstein do those nasty things. Let her make a movie. Yes. He is the best, and don't call him Shirley. Correct. You fool. I've been trained in your Jedi arts by Count Dooku. Hello there. Terminator is more of a love story than Star Wars. Yeah, that's true. Terminator, that does revolve around a love story because they get it on. They have, what's his damn name? John, right? John Connor? Johnny Boy? And that's where the whole, you see, he couldn't keep it in his pants, and that's where that whole mess came from. Yes. That is true. Story of war and love. Peace. Better than that. When you look more at the lightsaber duels in the ST, you can tell they're going for the lightsaber and not the person holding it. That's a quote from Obi-Wan and Rot's video game when Grievous failed to blow him up. Every opportunity they have to defeat them, they don't. They purposely miss or go for the weapon. Rey's so stupid. Poor Star Wars indeed. Yeah. Poor Star Wars. They're a bunch of pansy afraid to get whacked. My plan of fixing how bad the sequels are actually paid off. Everyone was liking my version better than Disney. I was surprised. Don't be that surprised. Most people don't like them. The lightsaber combat in the stupid trilogy was atrocious. It's like actors had trouble even holding a lightsaber. It is really bad. Rey, why are you purposely missing Kylo and going for his lightsaber? The lightsaber did nothing to you. Hit Kylo, you pansy. Sequels have some of the worst fight choreography, almost like they were purposely mocking Star Wars and George Lucas. Yeah. People actually felt chills watching those duels. She shouldn't hit him at all. She's pathetic, yes. 100. I did for the first duel when I first saw it, but now I know better. I wrote a Star Wars story and sent it in. I doubt it will be read, but I have high hopes. You sent it in where? To Lucasfilm? Oh my, is Rey gonna make it? It looks like she might die. The only way you're gonna watch Lucas's sequel trilogy is time travel, but do not mess up timeline. Yes. Be careful. Do not mess up the timeline. Any little wrong action can screw us up. Also, remember,
There's something very important I forgot to tell you.
What?
Don't cross the streams.
Solo lost money. To save his legacy, he may return. He's not going to come back to fix that mess. His legacy is fine. He said it before he sold Lucasfilm. 1 through 6 is one complete story, and the story's complete. It's over. I've told the story. So there's no... His legacy is fine. Disney's the one that's fucking up their legacy. Because in the long picture, people are going to look back and be like, holy shit, what did you all do to Star Wars? What is this mess? So the actual Star Wars legacy, the Skywalker legacy is fine. It's there. It's intact. We know it. It's not changing. It's not going anywhere. They can't hurt his legacy. See, that's the thing. It's like athletes. They often say this. Better to retire when you're on top than to, leave or get fired when you're starting to come down. A smart athlete knows to get out when he's on top of the game, when he's running the stats, when he's making a ton of money. And it's the same thing with George Lucas. He completed the Skywalker saga. Would 7, 8, and 9 have tied in some way? Of course they would have. But they're not essential to the story. We got the story. He said it many times. So there is no to save his legacy, because his legacy is always intact. It always is what it is. 1 through 6, canon. Nothing can change that. So what we're talking about here is saving Disney's face. Why would George Lucas come to save Disney's face? He's not. George Lucas isn't coming. George Lucas isn't going to be making any kind of Star Wars or consulting or doing any of that. Count Dooku is probably the worst Star Wars character of all time, and he never becomes a threat. Yeah, well, he's a dumbass. Filoni would be a great writer if he wasn't busy inserting his ideas into other works and ruining continuity for the sake of his own story. Correct. Quality of Mandalorian is obviously far greater than the 3 sequels, isn't it? Well, yeah, I'm not arguing that. Definitely, the sequels are a mess. But nothing that Disney's made is on par. Nothing of it is truly Star Wars. Just because you get something that's better than previous junk doesn't mean that, this is up to what it was. It's just the best of the junk. Anakin and Luke, yes. Absolutely, you will get.
Uba. Uba. Uba.
Justin Mando is equally as stupid as the Disney sequels. Yes. It revolves around a father and son. Yes. You think there are many fans who don't know that Anakin has a son? Yeah, I would think that Disney fans who haven't actually gone back to watch the movies don't realize that Luke is the son of Darth Vader. Yes, there's probably lots of them. Which goes to show something as basic as that. You don't know Star Wars. And if you don't understand or know Star Wars and you think you're in love with it, well, you're not in love with actual Star Wars. You're not in love with that actual girl. You're in love with her ass. And I get it. But that's not real true love. True love is knowing the girl. And it's the same thing. You might love the Bad Batch cartoon, but if you don't know what Star Wars actually is, then it's not Star Wars that you love. It's you like this thing called Bad Batch, created by a guy that makes fan fiction. Turn it on him and say Snoke was the worst, hyped up for 2 movies to be the next big baddie, only to be cut in half like a little bitch. Yep. Story arcs will probably overwrite the KK, JJ, and RJ stories. It seems via Ahsoka paradox if George doesn't return. No, they're connecting them. Bad Batch is about to connect with the sequel trilogy and Mandalorian. You're about to see. They're connecting all of it. Barney scares me. The way he stares into my soul. Yes, he does that. I grew up on Barney. I loved it when The Rock and John Cena with his bright, colorful t-shirts not only looked like Fruity Pebbles, but also something that got shot out of Barney the dinosaur's anus. Yeah, Barney was much later. Like, I was already way too old to, and I just think Barney's ridiculous. But I know a lot of kids like that dude, so. Is there information from Lucas of what happened to Cypher Diaz? On my mind, he was killed by Dooku. Yes. There's not a whole lot on him, just some lore stuff. He did exist. He was, I believe he was on the council, actually. He did have connections with Dooku. I think you might have, I think it was you that read the Dooku book. Was it you that told me about that? That was in the Lucas era and EU. But as far as what happened to Cypher Diaz, no, the movies. A little bit of Dooku lore touches on it. But that's again is, third person. It's not Lucas, so we just have to go by the movies. And I haven't seen really much else on him other than when you look at Dooku stuff. The Blair Witch Project, a movie that he does have a wiki. The Blair Witch Project, a movie that was supposed to scare people, doesn't scare me at all. Barney, a children's education show. Scares me, of all things, fucking Barney. Eggs I have squeezed out. ROCK in the USA. US. Came out a little before The Mandalorian. They weren't talking about Grogu. Yeah, that's true. She has word salad. She must be related to Alan Shore. So it wasn't just me reading it, right? It was like the way she talks was all wackadoodle. The focus wasn't even on Grogu. It was about Jerome from Gotham. Yeah, she just was trying to sound intelligent. Jerome is Cal Kestis. Could Batman reference. I'm going to assume Cal dies sometime before A New Hope. We'll just have to wait for Jedi 2. Yeah. Favorite book is the dictionary and has all the other books in it. Hawkeye from MASH. I think prequel haters need to stop acting like Brain Michael Bendy's director that directed the prequels. Yes. Couldn't see the Senate building when you were screen sharing. Also, some of the buildings at the bottom right had modern American rooftops. Yes. That I know is officially Coruscant, because not only do I know what it looks like, but in the very bottom right corner it says Lucasfilm, because those were pictures that Lucasfilm gave out for like people to use in live streams. So that's an actual shot from Lucasfilm. Just make a Cad Bane video game similar to Red Dead Redemption. Have it set during and after the Clone Wars. Do that instead of ruining Bane in the Bad Batch. Yeah, well, they broke Boba Fett, so yep. John Connor, yep. Just remake the Clone Wars. I like Ahsoka. I like Cad Bane. I like Savage Opress. Just put them in better stories. But see, that the problem, James, is ego. Dave Filoni's not going to be like, oh, you know what? Yeah, I did really kind of not think this through. We should remake them and do it right. No, he's never going to do that. Never happening. We'll be lucky if Disney even makes a comic set in the prequel. Yep. What do you think Batman would look like in Star Wars? I think he would look like Batman in Star Wars. The Bat Feed said he would be in Mandalorian armor. Like a Mandalorian. A Bat-Malorian. Batalorian. Egon Spengler. To Lucasfilm. You sent it to Lucasfilm? Okay, here's a couple realities. First, they probably won't even read it. They won't even look at it. And I tell you this for a few reasons. One, they get tons of mail. And two, a lot of times Disney doesn't like to look at scripts or video mock-ups or artwork or stuff like that, because the second they look at it, they legally are now bound to, they could have taken something from it. Disney doesn't put themselves in that position. It's very hard for Disney to look at someone's script or screenplay or something like that. So don't take it personal, because I don't mean it towards you that it's not worth looking at. I'm just saying that Lucasfilm will probably never see it. Could they? Maybe. If they did, are they just going to want to twist it and turn it and make it their own way anyways? So at the end of the day, I'm not trying to discourage you, but let's say Lucasfilm said, okay, we want to buy it. Then what? They're just going to make it into some nonsense. They're not going to make your story. So, just saying. maybe rather than give your story to Lucasfilm, why don't you make your own story? Just adapt the characters and the names. You can self-publish. You can do tons of stuff online. I just think that's the smarter way. Again, this is nothing against your work. It's against the way that the system works, and that Lucasfilm probably isn't going to give a damn. Don't cross the streams. Noted. Correct. I put a lot of heart and soul into it, and had a paper and giving written permission to use it. Won't even pay me. Without even paying me. Well, hey. Count Dooku is not the worst Star Wars character. No, not at all. Disney trilogy does not exist in this dojo. Does it? No. Good point. His legacy is preserved. I meant save the future of Star Wars timeline and stories. As long as Disney has it, you can forget about that. It's Disney's Star Wars is done. Star Wars is cooked. Now, if it finally gets sold off and someone else has control and tries to do the right thing, okay, maybe we can bring it back. If I had control of it, I'd bring it back. Believe me, you guys would have Star Wars like you don't even believe. But it takes the right person with the right knowledge and the right care to do so. As long as Disney has it, it's not going to happen. Hey, Aurora, I really want to stress, I'm not trying to discourage you, and I'm not trying to say that your work is not good. Please don't think that. I'm just saying that Lucasfilm is not going to care, and if they do care, they're just going to twist it and turn it, claim it for their own, and make it something else. And I just hate to see someone put so much love into something for a corporation to just take it and shit on it and do whatever, something else with it anyways. That's all I'm saying. MCU Star Wars crossover. Boy, am I excited. Darth Jar Jar was a good idea, but Count Dooku should have been Jar Jar's disguise to lead the Confederacy. I like the Darth Jar Jar thing. Totally not against it. Should have been Jar Jar's disguise. That would have been tricky. How would he hide that? Do you mean disguise or do you mean pawn? Maybe. Omega is Boba's sister. Yeah, well, kind of, sort of is. I mean, the way they did it. Why are there 12-year-olds in kindergarten? I don't know. I stopped watching Bad Batch after the Martez sisters. Yeah, good for you. So, do you think Filoni betrayed? Oh, I don't think he did. Maybe I missed something. I really don't see how the Mandalorian fits into 789 if it just doesn't match. Okay. They want Grogu because they want his DNA. Why do they want his DNA? Because they can do cloning off of it. Where are they getting the concept of cloning? The prequels, specifically the Clone Wars cartoons, specifically the Bad Batch. They just last week showed us the tanks with the creatures in them. No, they're not Snokes, but you can tell these tall, skinny alien faces are going to be Snoke. So by starting the cloning, it's possible that Grogu is a clone to begin with. Now you've got Omega that they want to capture so that they can get her pure DNA to now clone off of her. So then, what does all that imply? Well, if they're cloning, then that's how they cloned all the Snokes. That's how they cloned all the Palpatines for Palpatine to survive. That's how Rey gets made. Grogu's force healing, which justifies Rey force healing. Luke just took Grogu. Why? Because he's going to go make his temple, have his little freak out, and Kylo's going to kill Grogu. It all connects. All of this is leading up to making Snoke. Because once you've made Snoke, you've now achieved a level of cloning that you can create a Force user. Which you can't do. That in itself breaks canon and you've already taken yourself out of the game. But in Disneyland, in Mickey Mouse Club, what that does is connects to where you can now make Force users. Therefore, you could have theoretically had tons of Snokes, and therefore Rey exists. Therefore, Rey is the bestest ever. And that is why you're seeing all this emphasis on the Bad Batch being a separate part of the cloning program. How that those defects are creating certain side effects in them. And the fact that you have now Omega, which we're going to talk about Bad Batch, so I don't want to talk too much about it right now, but just kind of connecting some dots for you. All of this is leading to the cloning. The cloning, why? Because you later have to have Snoke and you have to have Palpatine. This is all to justify the sequel trilogy. Jon Favreau himself said it's exciting to connect all of these different eras. Canon, sequel trilogy, original trilogy, prequel trilogy, EU, all of it. He said that. So yes, The Mandalorian does fit into 7, 8, and 9 because it's setting up everything for 7, 8, and 9, as is Bad Batch. As will Boba Fett. Why? Okay, we see the Mandalorian show and you think logically, well, it should have been about Boba Fett to begin with. So obviously, if nothing else, they're going to bring Boba Fett in it. But have you thought deeper? Have you thought bigger and connected some dots? Why Boba Fett? Why Boba Fett, of all the people, is getting his own show? Because he's a pure clone. Because they're going to need his DNA. So it's probably going to end up being Omega's DNA, Boba Fett's DNA, Luke's hands DNA, that then make Snoke, which then makes the possibility of having Palpatine clones, which then creates the possibility of Palpatine having a son who's really just a clone of himself, so not really a son, a brother, or himself, have Rey. It all is going to connect. That's the whole emphasis of all these clones and Boba Fett, because of the cloning. You're going to see Book of Boba Fett, they're going to tie right in to where they're after his DNA now, and it's going to turn into a whole thing. Yep. Bat Mandalorian. Arch Nemesis Darth Joker. Roby 1. A3PO. I appreciate what you're saying, no worries. Yeah. Yeah, again, I really want to stress that it wasn't anything against you. It's just I'm trying to show you from the other side, Even if one explicitly said if Lucasfilm had permission to use your idea, they still wouldn't do it, right? No, because if they did, automatically they legally are entering themselves into the possibility of copyright. You would have to sign a NDA, and you would have to sign something that says, I release the rights. Because if Disney straight up takes it, which they've been doing some stuff like that lately, but if they straight up take it, they're legally putting themselves in a position to where, right, they could get hit. Might get twisted, but I did what I could to try. Yeah, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing bad with that. There's the bounty hunter, Cat Bane. Wait, then what would Bane be? Doesn't even care for George Lucas' script. Yeah, that's another reason. Like, he handed them the outline for the 789. They threw them away and made their own shit. Why would he come back? Why would he want to deal with people that lied to him, backstabbed him, changed his entire story? Why would he come back to fix their mess when they disrespected his property from the beginning? George Lucas is not coming back to Star Wars. And it's funny because there's an ancient Sith called Darth Bane. Yes. One could buy the Darth Jar Jar theory, even if it's ridiculous. Jar Jar and Palpatine both came from Naboo. Correct. Restore George Lucas. Man, I wish. If I had any power in this world to do so, that's exactly what I would do. To think the outlines for the real sequel trilogy are just sitting there collecting dust in some vault completely disregarded. Yep. And that alone is why George Lucas won't come back. Never mind all the other 50 reasons I could give you. That alone. I handed you the stories and you all shit all over Luke Skywalker. But I'm going to come back and fix your shit. Everyone's mad at Hunter because he decided not to bring Omega this time. Sorry for actually wanting to keep this 12-year-old child who we just rescued safe. Yeah. Because there's a shapeshifter assassin at the beginning, almost as if acclimating us to the idea of shapeshifters, but nothing is done with it. So what if Jar Jar was a Sith shapeshifter? Okay, yeah, I mean, that I was thinking that myself, something like Zam Wessel, a changeling or something. Yeah, I mean, I suppose so. You know, it's not that it's impossible. I just kind of like the idea of him being way back behind the scenes and like he's even pulling the strings on Palpatine. So you think all the time, and even Palpatine thinks that he's the master and has the apprentice, but really Jar Jar. Either Jar Jar is so good that Palpatine doesn't even know he's being manipulated, which is one cool way of going about it, or he does know. If he doesn't know, well, then the whole time he thinks he's the master and has apprentices, but in reality, he's just the apprentice of Jar Jar. See what I'm saying? That's how I always kind of think of it. Now, that's not to say that I'm right. I don't know what George's original idea was with that, but I always picture it that way, that he's way back in the background pulling Palpatine strings. Attack of the Clones, the shapeshifter. Yes, Zam Wessel. Changeling is what she was called. So someone told me the reason why Luke saw good in Vader but decided to kill Ben, and it's really strange. Yeah, it is strange when people try to justify that one. I find it annoying how Omega expects to be a part of these dangerous missions despite only being a little girl. It irks the crap out of me. Which is the first movie Dooku shows up in? Clones? Well, first movie, well, yeah, Dooku, yeah, Star Wars, so yes, Clones. When I was 10 years old, I wanted to do all kinds of stuff, so I could understand if I knew a bunch of guys that were like special forces, yeah, I would absolutely want to come along. But I also understand that I'm a 10-year-old kid and those are grown men, and that I can't go on missions with them. And even if I was like insisting and crying about it, well, they would have to, as grown men, say, hey, we can't take a kid with you. Take a kid with us. So yes, it's pretty nonsensical. The reason why Luke saw good in Vader was because he wasn't wise enough and wasn't trained properly to know he's a lost cause. he was a lost cause, he wouldn't have killed the Emperor and himself, restored balance, and saved his son. Or at the end said, tell your sister you were right. Again, this is people that casually look at Star Wars, don't really watch it. That don't get it. Especially when 2 minutes later, there's dialogue that supports it. Sal Lucasfilm, indeed. Reason why he decided to kill his nephew, who didn't do anything yet, was because he was wise enough to know that he needs to kill him, and Ben turned bad anyway. Right. My humble advice to your script: translate the characters and story to an environment that is not Star Wars, then do something with it. Book, film. Yes, exactly. Yep. Disney is desperately trying to connect everything so they can look back and say, hey, they had a plan all along. They didn't, and they look like idiots the more they try to deny it. Yes. That's part of it, is they want to be like, see, we knew what we were doing. But also because they've put the money into the sequel trilogy, so they have to somehow justify it. They have to make it connect and make sense and want you to be like, oh, okay, to re-accept them. Ben turned bad was because he saw Luke trying to kill him. You lost me there. Reason why Ben turned bad was because he saw Luke trying to kill him. Ben turned bad? You lost me there, James. How in the hell does that make any sense? Oh, that's what's his name said? I waited a month for that. Oh, boy. The script I wrote is so heavily embedded in Star Wars, it would lose something taking it out. It has heavy lore references that make it click right. Yeah, well, they definitely aren't going to be interested in that. Add extra letters so they can't sue you, like Anakin, Obi-Wan, Coruscant. Yeah, but something that's very close and obvious also can get you in trouble. You have to really change it. If Luke wasn't wise enough, the color of his lightsaber wouldn't be green. That's true. Masters have green. I'm going to do what Dave Filoni did with Anakin. I'm going to fix Ben Solo's character, making him have the same tragedy as Anakin without getting burnt off on Mustafar. Ahsoka. Snoke's failed project because Luke Skywalker rescued Grogu and the franchise. 789 exists in alternate timeline when Ahsoka died in Rebels, and she never directs Mando to Tython. She never does die in Rebels, number one. Snoke is a failed project because Luke Skywalker, but that doesn't make sense because one, we just saw the beginnings of Snoke in Bad Batch. Two, we also saw further beginnings of Snoke in Mandalorian. Three, Favreau said he's going to connect it all. So, no alternate timeline. It's all going to connect. Because it's Disney, where now you can make your lightsaber into some weird random thing. In season 1 and 2 of Rebels, Ezra's lightsaber was blue. How come in season 3 and 4 it's green when Ezra's not even that wise? Because Dave Filoni. That guy is an asshole for actually keeping Omega out of danger. We got shapeshifters in Attack of the Clones, but Disney wants to create the first one ever. Oh, that's a good point. Pulling even more strings. Yeah. They're going to have to clone Vader to kill Palpatine clones again and again and again. That'd be hilarious, but would sadly feel more solid than these silly series. Correct, Dead Girls. I wouldn't be surprised if Twitter says it's because Omega is a whammon. Don't be surprised. Sam Wentworth on a stream said that Disney's choice was very stupid. He didn't like that Starkiller Base was the planet Ilum. Yeah. See, and that's, again, not planning ahead or thinking things through. Because, my leg itches. Ilum is very important. That's the planet where all the Jedi get their damn crystals from. So it's kind of an important place. So now, they thought they were clever. Ooh, we'll make Starkiller Base so powerful that it's literally the lightsaber crystal planet. We'll make a kyber crystal planet into a weapon. How clever are we? But you're not thinking ahead. If you do that, plus you blow up the planet, now there's nowhere for Jedis to get their crystals. So now you've complicated the entire Star Wars universe when that was where you went to get crystals. You see? And that's what happens when you don't think 2 steps ahead and say, well, what happens if we blow up Starkiller Base? Well, now the primary crystal planet is gone. If Starkiller Base functions on sucking all the energy from a sun, the local sun, right, to make it fire, and it makes it so powerful that it just evaporates planets, why even build a laser and do all that? If you have the ability to just suck the energy of the sun, well, then just suck the energy of the sun and move on to the next galaxy, quadrant, area, whatever. Because the second the sun's gone, then all the light's gone, all the life is going to die. But again, this comes with thinking, with having brains. If Jar Jar is Plagueis, Sidious thought Plagueis is killed, but Plagueis just pretends to be someone else and ends up being a fake apprentice as a joke to Plagueis. That could be fun. Yes, but Plagueis is not Jar Jar. That's confirmed. And Plagueis not only was real, but in fact confirmed by George Lucas out of his mouth, not even on some interview. He says it, that yes, Plagueis existed, and yes, Palpatine did kill him in his sleep. So you have to go around that. You have to work around that parameter because Lucas said that's what happened. It's a cool twist, though. Attack of the Clones, that was the first time we saw Dooku. Whitwer's right. Destroying Ilum ruined the entire potential future for any Jedi after the for the Expanding Universe Legend sequel trilogy. Yes, what I just said. Exactly. I know. It's so stupid I lost so many brain cells. It's sad, but Lucasfilm doesn't care for real Star Wars canon, Lucas, or real fans. I feel that if you have to put so much effort writing down a story script, you would try to do something with it. Yeah, you would think. Ilum shouldn't have been destroyed was the gist of what I was saying, and deleted it. Gotcha. Writing stories is more special than most people realize. Oh yeah, definitely. It's canon. It's very cathartic and exciting to write a fun story. Yes. Our Dune. No way it can survive a fandom like this. Well, but that's the thing. It has. So far, it has. It's been very difficult for Disney. I'm not saying it's been easy, but it has, because people just don't outright reject it. You still got people that are like, oh, but it was good. Here's something for Disney. A lightsaber is a hilt with one of 2 blades. That's it. Why do you keep adding all this extra BS to lightsabers? Yes. I don't like all the extra stuff either. I just like your hilt, your handle to be different, and then rock on. You got a blade. All these extra spinny rings and extra blades, and First Light is also a gun. Yes. The Resistance should have taken Ilum back so they could use it to destroy First Order ships instead of blowing it up. That too. And where did Rey get her kyber crystal? Correct. But you see, they weren't thinking about that. Leia's yellow lightsaber. If I hear another "you hate it because it has women" excuse again, I just might like Quentin Karen. I'll just make like Quentin Tarantino and say I disagree with your hypothesis. There you go. Maybe she shouted out she's that powerful that she can get kyber crystals out of her ass. Didn't you know, like unicorn shit rainbows? Well, Rey shits yellow kyber crystals. Not to mention that by destroying Ilum, you can't use it as bait to find Jedi. Nothing since Disney bought Star Wars has made sense. Correct. And all of this, guys, like I stressed so many times, is just sitting down at a table and saying, okay, this is the ideas we have. Now, guys like Dave Filoni, Pablo Hidalgo know this stuff. The problem is they don't give a damn. But you should be able to go to those kind of guys and they should be able to say, okay, this is good, the story, the concept, but this, and this doesn't fit because back at this time, this is how it went down. So now you have to adapt what you're trying to do here because it has to fit into what happened back then. And then this, and this, while they're good concepts, you have to understand that 20 years later, this character, this happens. So therefore, you can't do this here because it's going to conflict with what has been pre-established. And then you go back and you revise and you come back with your story and you fix the problems. It's not that difficult. It's been happening for centuries, for decades, where people make films and stories and books and all kinds of media. But when you don't sit down and think, well, what happens if we blow up the lightsaber freaking crystal planet? Well, then now you've got nowhere for future Jedi to get kyber crystals. So now you've painted yourself into a corner. Now you're going to have to invent some off-the-chart planet that, oh, it was never discovered, and there's a whole wealth of kyber crystals, even more than there were on Ilum, so everything's good again. While Lucas was thinking 200 steps ahead, Lucasfilm writers can't even go 2 steps ahead. Maybe Filoni goes 5 steps ahead with Ahsoka. Yeah, Filoni's constantly going 8 steps backwards because he thinks he's clever, and then he creates more for freaking loopholes for himself, more problems. He also said the reason why Rey still has her staff is because she has an attachment to it, like a Jedi has an attachment to their lightsaber. Yeah, I don't know. The Resistance should have taken Ilum back so they can use it to destroy First Order ships instead of blowing it up. Even with all the previous Star Wars books, comics books, legends, video games, etc., Star Wars has never been more convoluted than it has been under Disney's watch. Absolutely. The 3 sequels are dying slowly. Yeah, I mean, they are. But they're there. They are still there is the problem. Here's why that's wrong. A lightsaber is made from what a Jedi is. Rey's staff is just a fucking piece of abandoned Star Destroyer. That thing isn't a piece of Rey, it's a stick. Well, I've always wondered where that staff came from. There's not wood on Star Destroyers. It's not like they got wood interiors. All right, there's not wood on all those ships. She's on a desert planet. Where did she even have the material to make that what appears to be wooden staff? How would she even know how to carve it and make it that? And it's all balanced. And if it was just a stick, right, that she found, okay, and you have an affinity for that, or you've trained in bow fighting, okay, with just a stick, a broom handle, you can snap off the end of the broom, and you've got a stick, fine. But her staff is like carved and has those bulb ends and is like all, you know what I mean? It has like a strap on it and like it's all custom made and like where the fuck did this girl learn to do this? Where did she have the lathe and the device to even carve it and make it. I mean, the whole thing is just there. I was also told the trilogy did have a plan, but it took some alternatives. Well, I showed you guys where JJ was like, well, it's good to have a plan. We didn't have a plan, so no, there wasn't a plan. If Filoni and Hidalgo, if I were Filoni and Hidalgo's new boss, I'd say, you don't care about Star Wars, so you can go to hell. You're fired. Well, hey, you know me. I'd walk into Lucasfilm and be like, you're all fired. Grogu, she was revitalized via George Lucas' secret plan. Equals Star Wars revitalized. George Lucas, nah. George Lucas has nothing to do with Grogu. That's Dave Filoni fan fiction. Care. Lies. Disney is filling their head with lies. Yes. Grogu breaks all of Star Wars. Grogu disrespects and contradicts all of Star Wars. He always did that, but George was there to rein him in and make him check things with Leland Chi. You're right. If a writer wants to make the Old Republic, they will never see the mess of the High Republic and realize it's a stupid mess. Go fetch the stick, Dre. Go fetch the stick. It wasn't wood. It was metal. Are you sure about that? How do you know that? Looks like wood to me. Another thing about the sequels, the Republic was the ruling power in the galaxy. What were they resisting? The First Order, who would have made more sense to be resisting. Yes. I guess it's possible some crazy captain had a personal garden with some trees or wood paneling in it, possibly even a training dojo. Maybe the captain was like Steven Seagal in space with power. Maybe. Possibly. Anything's possible in Mickey Mouse Land. Rey knows how to swim, but she grew up in the desert. She is pure perfection. Correct. She should have died. She should have drowned in The Last Jedi. Yes. Where does she get a shower? Why does she look so clean and scar-free? It's a good question. How does she shave her legs? How does she do her hair? How does she do anything living in that desert? She would be so dirty and nasty. Go back to episode 1 through 6 and see if it fits. Correct. I thought Rey was good at working wood. Apparently she's an expert with working with wood. The resistance was actually their version of the Tea Party resisting taxes. Yes. They were resisting, right? They're resisting telling a good story. All right. It's metal. Where are you seeing this? Because I can tell you that Rey's lightsaber has a screw in it, a Phillips head like earth screw in it. When you actually zoom in and pay attention, it has a screw in it, which is not something that exists in Star Wars, but you know, canon, whatever. Wikipedia says it's metal quarterstaff she scavenged from Jakku. Oh, look at that. Found picture, it's metal. Obi-Wan aged so quick on the desert. Rey looks like she grew on a mansion of Alderaan. Correct. That's true. She should be really aged and rough skin and sunburn. But Rey, that thing looks custom made. So she can make metal too? Yeah. Okay, so whether it's metal or wood, where does she have the equipment to shape it, mold it, heat it, bend it, make it the right length, make both ends balance, make it the right length for her, the right width or diameter for her hands? You know, it's a lot into making a staff, just a staff. Never mind one that has like details in it and then two weighted ends. There's another problem, is that if you look at her lightsaber hilt, it very much implies that it's the end of her staff. But yet at the end of the movie, she has her staff. If you really look at her Rey's lightsaber at the end, where she turns that thing, you can tell it's like the end of her staff. Where she wears the same exact clothes when she sold on Jakku, and she still wears it in The Force Awakens, right? It grows with her. Also says she uses the same staff to forge her lightsaber. Yeah, I've read that too. I've heard that. But yet, the very last shot... Here, give me a moment. Give me just a moment. Because it's been a minute since I've looked, but I'm going to look right now, just for the sake.
Hello. And for so long. Who are you?
At Rey. She smiles back, then turns to the elderly woman, her eyes shining.
Rey Skywalker.
Rey Skywalker. Copyright with that damn music. Okay, at the end, no, she's just standing there with BB. No staff. Now that I think about it, I guess she doesn't have her staff. Yeah, you can clearly see that her lightsaber is the end of her staff. Yep. So then that brings up the question, when's the last time did we see her with the staff? Because she doesn't have it when she fights Palpatine, now that I think about it. She has the 2 lightsabers. So when does she last have the staff? She doesn't have it on Luke's island. She's training with Leia. She doesn't have it. Millennium Falcon comes back. She doesn't have it. She doesn't have it at all in The Rise of Skywalker. I never noticed that. Okay, so when's the last time she has her staff? Oh, she does have it here on Pasana. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Okay, there she's walking with it. Well, she didn't have it back at the Rebel base. Oh, she has it here. Yeah, I guess it is metal when you look at it closer. Well, she doesn't have it on Exegol, so she loses it somewhere along the way here. She doesn't have it on Luke's Island. So then the only logical is... Okay, she's here on the Star Destroyer with it. Or, not Star Destroyer, but... yeah, Star Destroyer. Kylo Ren Star Destroyer. She's got it there. She's in the hall. She has her little wet dream about Kylo. There she has the staff. The imaginary fight. Does she have it here when she does the Superman? Oh, yeah, she does. Kylo Land, she's got it. You're a Palpatine. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. What the hell? There's that. Okay, so she's in the hangar. She has her staff, Chewie's belt, his bandolier, his crossbow, and BB's there. Kylo's landing in the hangar. She hands 3PO the bandolier, the staff, and all that stuff. So then the three droids, Dio, BB-8, and 3PO go running off. Did they make it to the Falcon? Is that what happens? But how? When? Well, that was weird. You just assume they make it because they never show them making it to the... Anyway, so the assumption has to be here then that when they land on Kef Burr, she leaves her staff in the Millennium Falcon. Because that's the last time we see it. Until the very end when she has her lightsaber. Good at working wood. Okay, here's a good spot. I need to pee. I need to get some liquid. So I'm going to take a intermission. I'll be back in roughly 10 minutes. I'll leave you guys with some, I guess, George Lucas. And we will continue on. I've got another article, a tiny piece of news, and the past 2 Bad Batch episodes we can talk about. I have a bunch of screenshots. So, hang tight. I'll be back in about 10 minutes, and we will continue on with Disney's nonsense. Thank you for being here, and I'll see you guys in just a few.
If you think of the first 3 films as one film, which is what it was intended to be, Darth Vader comes in the front door, scares everybody, kills a few guys, and then you follow it through, and then you find out that Luke is his father, and then eventually it ends up with him not being the bad guy, but actually being a rather sad guy, and then eventually being the hero and killing the Emperor. That, if you saw it as one movie, that's the movie you'd see. And one of the problems I had is that Darth Vader became such an icon of evil that when it got split up over 6 years, the impact of him as a tragic character got lost. So that was one of the inspirations for going back and doing the backstory, because it really is about, it's really the tragedy of Darth Vader is the story. The struggle in Star Wars is about passion against compassion, which is greed against giving and giving up, primarily. And the whole issue is the flip side of greed is fear of losing. So you're either trying to get things or you're afraid of losing the things that you've got. And the idea is that to let go of those things and because once you start down that path of fear, then you're trying to protect things and you're willing to fight for things and you're willing to. And the Jedi's basic job in the beginning, which we never get to see too much of because we start really during the war, they were like marshals in the Old West. I mean, they would go from town to town and they would, help solve the problems. And in a lot of cases, the marshals and the judges were pretty much the same thing, and they would just travel and they would bring justice and solve problems for people, which is kind of what Jedi are. And they're negotiators, they're not fighters. Only they're negotiators, sort of like the mafia. They're compassionate negotiators with a very big laser sword, which they don't like to use, but if somebody, doesn't want to solve the problem, then they'll solve it for them, so to speak, which is an incentive for people to solve their problems without fighting. The first film starts with the last age of the Republic, which is it's getting tired, it's old, it's getting corrupt. There's the rise of the Sith, who are now becoming a force. And in the backdrop of this, you have Anakin Skywalker, a young boy who's destined to be a very significant player in bringing balance back to the Force and the Republic. In the second film, we get into more of that turmoil. It's the beginning of the Clone Wars. It's the beginning of the end of democracy in the Republic, sort of the beginning of the end of the Republic. And it's Anakin Skywalker beginning to deal with some of his more intense emotions of anger, hatred, sense of loss, possessiveness, jealousy, and the other things he's coping with. Then we will get to the third film where he is seduced to the dark side, which brings us up to films 4, 5, and 6, where Anakin's offspring redeem him and allow him to fulfill the prophecy, where he brings balance to the Force by doing away with the Sith and getting rid of evil in the universe. A lot of the issues that are in films 4, 5, and 6 become much clearer when you begin to realize what's behind the issues and how things came to pass. Because there's a lot of things that really are alluded to in the last 3 films, but they don't make much sense unless you really get the gist of what happens, and you really have to have seen 1, 2, and 3 in order to get it all. You get to see the universe, kind of, in the first 3 films. You know, you get to go to the Senate, you get to go to the center of the galaxy, you get to go to these very sophisticated planets and all this kind of stuff. And you're seeing things that are very sophisticated. You're seeing very sophisticated aliens, all kinds of things that are digitally created, you know, large scope, very vast scale and everything. So then when you get down to episode 4, it's all very small. You know, everything's real tiny. There's no scope to it at all. And it's in a very small corner of the galaxy. You talk about those things, but you never ever get to see them. But of course in this thing, you'll have already seen all those things, so you'll know what they're talking about. And you'll know when he's saying, you know, I'm stuck here in the far corner of the galaxy, you'll know what he's talking about. And you'll realize that he is stuck in a little dim corner of the universe. Found in all living things, around us, flows from us, controls individuals, yet we have free will. We have a destiny if we want to follow it. We live for a reason and must discover what it is. What happens when you go to the dark side is it goes out of balance, and then you get really selfish and you forget about everybody, and you ultimately lead yourself, because when you get selfish, you get stuff, or you want stuff. Mm-hmm. And when you want stuff and you get stuff, then you are afraid somebody's going to take it away from you, whether it's a person or a thing or a particular pleasure, experience. Mm-hmm. Once you become afraid that somebody's going to take it away from you, or you're going to lose it, then you start to become angry, especially if you're losing it. And that anger leads to hate. And hate leads to suffering. Mostly on the part of the person who's selfish, because you spend all your time being afraid of losing everything you've got, right, instead of actually living. Where joy, by giving to other people, you can't think about yourself, and therefore there's no pain. But the pleasure factor of greed and of selfishness is a short-lived experience. Therefore, you're constantly trying to replenish it. But of course, the more you replenish it, the harder it is to, so you have to keep upping the ante. You're actually afraid of the pain of not having the joy. So that is ultimately the core of the whole dark side, light side of the Force. And everything flows from that. Obviously, the Sith are always unhappy because they never get enough of anything they want. Mostly their selfishness centers around power and control. And the struggle is always to be able to let go of all that stuff. And of course, that's the problem with Anakin ultimately is you're allowed to love people, but you're not allowed to possess them. And what he did is that he, fell in love and then married her and then became jealous. And then he saw in his visions that she was going to die. He couldn't stand losing her. So in order to not lose her, he made a pact with the devil to be able to become all-powerful.
I am becoming more powerful than any Jedi has ever dreamed of, and I'm doing it for you.
But of course, when he did that, she didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore. So he lost her.
Anakin, you're breaking my heart.
Once you were powerful, being able to bring her back from the dead, well, if I can do that, then I can be Emperor of the Universe. I can get rid of the Emperor. I can do everything. I can make everything the way I want it.
And together, you and I can rule the galaxy. Make things the way we want them to be.
And once you do that, you'll never be satiated. You're always going to be consumed with this driving desire to have more stuff and be afraid that others are going to take it away from you. And of course they are. Because every time you get two Sith together, you have the master, you have the apprentice, and the apprentice is always trying to recruit another apprentice to join with him to kill the master. And the master knows that he's basically everybody below him wants his job. Only way to overcome the dark side is through discipline. The dark side is pleasure, biological, and temporary, and easy to achieve. The light side is joy, everlasting, and difficult to achieve. The great challenge must overcome laziness, give up quick pleasures, and overcome fear, which leads to hate. It's about good and evil in us, as well as our institutions. So, and the idea that some of us think we're really great people, but in the real world we're not. We're terrible people.
Or you can make bad choices.
Well, you make bad choices, but you run your life in a very selfish way, and you think you're doing good when you're actually not. And at the same time, it's how do democracies turn back into dictatorships? Why do people who have the power to have the freedom and everything turn it over to somebody who's going to take it all away from them? It's happened through history forever and ever, and all Star Wars is a way of updating that idea to say, watch out, because there are people out there who don't play by the rules, and if you're not careful, you're going to lose all your freedom. And at the same time, those people who may not play by the rules because they're selfish and greedy turn themselves into evil people who don't care about other people.
All right, all right. Let's see where we're at in this chat. Same close. Right. She's got... Make her clothes age with her? Yes, she does. How to teleport stuff from billions of years of distance? Yes. Would you guys hate me if I told you I had never watched Last Jedi or Rise of Skywalker? I absolutely hated Force Awakens, that I refused to watch the others. No, on the contrary, good for you, dude. Good for you. Bestest ever. Rey Skywalker. I don't remember that. We're not bad. You didn't suffer. We're happy for you. Edit out the staff. No, it looks like, just skimming through, it looks like the last time she had it was on the Falcon, which would make sense if she later, you know, she owns the Falcon now, so, you know, fuck Chewie. But, so she apparently left it on the Falcon, would have made her lightsaber, and that's that. Just the beginning, you didn't go through much when it's compared to The Last Jedi and Rose of Skywalker. Yeah, they're much worse. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't hate you. I myself have seen TLJ and Tross and envy you. I did watch Rogue One. Thought it was a good sci-fi film, but not Star Wars worthy. It introduced things that would have been used in other films: Death Troopers, Hammerhead, Cruisers, etc. Yeah, no, I agree. Rogue One is fun. It's the closest thing, but it has problems. Now, ironically, as you're a little bit newer, and I don't know if you're aware, Jin is my favorite Star Wars girl. In fact, I think we need some baby gin. But yes, Rogue has problems. She does have it on Luke's Island somehow. I thought she lost that thing. Where on Luke's Island? I don't see it. After she fights Kylo on the Star Destroyer, on the Death Star wreckage, she takes his TIE fighter, lands it on the island, burns it. I don't remember seeing it. Maybe it's there for like one little shot where they screwed up. Appears and disappears out of nowhere. Yeah. Destroy Darth Ball. Rogue One kept trying to remind you it's Star Wars with all the cameo stuff. Yes. Why does she destroy the ball? It's used for training. That thing wasn't gonna kill her or whatever. It's still harmful towards women. Yeah, she has it much later. She leaves it in the Falcon. I don't remember seeing it on the island with Luke after. When she fights Kylo and kills him and then brings him back, after that you don't see it. Rogue One ideas would work very well outside of Star Wars. I don't think you guys would really hate me, but it's good to know you guys got my back on it. Oh, well, I am not my Star Wars after all. Thanks, Roberto, for going to YouNow and supporting over there. James should be too, but you know, you're one of the lucky ones. Yes. Oh, I forgot to mention, you should watch the most recent video I uploaded on my main account if you have time. It's Aurora Uplinks, and the video is a comparison of The Last Jedi to Harry Potter. Well, I'm not going to remember later, so Aurora Uplinks. I see. Is this the same one? A gift for Harvey Cthulhu? Or is that someone else? I see two videos. A gift to Harvey Cthulhu. Hey, on the YouNow side, I'm transmitting from YouTube, so I don't see you guys except when I check over. So for what it's worth, Laura, gracias. Fan trash, hey, little sis. I know you guys were in here earlier, but just for what it's worth, Damien, what's up, bro? Ratchet, thank you for becoming a fan. Chloe, Goddess, thank you for stopping by. Nancy, hey, Queen Nancy, good to see you. Thank you for stopping by, sweetheart. Kenny is Savage, thank you for stopping in. Hey, Nancy. I'm over on the YouTube side, so I don't see you instantaneously. But if you're around, I will check every now and then, so I'll see if anybody comments or whatever. Okay, I'm trying to find your channel, dude. Comparison of is there another Aurora Uplinks? Because I'm finding one that's talking about Doomcock. Let me see your. Yeah, your avatar looks the same. Last Jedi versus Harry Potter. Okay, it shows there. It looks like you're having the James problem. Which I'll put that in my watch later. I subscribed, by the way. Do you have two channels? It looks like you have two channels because your avatar here is the same one as that other channel that has the Harvey Cthulhu. So I'm assuming you have two channels, maybe. Anyways, I found your channel with the Last Jedi, and I will check it out later. And I subscribe to you. I'm still trying to unsee TLJ. Yes, a lot of us are. I rewatched The Last Jedi several times, searching for clips. Unfortunately, Leia Poppins still haunts my nightmares. Yes. In fact, the first version I did was a video watch of it that I then added a bunch of clips over. That's one of my comparisons I make in one of the videos. It's not Leia Poppins, it's Leia the Wizard Witch, because there's a scene in the first Harry Potter film that features a wizard flying just like it. There's so much evidence that this trilogy doesn't know what it's doing, and people are still saying it's amazing and it's just as good as the others. It's under this account technically. Okay, yeah, I found it. That one, yes. I found both, but got you. Modern Lucasfilm and Holly. I subscribe to this one. Modern Lucasfilm and Hollywood continue to say they are fans of their franchises, yet rewrite everything. If you have to rewrite something you love, you never loved it to begin with. Correct. And it's I'll go back to the woman comparison I always make. It's real easy to fall in love with her lady lumps. But at the end of the day, it's the person herself, right? It's the woman herself. And again, if you're gay or you're into men or you're a woman listening to this, whatever your situation is, I just use a woman because I'm a man. So you admire this woman, you think she looks great. There's a lot of things you like about her on the surface, her voice, her hair, her smile, whatever, blah, blah, blah. So I get it that you're drawn into the pew, 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 but do you truly know and understand that woman? And if you don't, then how can you say that you truly love her when you don't even really know her? And it's the same exact thing. People are in love with that it says Star Wars, but if you know and you love Star Wars, then you know that what you're seeing is not matching up with what Star Wars is. So therefore, you're not supporting nor loving or encouraging Star Wars. You're encouraging the mess that Disney's making. Fans of their franchises yet rewrite everything. If you have to rewrite something you love, you never loved it to begin with. Correct. And it goes back to the woman. If you have to change her to be the way that you want her to be, that's not the right woman for you, because you never should have to change someone or something to accommodate you. What you need to do is find something that you genuinely love, adore, care about, whatever, because of what it is, for what it truly is. You appreciate what it is, not because, well, she looks great, but if she was like this, then I would truly like her because she would be the way I want her to be. And that's the same exact thing. You can't do that with Star Wars. Star Wars can't be what you want it to be. Either you appreciate it and love it, or you don't. And it's okay if you don't. But that doesn't mean you have to try to change it for everybody else because you want it to be a certain way. Vader was the first one to see them all. Do you think Vader was the first one to see them all? See who all? What do you mean, James? I like this George Lucas chatter. It's good to hear him happy. Yeah. Charlie Rose shouldn't interrupt him. George sounds so wise. And people in the 2000s thought he was a greedy businessman. He was never greedy. He's given millions, if not billions, away. In particular to educational programs. Has a pleasant voice. Yeah. Now here, see how some of the roofs of the skyscrapers look like modern American buildings? Here, let me look. Let's see. The main building on the left looks a little bit like the Empire State Building. Well, that was something. I'm assuming the George Lucas stuff. It works, but I always pictured Coruscant sort of like old 90s video game buildings that are great giant blocks whenever you're reading the X-Wing books, Lowell. Just huge buildings the size of city blocks high up. Yeah. I think I finally found something more annoying than Rey's staff. There's an image of her like holding it kind of close to her face. I'm pretty sure it's on her right side. I think she's holding it with both hands. And if you zoom in like right here at the top of the hilt, right underneath where the blade's coming out, you can see there's a Phillips head screw in the damn thing. Sequel theory that Palpatine mind wiped Rey and sent her into a position where she would eventually cause the death of every Skywalker by running into them one by one. She started with Han. Yeah, well, it's not a bad theory. She owns Chewie too, I assume. Correct. Rey doesn't own the Falcon. There is no Rey. Falcon belongs to Han and Chewie. End of story. Correct. Yeah, it's just it's silly for anyone to presume that that thing would go to anywhere but Chewie. Not only is it like degrading in the fact that anyone should get it, but it's also degrading in the fact of how people truly see Chewie. At the end of the day, he's just this primitive Wookiee. No, he's a father. He's a husband. He's a hero of the galaxy. He just speaks a different language and looks different. But he actually happens to be very important and very adored by many in the Star Wars universe and fans. And it's basically belittling Chewie, his race, his everything, by being like, well, you know, Rey would just get it. In The Last Jedi. But you meant what? That Vader saw them all? I'm lost on that. Vader was the first one to see them all. To see all those planets, all the stars? Is that what you mean? Is that what you're referring to back when he was little Annie? I don't think he sees them all, bro. That's even too much for Darth Vader. Gina is absolutely beautiful, but I think everything involving her was a waste. No, and I've said it many times again, you weren't around during the Baby Jin era. I love her concept. That she's the daughter of Galen, who does the Death Star, and that she grows up pretty much by herself, so she's tough and, you know, all that. I think they had a great concept. They just didn't execute it correctly. She wasn't written well. Her story jumps around. The rebels act all out of whack. I mean, the movie's just weird. But my personal favorite Star Wars woman is Baby Jin Erso, Felicity Jones. So it's just a little thing here, and it's ironic because I'm, you know, I have so many problems with the Disney stuff, but my favorite Star Wars girl is Jin Erso. So, but I agree. No, she was not used. I think they had a good core concept, but she wasn't done correctly. I also like that she's just a girl. She's not a Jedi. She's not like overly special. She's just a tough cookie because she's been through a lot, and you know, her father happens to be important, and you know, bless her, she gives everything. She has nothing to begin with, but she gives everything to save us, right? To get those plans. So, while Disney has overplayed it, she is one of the most important characters in, well, I don't know. You can't really say canon because it's not canon, but throughout the, let's say, expanded world of Star Wars, she's very important. I sent you a copy of my video link to Twitter. I hope that is okay. Yeah, absolutely. That's fine. Yeah, by all means. That's part of why it's there. You can send the link. You can, I don't know if you DM me, but I'll look at it later when I get a minute. If you ever need to reach me, you can DM me on Twitter. You can DM, there's the Facebook group, NotMyStarWars1977 at Gmail. I always try to be accessible to you guys. Sorry about that. It's confusing because I have two different accounts with the same name. Yeah, no worries. I worked it out. I just wanted to make sure I got the right thing. You're welcome, man. Last Jedi versus Harry Potter. Harry Potter, of course. Okay, good. I wanted to recommend Doomcock to you guys, but didn't want to take away from here. Both of you have been my salvation for Star Wars. My community loves the sequels. I'm very alone. Doomcock is a friend. Doomcock is maybe in a project of mine. I don't want to say too much. I don't know. I don't want to say that I don't agree with him, because there's not really much I disagree with him. He's just different. Like, I do research and I report on factual stuff that I can prove. He does the rumor stuff. I watch his videos. I love his stuff. I'm a big supporter of Doomcock. He's always okay because he clearly states that this is a rumor. If he was out there claiming that this stuff was absolute fact, then that's different. But he's just, usually he's right. And I always felt that he has good intentions. So, by all means, I mention him every now and then, and Doomcock gets lots of love here. I think he has his own kind of perception or view of things because of the information he's fed. So we just have to remember that while he has the good intentions, we don't know the people that are sending this information. They could be just putting him in circles or lying to him or whatever. So, that's the only thing. I don't like to do that because I don't want to be put in a position of you were guessing or you were, just making an opinion or this, because I try to avoid that as much as possible. I try to come with straight facts on this channel. And that's just how I do. Doesn't mean I'm any better or less than anyone else. But with that said, no, of course, Doomcock gets a lot of love here, at least for me. I recently played Final Fantasy VII Remake, and I made a clip of a shot of Aerith's dress. Posted it on YouTube today, and already it has 68 views. Honestly, surprised by that. You'd be very surprised. Anything that any video could take off. So, stuff that you think is going to be great. That Andor documentary right now should have thousands and thousands of views. But it is what it is. That's the problem Clark Kent never learned in Smallville with his crush on Lana. He shouldn't have changed himself just to be the guy to get Lana. Correct. Because at the end of the day, guys, looks are great, and the effects, the sounds, her perfume, all of that is real great. But at the end of the day, you're going to get past the stage of the newness and the excitement, and you're going to realize who that person or that story or that movie or franchise or whatever really is. And that's what you need to look at. Or do you truly love what it really is, or were you lusting over what you thought it was? And a lot of people lust over what they think Star Wars is. But few people truly know her and love her genuinely. Aunt Beru's blue milkshakes brought all the boys to the yard. They sure did. All three on Tatooine. Oh, that's funny. That definitely deserves. That was good. In episode 1, when Anakin was a kid, he talks about being the first one to see everything in the galaxy. Do you think Vader went everywhere? Okay, so I kind of answered that. Yes, good callback. No way can you see them all. Did he see a lot more than most people? Well, yeah, I'm sure he did. But see them all? No way. Not even a fraction. That image looks weird. It doesn't look like Coruscant. Well, I might have had to resize a little bit, so it might be a little bit distorted. Although I don't think so, because those are the ones they gave us for webinars and stuff. But it is an official. Look at the bottom right. Of course not. First one to see them all, yes. Why don't you do a Lego story like that? Like, I'm going to be the first one to build them all, or see all the bricks, or something like that. Use yourself as like baby Anakin, the metaphor, or little Anakin. So if that Coruscant image, you have the modern age rooftops, then that technically is an OG Coruscant. I think it's Coruscant. Compare, MJ. You're saying that it looks different to you. I'd have to look. He's very advanced too. Doomcock? Expanding on Wookiees is the one good thing of the holiday special. Yeah. Oh, Chewie. Well, I wouldn't say it's the one good thing. The Boba Fett cartoon is, I love it. Princess Leia singing at the end, she does a pretty good job. It has its little charms. Expanding on Wookiees is the one good thing of the holiday special, yeah. Just as Ahsoka started as Lucas's idea, she's now Filoni's fan fiction. Insert Rey is KK's fan. Insert yep. Respect Wookiees, yes. With a bit more polish, it could have really been amazing. Oh, absolutely. Yep. Any juicy Disney gossip this week? Not really. The only thing I kind of have on that is the High Republic stuff, the authors, which I'll have that video out soon. But not really. Haven't looked in a day or two. I can peek real quick. Stock dropped a little bit, but it's around the same. Oh, here's something. August 12th is quarter 3 earnings result. So a little over a month from now, next month we'll have 5-6 weeks. We'll have the next quarter report. So look forward to that. You know, I'll definitely be covering that. All right, I got Aurora there. Let me see if there's anything happening over here on YouNow. Callentine, yes, Callentine, Nancy Callentine. Drop a like. Unofficial vape god, thank you for stopping by if you're around. Callentine, Nancy. When he becomes the second most powerful man in the Empire, he has to have traveled all over the place. Yeah, no, he definitely would have been a lot of places. He would have seen a lot of sectors that the average person wouldn't. Absolutely, but all? No. Juicy, well, wet like the sea. Little Mermaid remake, I hear. Yeah, I saw something about that today, that they gender swapped. Not Little Mermaid. Well, there is. It's supposed to be a little black mermaid, a little black girl. Which is fine. It can be anything, but it goes back to the problem that we're having with all these properties. They're switching out the original character for something else. It's like, just make a new character that's Asian or black or whatever. Don't change Spider-Man into something that he's not. Anyways, what I saw was that Sleeping Beauty got gender swapped. Gender or race swapped, I forget. I think race swapped. Though I doubt he massacred any of the planets like people in Disney believe he does. Here's the thing. If you have all this power, right? Why do you want the power? So that you can rule over nations and planets. Okay, so if you want to rule over planets, then you kind of have to keep the planets around to rule over them. Just going around blowing them up doesn't make any sense. The point is intimidation. Now, with Alderaan, that was a sign of, okay, you see, guys, we're not playing around. We can blow up planets. So that particular one, combined with Leia being there and her being part of the Senate, and they knew she's a rebel spy, and that had a point to it. But just going around blowing up planets doesn't really do much for you. It just is going to encourage people to fight against you. Vader kills everyone on a planet for sport. No. I think Vader kills very little people, to be honest with you. Vader never seemed like a needless killer. He did what he did because it was expedient and helped make the Empire more efficient. Correct. Now, I'm not saying he wouldn't throw the smackdown. I'm not saying that he didn't kill anybody. But I'm pretty sure that from the moment he gets in that suit to when we see him against Obi-Wan or even through Jedi, he faces very few, if any, foes. His lightsaber's been collecting dust. In The Last Jedi, Rey has her staff with her. Yes, but I'm talking about the last time we see it in Rise of Skywalker, later in the Falcon, because that correlates to when and how she makes her gold lightsaber. Falcon is a total slap to his face. F Disney, yes. It's a slap to Han. It's a slap to Chewie. It's a slap to the fans. It's a flat slap to Kashyyyk. It's like a whole wave, a whole ripple of I don't believe there's any civil war at Lucasfilm. They're all friends, happy to ignore canon. Maybe just KK had some problems with Iger. Yeah, no, they're all again, guys, corporations don't work that way. Corporations don't have, like, the tire department is making tires size 36, but the rim department is like, well, we want rims to be size 37, so we're just going to do that because that's what we want to do. Then when you go to sell the rim and tire set, the tires don't fit because they're 36 on fitting onto a rim that's 37. That's not how corporations work. Corporations work on the same page. Now, you have different divisions all over the country. Yes, not every rule is the same in every shop. Yes, some things work a certain way, a certain flow in one place, and they work in a different place. But at the end of the day, they have to produce a product that fits with their other products, that within all of that fits within the brand, because that's what they're selling. It's not just like, okay, well, you guys go over there and you make Star Wars stuff, and you guys go over there and you make Star Wars stuff, and it's okay if you contradict over here because, we're all just whatever. No, it's not how it works. It works where we have a general goal. We're going in a direction, the sequel trilogy, and therefore everything that's being created has that in mind and is revolving around that. You don't have one division like, hey, I'm going to make Ahsoka do this, and then another division be like, no, Ahsoka's going to do that. All of those changes, all of those retcons, all of those, that's all directly Dave Filoni contradicting himself. It's not a civil war. It's not two different departments doing things. It's not that Favreau and Filoni are doing real Star Wars, The Mandalorian, and everyone else is doing, because Filoni also did the Martez sisters. Everybody conveniently, when it's like something that they don't want to have to admit about Filoni, they forget about it. But then they're like, oh, season 7 and Bad Batch and The Mandalorian. And remember, this is all the same guy that's contradicting himself. Rebels, Resistance, all of this is Dave Filoni. And it all contradicts itself. I come here for Doomcock's Friday Night Frolics. I'm glad to meet a fellow friend from there. Oh, of course. Absolutely. You're always welcome here, as is Doomcock. Aunt Beru was hot in episode 2 and 3. Yeah, she was cute. She's, well, one, she's supposedly back in the Obi-Wan show. They've showed her on set, so. Or not on set, but in an interview. I wasn't expecting that hand clapping clip. Yes. It comes out every now and then. Technically, Vader could see them all when he became a Force ghost. But yes. He sure could. The image, a good point there, MJ. The image from 2020, Disney version of Coruscant. Maybe that is possible. A Pablo Hidalgo retouch. There's some cool future cities in Stargate Atlantis. We only see 2 or 3 examples, but the best one is the flying cities, which are sort of cool, but they are sort of small compared to Coruscant. I say it looks like Earth if the Republic traded tech with us. It kind of is. I like the holiday specials, but people don't respond well to me saying that. Yeah, a lot of people say it to me too. I like it. Yes, it's cringy. It has its moments. It looks very low production compared to the movies and all that. But you see Kashyyyk, you see some of the culture, you see Chewie's family, you meet Boba Fett. There's a lot of cool stuff in there. No, I'm not saying it's great or that it all should be canon or, but it's fun. Let me tell you something. In 77 or 78, when we had just come off of Star Wars, you're a little kid and it's Christmas and you got that, you were damn happy. I can't watch it much, but I actually like that it was made. Made is the best way to put it. It's important lore building. Yeah. I just watched it yesterday, ironically. As a big fan, Roberto watched a little bit with me. As big a Star Wars fan as I am, I still haven't seen the holiday special yet, but I'm aware of Happy Life Day. Correct. Well, remember, it's on my channel. You can watch it anytime. I heard they're getting a black person to play Snow White, which kind of ruins the reason why she's called Snow White. Correct. That's what I was referring to. Why not just create a new princess story, something similar, not the same story where she eats the apple and... Or no, that's Sleeping Beauty, right? Still. Make something similar. Imagine the story of someone like Yoda that wants to visit every star system and has a huge checklist. Yoda the tourist. Nice. With a little camera hanging, the strap hanging around his neck. I like it. Not gender swap, race swap. Now some characters can be race swapped. Michael Clark Duncan's Kingpin was an example of race swap done right. Race swapping Ariel is a big no-no. Yes. Absolutely. Yeah, he did a good job. I like him as Kingpin. The Empire with Death Star is essentially the opposite to our history, where is the Nazis built nukes before America. Yes. Oh, I felt I should warn you. I timed the video poorly, so you have to pause to read in between scenes the text. It's badly timed silent film in effect. No worries. I'm the only person upset that Saul Guerrera dies like Chewbacca dies in the EU, saving others from a planet that will soon explode, but he's left behind. The EU did it better. Yes. I'm not a big fan of Saul, but yeah. Your excuse, please leave. Always felt Force users should have been there and Han flying so they could force lift Chewie into the Falcon or force lift the child while Chewie's in the cockpit. And Chewie got mooned to death in that one book. Best death scene ever. Awesome. When I have time, I'll watch it. Oh yeah, the holiday special. Yeah, it's been on there. I put it last November, a little bit before Disney did, because I knew it was coming, and I knew their little Lego thing was coming, so I put it up. They've blocked it in certain areas and it can't be monetized, but it's there. You should be able to watch it. It's fun. It's not something you're going to watch over and over again. You might watch it once and then see it again 10 years later. But, I mean, if you love Star Wars, it's worth a watch. It has its moments. The Boba Fett cartoon is awesome. And it's neat seeing the Bakas in their right up in the tree hut and how they live and their lifestyle and all that. And they have a little drama with stormtroopers and all that mess. It's cool. I just asked you, Nancy, are you around? I see that you said, hey, Casper, thanks for inviting, bro. Nancy, are you still around? I see that you said I'm only here for Itchy. I hate it. Disney changed Boba Fett ship name. Yeah, I'm going to be talking about that in here just a little bit. Tucker, love, beauty, family. If you're still around, thanks for stopping by. Nancy, are you around? I'm here for Itchy. You're awesome, Nance. Interesting points. What if Filoni is also introducing plot paradoxes, not only contradictions? Paradoxes have solutions, and contradictions simply cancel each other out. There's tons of stuff they could do, but here's the problem: is that's not Star Wars. There's no other timeline. There's no multiverse. There's no like paradox that shifts this. That was the point of George Lucas's magic, is the continuity, that he would just tell a story that made sense. You don't have to twist and tweak and go back and jump and fix and just squeeze in. There was none of that. It was, I've planned it out. I have a story. I'm just going to tell that story. That's proper storytelling, not going back and like switching and alternating and fixing things. That's the key issue, is they're doing everything to fix things rather than just doing it because it makes logical sense in the story. That Snow White actress is annoying. She acts like Disney never had different ethnic princesses, and Ariel had a black friend that was deaf in the cartoon series. My other issue with Disney and this diversity thing, they own the Brandy version of Cinderella, who they forget about all the time. That's true. I forgot all about that even exists. That's right. True indeed. I guess Nancy maybe left. Nancy, if you pop back up, let me know. It's important because you mentioned Itchy. That's so funny, because I was thinking about it and then I came over and looked and you had mentioned Itchy. That's so funny. Okay. Give me 2 minutes. I put a pot of coffee on, so it's been like probably half an hour or something, so I know it's ready. So I'm going to run downstairs, grab a cup of coffee. I'll be right back, and we'll get into this next article. So I will be right back. To be fair, George went back and fixed the OT. Even Tolkien went back and fixed The Hobbit. Yeah, but that's polishing or tweaking something that was good to begin with. Not, you know, you got a whole pile of shit and now you got to try to make it look like something. That's totally different. To fix this, George would have to remake all of it. I'm having some serious deja vu. I guess I better take Yoda's advice and just let go. Yes. Well, Obi-Wan's advice, technically. Use the Force, Luke. Let go. I'm getting tired. Can't stay up anymore. Okay, James, have a good night. Lightweight. It's 5 in the morning. You're excused. Fair point. Yeah. I mean, you know, one thing is to like go in and fix a couple little things. Another thing is like, you fucked up my whole fucking shit. And I got to come back and try to make it work. You know, that's a whole other level. All right. I'll be right back. I'll play I'll play something for you. But anyways, I'll literally be back in 2 minutes. I'm just going to grab a cup of coffee and then let's get to this next article. So I'll be right back. Let me throw something on for you guys.
Funding for this program is brought to you in part by
historical fiction thriller called All Up. Basically, it's supposed to be, I tried very hard to make it an entertaining, page-turning book about the first space age. It comes out on July 14th. It's you can get it as a Kindle book or Apple book, and there'll be an audio book, but it won't be coming out. The audio book will be a little bit later, August or September. And it's, you know, it's a book about what I consider to be, you know, the great adventure of the 20th century. The development of the rocket, which happens during World War II and before World War II with Robert Goddard, and then with the secret German weapons program during World War II, and MI6 is trying to figure out what the Germans are doing. There's a lot of cat and mouse, and a lot of intrigue, and it's all very interesting, I thought. And it was a ton of research behind it. So about 90% of the book, I'd say, is based on what really happened. 10% is either speculation or stuff that can't be proved definitively. But and then it goes into the space race and the Apollo 11 trip to the moon. And I think people who give it a chance and read the first 50 pages will be hooked. I'll go out on a limb and say that. Obviously, no book is for everyone, but I hope people who have read my other books will give it a chance, because it's a behind-the-scenes book. In the same way that's making a Star Wars and Indiana Jones and Alien the behind-the-scenes books, this is also a behind-the-scenes book.
And by the annual financial support of viewers like you.
Right on time. That's like a perfect little coffee break, coffee refill. Intermission there. Coco, gracias. All right. Let's see what you guys are talking about. Fair point. I hear you. Mojo, what's up, bro? Shifting in and out of consciousness. Didn't sleep last night. No, I'm losing another one. All right, let's get through this next article. This is like the other Leslye. What's going on over here? That's not a cup. That's a bucket, bro. My coffee cup. Too hot. We're getting some insulation work done in the house. Delicioso café, yes. Can't sleep early and have to wake up early. I hear you. I love coffee, even at night. It's crazy. I can fall asleep drinking coffee, ironically. And I like a lot of coffee from a lot of different places, but what I typically drink, and the only reason I mention this is because Roberto said delicioso. What I usually drink is Colombian coffee. I like Colombian coffee, although I like quite a few. Frappe, yes, frappe I have. I like the oh shoot, now I forget the name. I used to get it from Starbucks all the time. The mocha frap, but it had a name. But yeah, I like that. I'm the opposite. I drink coffee and I feel like a crackhead for a few hours. I mean, I drink it like in the morning. I can't really start my day unless I have coffee. I like to have breakfast, but even if I don't have time to eat or I just munch on something, I have to have coffee. If I don't have coffee, you can forget it. I'm like in a bad mood and I can't function. I don't wake up properly. So I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I can have coffee at night. All right. This article is like the Leslye Headland. I haven't read it, so this is going to be kind of a live reaction as well. I don't know if you guys saw it, but It's called How Disney Mismanaged the Star Wars Universe and How the Mandalorian Can Restore the True Power of George Lucas's Galaxy. This came out the same day, July 21st. Let's take a look. When I look out my window, a few floors up in New York City, I see Star Wars, rooftop bouquets of dirty satellite dishes, jumbled architectural styles, united by peeling paint, variously shaped and largely face-masked life forms jostling on the sidewalk. Each sign of shabby modernity feels like something I glimpsed in childhood while hypnotized by George Lucas. In the director's 1977 space fantasy, wizards lived in what appeared to be crumbling stucco huts. The moon-sized super weapons had onboard trash compactors. As a kid, I believed that Earth was just another planet in Lucas's universe. Today, I'm still susceptible to that lovely illusion. Okay. Again, we all see things the way that we see them. The way that I see this is the same fucking problem we have with Star Wars. That you are imagining Star Wars in your way to relate to it. You are referring to Star Wars as New York City. Star Wars is not New York City. Does not look anything like New York City. It's not jumbled architectural styles. It's very planned out and thought out. These are some of the biggest problems we're having with Star Wars right now, is they want to make everything today with today's politics and relating to the Earth and how we associate. You have to stop pandering to people, Disney. You have to stop trying to make Star Wars for certain people. You just need to make Star Wars. Star Wars was beloved because of what it is, not because it was trying to please everyone. And when you've got people saying stuff like this, like it reminds me of New York City, I get the sentiment, but no, it doesn't remind you. Coruscant looks nothing like New York City. There is no city that has that many buildings where the entire planet is a city and everything is flying because there's no street. Not to mention it's 5,000 plus levels down. People too much are trying to associate Star Wars with modern day, with the Earth, with us, with our politics, with our life, and that's where it's going wrong. That's the problem. The Star Wars franchise offers action and escapism, but re-enchanting our own world was always its greatest trick. As Luke Skywalker rises from backwater farmhand to galactic savior over the course of the first three films, audiences gain a visceral sense of why the galaxy he lives in is worth saving. Debris-strewn sets convey that exotic planets have history and commerce. Silly-looking critters and robots carry themselves with dignity and purpose. A supernatural force hums throughout the interstellar menagerie. Viewers come to feel a humanistic or even animistic connection. Star Wars immerses you in the awesome knowledge that peripheral things, the neighbors you don't understand, the buildings you don't notice, have their own sagas. Right now, Star Wars is at a turning point. Lucas's original vision famously inspired an edge of big-budget blockbuster movies whose creators, just as famously, eventually ran out of new ideas and came to rely on sequel and spin-offs. Inevitably, Star Wars itself has come to that fate. After releasing a divisive trio of prequels around the turn of the millennium, in 2012, Lucas sold his franchise to Disney, Hollywood's chief recycler of old stories. Fresh Star Wars films began to roll out in 2015. Though early acclaim and profits were impressive, creative troubles began to hurt the bottom line. In 2019, dismayed reviews and relatively soft ticket sales greeted the rise of Skywalker, the finale of the trilogy set 30 years after the action of the first films. Around that time, Disney CEO Bob Iger announced a movie-making hiatus from Star Wars. I don't know about divisive trio of prequels. I don't think they were divisive. They were Star Wars. He was telling the story. You know who Anakin is now. I don't know where the divisive part comes from, but okay. Had Lucas's galaxy lost its power, or had its new steward simply mismanaged it? The recent success of a remarkable Star Wars television series suggests the latter. While the streaming TV service Disney Plus launched in late 2019, it features The Mandalorian, which picks up 5 years after the events of the original trilogy and follows the adventures of a mysterious mercenary who has sworn never to take off his helmet. By the end of season 2, a critical consensus had emerged. It was the best live-action Star Wars product to arrive since the early 1980s. Millions of viewers cooed over the short-statured enigma known to fans as Baby Yoda, who has a price of his adorable head for unknown reasons. As the Mandalorian's laconic and lethal hero travels from one planet to the next, the sublime feeling of immersion that laced Lucas's early movies reemerges. To watch the show and then look back at the sweep of Star Wars history is to understand where that feeling comes from and why most of Hollywood's hero-driven, special effects-laden fantasies never attain it. The plot of The Mandalorian unspools like a thin, near invisible thread. Each week, the protagonist completes a discrete quest that unobtrusively points the way toward the next quest. Absolutely incorrect. The pleasure of watching lies very much in the journey and not the destination. This episodic, open-ended style of entertainment is a hallmark of dramatic TV, but it's also very Star Wars. Soon after its initial success, the first movie was retitled Episode 4, A New Hope, because Lucas wanted viewers to feel as though the film were one chapter in an ongoing Saturday morning serial. In the new book, Secrets of the Force, Complete Uncensored Unauthorized Oral History of Star Wars by Edward Gross and Mark Altman, Lucas says that this of his work on the first film, it's always been what you might call a good man in search of a story. Okay, first, each week the protagonist completes a discrete quest that unobtrusively points the way towards the next quest. That is absolutely incorrect. The Mandalorian is all over the place, and he just ends up where he ends up. There's no, like, this leads to that, to this. There's, like, 1 or 2 episodes that do that, but not the overall show is all over the place. There is no... So that's totally wrong. Very first Star Wars, soon after its initial success, the movie was retitled Episode 4, A New Hope, because Lucas wanted viewers to feel as though the film was one chapter in an ongoing Saturday morning serial. No, incorrect. Empire came out. Empire had 5 on it, and in the re-release, Lucas, it should have been 1980, I believe, as well, changed it to A New Hope. Why? Because of Empire. Because he could finally make Empire. Therefore, Empire was Episode 5, the next chapter. And logically, A New Hope had to become Episode 4. So it was actually after Empire. And because of Empire. What Lucas means is that when conceiving Star Wars, he dreamed first of visuals, concepts, and feelings, not a plot. No. He actually the opposite. He felt drawn to make a movie in outer space like Flash Gordon used to be. Ray guns, running around in spaceships, shooting at each other. He also wanted to mash up tropes from samurai films, westerns, and spy flicks. Above all, he wanted a look and feel that prized credibility rather than the clean, sleek sci-fi of 1950 serials and 2001: A Space Odyssey. His own days working in a greasy mechanic shop, plus the thought of NASA's Apollo capsule returning from the moon full of candy wrappers and old tang jars, informed that vision. This is the opposite. No, he had a story. He had a plot. Was it all fleshed out and perfect and ready and all the details? No, but he had the story first. Then he started worrying about the visuals and concepts. That's why he created ILM, so that he could manifest these things. But first and foremost, he had the story of Star Wars. That's what he sold. He didn't sell visual effects. He sold the story of Star Wars. Without a narrative he was burning to tell, Lucas had trouble turning such notions into a workable screenplay. He wrote multiple overlong drafts that each radically refigured its character arcs and themes. Eventually, he arrived at a relatively straightforward tale modeled on ancient legends. Lucas had been reading the works of Joseph Campbell, a literary scholar who identified a monomyth with a predictable structure, occurring across cultures throughout the centuries. Star Wars would be a chosen one story. Luke Skywalker was like King Arthur of Siddhartha Gautama. This blueprint, with its prescribed wise mentor figures, talismanic weapons, and trusty sidekicks, helped make the mess of a script gel. Okay, sorry. Again, I don't agree with this because no, it wasn't pew-pews and lightsabers that made Star Wars work. On the contrary, the script is exactly what worked. All the other stuff is just exposition to show you and explain it. But the reason why Star Wars is successful is because it is the hero's journey. The story is what makes Star Wars, not the lightsabers. Star Wars franchise offers action and escapism, but re-enchanting our own world was always its greatest trick. Lucas reverse-engineered fairy tale resonated with audiences, but Star Wars aficionados tend to overrate plot when explaining his success. Books have been written about the profundity of Luke's search for identity. In the new oral history, the critic Roy Morton articulates conventional wisdom when he argues that Lucas's most significant creative decision in crafting the script was to draw from myths. Disney's chief Star Wars executive, Kathleen Kennedy, says that what was really important to Lucas, and certainly important to me, was story. Oh, really? Whenever Star Wars films have faltered with audiences, commentators have blamed shoddy storytelling, the needless complexity of Lucas's prequels, the inconsistent logic of Disney's sequels. I love that Kathleen says, what's really important is the story, because, there is no source material. Yet the hero's journey in the original movies was always sketchy. The opening 15 minutes of A New Hope feature strikingly few recognizable human characters, and Luke Skywalker is usually the least interesting thing in any scene that follows. Huh? The fucking movie's about Luke Skywalker. A lot of the film suspense derives from wondering what the movie's about. The touristic curiosity of where is this going, then from tracking clues to how Luke will fulfill his destiny. Secrets of the Force documents that the trilogy's iconic twist, which would seem key to choreographing a monomyth, nearly weren't filmed. In the shooting script for A New Hope, the mentor figure, Obi-Wan Kenobi, survives to the end rather than dying midway through. Some drafts of the second film, The Empire Strikes Back, don't dictate that the evil Darth Vader is Luke's father. Glorious though such surprises are, Lucas's work wasn't driven by them. Okay, so he's basically saying that A New Hope was not really about Luke. You have not really interesting about Luke, and you have no clue of where it's going. I don't know. Did we see the same film? In fact, the story crescendos are compelling because they double as world building. Learning who Darth Vader really is raises a host of tantalizing questions about the history of the galaxy, not least, how does someone become Darth Vader? Kenobi's early movie references to mysterious concepts such as the Dark Times, exposition left unfinished once he dies, also spark rich intrigue. Lucas makes movies that are intentionally designed to have holes in them that need to be filled later. The producer Brian Weiss says in the oral history, he's right except for one thing. Do they need to be filled in? Many a mediocre Star Wars producer has arisen from trying to define every entry in the galactic glossary. The original films work precisely because of the holes. Which holes specifically? Again, that's the point of 1 through 6. That's why they maintain canon, because there's not holes. There are no holes. Lucas makes movies that are intentionally designed to have holes in them that need to be filled later. No, that's absolutely incorrect. You don't need to see anything outside of 1 through 6 to understand the Skywalker legacy, see the Skywalker saga, know why it all happens, who Anakin is, why he turns to Vader, his destruction as Vader, who his children are, and how he gets redeemed by his son. There's nothing there. There's no hole. There's no you need to see anything else. Do we want more because it's so freaking good? Yes. Do you need? There are no holes. They also work because Lucas, as a filmmaker, was fastidious about blending novelty with naturalism. Directing the initial movie, he insisted that the sets be streaked with scum and scorch marks. He spliced together footage of World War II dogfights and then invented special effects to make space battles look like those dogfights. When the time came to shoot, Mark Hamill, who plays Luke, first delivered his lines with campy panache, but Lucas encouraged him to be more low-key. These actors believed the world they were in. Liam Neeson, a star of 1999's The Phantom Menace, says in Secrets of the Force, believed the world they were in. Mark Hamill jumps into his speeder and poof, he's off. To them, it was everyday stuff. Such far-out realism has rarely been achieved since then. In the dreary prequels, Lucas went overboard, and then novel computer-generated imagery losing the lived-in feel he'd once prized. The Disney sequels are too frantically paced and too packed with winks to old Star Wars films for viewers to settle in with the new sets, creatures, and costumes. Both of those later trilogies told strenuously mythic stories. The prequels followed the tragic transformation of a hero into a villain, and the Disney movies amounted to another chosen one tale. The flaws of their scripts have been rightly scrutinized, but fixing those flaws would not solve the more fundamental failures of execution. When Star Wars is bad, its galaxy feels like a thing on a screen, not a place you can go. The world of The Mandalorian, thankfully, is sturdy, like well-worn concrete. The hero flies a rickety ship modeled on a 70s warplane. Baby Yoda's twitching puppet ears convey the expressive range of actual toddlers. Most important, the showrunner, Jon Favreau, has absorbed the take-your-time exploratory ethos of Lucas's first trilogy. One early episode spends 10 dialogue-free minutes following the Mandalorian as he tries to survive an arid planet. 2 episodes later, the Mandalorian arrives in a forested village where locals harvest bioluminescent krill from ponds. He doesn't just save the village from a hostile tribe's attack, he moves in to live the Star Wars simple life for a few weeks. Well, first of all, he didn't do anything. Him and Cara Dune and all the villagers did something. It's not like he came in and saved them. Yeah. Such wanderings do have a mythic quality. The Mandalorian and Baby Yoda are an odd couple. Protector and charge. Father and son, man and beast. There is also a running plot involving a black-armored arch-villain that fulfills the demands of modern blockbusters to set up future spin-offs. 10 other Star Wars shows were announced in December. When the second season culminated in a CGI-assisted cameo from the original trilogy cast, some critics fretted that the show was about to devolve into Hollywood hackery. But thus far, archetypical storytelling and serialized intrigue, ingredients often misused in franchise-driven entertainment, have mainly just anchored Favreau's careful creative riffing. If the miracle of the Mandalorian continues, viewers of future seasons will only rarely notice an overdetermined hand of fate guiding the action. They'll instead continue to be caught up in individual moments. To cheer for a Hollywood product that emphasizes look and feel rather than story and character may sound superficial, but in life, aesthetics are not incidental. The dents on a vehicle tell a story, so does the glint in a stranger's eyes. Tidy plots are scarce, and populations do not readily divide into chosen ones and unchosen ones. Star Wars has proved that mass entertainment can wake us up to such realities. My favorite of the many arcs in The Mandalorian involves a frog-like creature carrying her unhatched eggs to another planet. Because the alien doesn't speak his language, the Mandalorian treats her coldly until she commandeers a droid's translation system and delivers a desperate plea for help. Watching that scene jangled my empathy so much that I began to look even at subway rats with a sense of wonder. They are characters in this galaxy too. Okay. I don't know how you jump from a Star Wars frog that can talk and move and fight and to a rat on a New York subway. Okay. Well, that wasn't that interesting. But I think it's interesting in the fact that, again, it goes back to the Leslye Headland thing. People that don't get Star Wars want to dictate what Star Wars is. And that's why we are where we're at. People that don't know what the hell they're doing being involved. So anyways, there you go. There's the Atlantic. Not really anything too special there. All right, let me, I'm going to get this out of the way because it's a quick 2 little second thing. Might as well just get it right out of the way. This is from the Hollywood Reporter, they have like a little side thing they do, Heat Vision, June 25th, 2021. It's a very little thing, but speaking of Star Wars, let's punch it and end the week with a scoop from a galaxy far, far away. A mystery behind Patty Jenkins' Star Wars movie has been solved. Matthew Robinson, who co-wrote and co-directed the 2009 Ricky Gervais comedy, The Invention of Lying, which I do not know, but maybe some of you do, is penning the script to Rogue Squadron, which Jenkins will direct for Lucasfilm and Disney. Sources say Robinson is furiously keyboarding away on a draft. The project is hoping to go into pre-production this fall for a shoot sometime in 2022. It has a December 22nd, 2023 release date. Okay, so number one, I don't know who this guy is, but if you do, there you go. He's writing for Rogue Squadron. He's from The Invention of Lying, which I don't know that. A couple things that are interesting, that we know that the next Disney movie here is slated for December 22nd, 2023. So they're running out of time because right now they don't have any movies in production. They're hanging on to a thread with Disney Plus and they need to get this Patty Jenkins movie written and ready by Christmas of 23. Now that gives them 2 years, technically, a little over 2 years, but it's pushing it. I also want to mention that when it was announced Patty was doing Rogue Squadron, they did this whole video of her, you know, my dad was a pilot when I was growing up, and I used to come to the base all the time and see him, and I had written the story about, you know, flight, but I didn't know where to take it or what to do with it until the right time came, and it's perfect working with Disney to make Star Wars. We're going to do Rogue Squadron, and it's basically going to be an adaptation of what she used to see her father or grandfather, I forget which one, I think father, would do as an Air Force pilot. Okay, great. That gives her some insight, and it could be neat and all that. But they made this big hoopla about it would be her story about her father and her experience as an Air Force brat, and that it was not going to be about Wedge and the actual Rogue Squadron. Now we're finding out that someone else is writing it. So either what she had was terrible, or she didn't really have that much. She just had a concept, because she made it all like, man, I had this story for years. I've been holding it, and I'm ready to make a movie out of it. And now we're going to make Rogue Squadron. It's a perfect fit. Star Wars and jet fighters. But yet here we are, about a week ago, where it's being revealed that this guy is penning the script to Rogue Squadron. So, one, Patty obviously didn't have it together. They got this guy that's going to have to write it. What does he know about Star Wars? I have no clue. Probably nothing. But two, it also shows you they haven't even gotten the script together. Never mind any pre-production. All right? So Disney is, as usual, unplanned things and doing everything at the last minute. This movie is going to be rushed, made in a year and a half, and we already know what's going to happen. It's going to be freaking trash. Because it's not going to do anything about, it's not going to be anything about actual Rogue Squadron. It's going to be some remake that they rushed together in a year. So there you go. Let me catch up with your comments. That's a bucket. Frappe, yes, I have. Drink coffee like a crackhead. Colombian, nice. Is tea now caffeinated with relaxing herbs for perfect balance and focus and calm? Yeah, no, tea's nice. I just, man, in the morning, I don't move. I'm like totally foggy headed. I have to have coffee. I like to eat sweetbread. In fact, I've been really thinking about it. I'm not making any promises, but I've been thinking about over on YouNow doing a like a morning, early afternoon coffee show. Just kind of hanging out and having coffee and talking about the world, talking about life, whatever. So that may be coming. I'm thinking of doing like, you know, it's a little hour thing in the morning, just hanging out, having coffee and talking smack, see whatever is going on in the news or whatever. So that may happen. I like to eat sweetbread or conchas mexicanas. It's bread with coffee. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Swear not to remove his helmet, yet he removes his helmet. Mission failed. Yes. Because Mandalorians don't take off their helmets, although every Mandalorian we've ever known or seen has taken off his helmet. They want to cater to people who don't really like fantasy and who are too rigid to just sit back and enjoy the ride. These people suck the life and drain the properties out of anything fun. Correct. They're entertainment. They're life vampires. They're trying to get people that aren't into Star Wars into Star Wars. But you have to understand, Disney, that people that like Star Wars are certain types of people. Not everybody's going to love Star Wars. And the more you try to twist it to make it so that people will like it, the more you're getting away from what Star Wars actually was. So why did you buy the property to begin with? Why didn't you just make up some new space thing where you can make up all kinds of fucked up canon? Just because, you know, toys. If there's people that can't just sit back and appreciate Star Wars for what it is, then it's not for you to begin with. You're twisting it and tweaking it is not going to make it work. It's going to get them to watch it because, oh, look, there's a character that looks just like me. And then they'll watch it for 10 minutes and be like, well, I don't know, I'm not into this space stuff. So what's the point? You're trying to bring in people that wouldn't be interested anyways. That's like luring people into a racetrack when half those people aren't going to want to drive that fast or be a racer or be involved in racing. It's silly. What do casinos do? Casinos, they get you in because most of them have free drinks. Sometimes you get a free buffet. Stuff like that. Why? Because that's to lure you in to the casino. But after half an hour, 15 minutes, you're going to know if you feel uncomfortable in a casino. Or you'll be there like 3 hours later, like, holy shit, I love these machines. Oh, man. And you're just dumping, pushing, popping buttons. You're going to like the casino or you're not. So, yes, it's good that they draw people in to try the experience. But at the end of the day, either they're going to like it or not. You can't try to deceive people that it's something other than a casino. And that's what Disney's trying to do, is deceive people to think, oh, well, see, Star Wars is all these things for everybody. And then when you get to the core of it, people are just going to be like, well, but this doesn't interest me, or it does. But not because you're doing all the pandering, because at the end of the day, at the core, the root of it, they're going to say, oh, okay, this is a cool universe. Star Wars is not supported to look like Earth architecture. Supposed to look like Earth architecture. When we see A New Hope, there is not 70s designs. Correct. Star Wars is meant to be a galaxy a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Nothing. If it looks like Earth, you're failed. You're doing it wrong. What Dead Girl said. Yes. You hit the nail on the head. Yep. KK quote. No source material. Well, the polygraph determined that was a lie. What holes? The writer is not subjective giving the character. He tries to tell us times how wonderful is Disney or how not capable is Lucas. Messy article. Correct. Main holes in 789 are the ones in KK's, Ryan's, and Abrams' heads. Correct. I should think that you Jedi would have more respect for the difference between knowledge and wisdom. Correct. Overreached, especially the last sentence. Correct. Oh, another script writer that most likely doesn't know canon. Correct. The invention of lying was just okay. Nothing amazing, though. Yes. That Patty flight talk was something she showcased in Wonder Woman. Either she's obsessed or she's load of crock. Yeah, probably both. When it was first announced, she said the script was almost done. Correct. And you see that they just now brought in this guy because either A, she was lying and it wasn't nearly where she was making you think it was, or B, it was shit. And they're like, no, we got to rework this whole thing. Or who knows, maybe it was good, but KK was like, no, we need to make shit, so rework it. You know who knows a lot of Star Wars, Rogue Squadron, and possibly even how to make a film? There's a ton of people who worked for LucasArts making cutscenes for the Rogue Squadron games. Correct. Or am I mistaken on that? No, there's tons of people at Lucasfilm that were there before Dave Filoni. Not to mention the author that wrote the fucking books. A Rogue Squadron movie that doesn't or won't follow its source material. 10 Rogue Squadron novels will suck. Correct. Because everyone's going to reference that. They're going to be like, oh, Rogue Squadron. And they're going to go and they're going to be like, this has nothing to do with Rogue Squadron. Where's Rogue? Where's Wedge? Hey, he's back. Couldn't sleep. He missed me. I'll be honest, my script was heavily inspired by the Rogue Squadron books, but it's not about flying very much. You should have sent it to Patty Jenkins. Apparently she needs some help. We don't need people's life experience or their perception of life into Star Wars. They should realize what's real Star Wars, canon and Lucas knowledge, and try to expand all of that. Correct. And that's the problem with all of the people working on Star Wars right now. They want it to be theirs. They want to get their little piece in so they can be like, see, my little niece, look what your uncle did. I did this. Nobody gives a fuck, dude. What we want to see is proper Star Wars. Listen, back in 1977, you didn't have cell phones. You didn't have Google. You couldn't just look up who was the third cameraman for Star Wars. The reason people knew who directed it or was the guy who was the gaffer or who did the makeup or who did the voices because you watched it 100 times and you looked at the credits and you read Starlog and because you talked to people, because you went to conventions and you would, any which way you could, find a magazine, an article, an interview, and you would find out, oh, Ben Bird is the guy that does the sound. Oh, and these guys were like rock stars. They were legends without technology. Right now, you can Google anybody that's in a film. You can go to IMDb and look at all the stuff they've done. It didn't used to be that way. But why did people know these names? Why did people know who John Knoll or Ben Bird or a lot of these names are? Because people loved the material, the story. So therefore, by you doing your proper due diligence and making a proper Star Wars film by not doing it with ego, but trying to make the best product, your product shows the quality of it. People fall in love with it, and therefore they want to know who was involved in it. And there you get the recognition. But with you so desperate to put your little signature on something because you want your niece, your cousin, your aunt, your grandma to see that, look at me, I'm doing Star Wars. You've gone totally away from the point of what Star Wars is. You're trying to create your story. And maybe your grandmama is proud of you, but millions of Star Wars fans aren't, because we don't give a fuck about your story. We care and want Star Wars. It also carries dependence on the Thrawn series. We want George Lucas's story. I got some Boba Fett toy from McDonald's. I don't know how I got it, but guess what? There's no dent in his helmet, and he's facing the wrong direction in the Slave One. Boo. Canceled. That coffee show sounds cool. We need the therapy from this Disney chaotic roller coaster. Yeah, well, that would be on YouNow. It wouldn't be here. Because this, not my Star Wars, I'm going to always keep it to Star Wars. But if you're interested in other types of conversations, Justin, you should check out my YouNow channel. And there it's like whatever, open. We talk about whatever, life, comedy, politics, the world, weather, space, whatever. So if that's something you're interested in, Tuesday nights, I do an open convo, but I've been thinking about doing like just a coffee hangout. But the thing is, it won't be on Not My Star Wars because, again, I want Not My Star Wars to be focused just on Star Wars. But over on the YouNow, yeah, I'm thinking about every morning doing like a little coffee show, a little hangout. So if that interests you, by all means, you're more than welcome. If you need the link, this live stream description, but also all my videos, well, at least the newer videos. I have to go back and update the old videos, but any videos from like a month or so to now, in the description, live streams as well, have the YouNow link, and you can find me there. So while we do and can talk about Disney and Star Wars there, in general, that's just an open like hangout and talk about whatever. So I'm guessing you went through the Slave One. No, I have not talked about Slave One. Dead Girl, and I don't know really of an article, I just know kind of the point. Dead Girls makes a good point. This rigid mentality is messing the fun for everyone. There is no intention of making something special that sticks with you. If you're referring to the Lego article, I know of it, but I wasn't even going to, I'm just going to talk about it. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. If anything, I was going to bring up some tweets. Dave saying George saying it without actually showing us George said it. George said Boba Fett isn't a Mandalorian. No, he didn't. You said that. Correct. Listen, George could give a perfectly logical explanation that he just stole the suit or that he was never a Mandalorian, and that's fine. If I hear it from George, by all means, I'm not going to argue. But that mythosaur is what started it all. Not just Boba Fett's badassness and his mystique and all his suit and all that. The main thing was that mythosaur on his shoulder. Because when you see him, you know he's a bounty hunter. He's a badass. He's got a cool-ass suit. But then it's there. It ends there. Then some of us started asking questions. What's this? Oh, that's because he's part of an ancient culture, an ancient tribe called the Mandalorians, ancient warriors. And then that started a whole thing. So, can George change his mind? Can George later explain that it was because of whatever reason? Fine. But unless we hear from George that that's any different, we see the canon, and that's where Mandalorians come from. Therefore, that's where Jango, Baby Boba, Omega, Bad Batch, the entire Clone Wars cartoon, all the clones that you ever knew and loved, Rex, Cody, all of that is because of that mythosaur patch. So fuck what Dave Filoni says, because he don't know what the hell he's talking about. He loves making shit up. Well, George said, when exactly did he say that, Dave? Because we all see the movies, and he's clearly a fucking Mandalorian. Sold that Squadrons game. I got only $5 from it. That's how poorly it sold. My parents are too proud of what I write, sadly. Aren't too proud. Well, 77 2012, yes. I almost wore that shirt tonight, ironically. James, and to all of you, remember something. It doesn't matter if you open a flower shop, a diner, start a YouTube channel, write a book, anything you do. Your family and closest people are the last ones to support and believe in you. It's backwards. I know it's fucked up. It's crazy, but that's a reality of life. And the sooner you accept that, the faster and better you can move on. Assume that anyone you know, outside of maybe your wife that adores you and trusts you and is like totally backs you, everyone else is just going to be like, oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's great. They don't latch on. They don't support. They don't believe until they see that other people are interested in it. Then they get on strong and they support. But as far as your direct family supporting you and doing something, I know it sounds crazy, but it's always the case. Now, are there supportive parents out there that take their kid to every football game and buy them the pads and take them to practice and all that? Sure. Are there parents that, you know, you want to go be a doctor or a writer or whatever, and they try to support you and send you to college and do all that? Sure. But what I'm saying is an entrepreneur, which if you're a YouTuber, you're an entrepreneur. If you do a lot of things you may not realize, but you're an entrepreneur. And when you try to launch a product, a tool, an idea, software, whatever, start a new company, ironically, the people closest to you do not believe in it, will not support you, donate money, none of that. So what I'm getting at, your parents not being too proud, well, don't take it too heavily. Don't let that sit on your heart, because guess what? Most parents wouldn't be anyways. And I know that's kind of harsh to say, because there's parents out there like, oh my God, I love everything that my son writes or whatever. But in general, the closest people to you don't support you. That's just a reality. So what I'm getting at is don't take that too heavy to heart. You have other outlets. You have other people that would be interested in it. That McDonald's Boba Fett toy is quite possibly the worst Star Wars toy of all time. That's a pretty steep claim. There's some bad ones. Heading to bed now. Have a good night. Hey, good to see you, MJ, as always. You get some rest, buddy. MJ, you should check out YouNow. I think you might like it over there, man. I think only Lego is calling it Boba Fett's Starship. Yes, for now. But that's where it begins. The Mayans predicted the end of Star Wars. What kind of properties did their calendar have? Predicted the end of Star Wars. What kind of properties did their calendar have? I don't know. Some magic properties. I guess they were the first Star Wars fans, perhaps. Lego's Pride Month set is probably only worth getting because you can use the minifigures. 2012. Anyone actually want the set for Pride Month? I doubt it. Hoping someone would enjoy that. People only bought it for the hair pieces. Nice. I'm glad they made a Starfighter game, and they were on the right path of game making to create it. Tell us more about the Mythosaur patch. What would you like to know? Joshua T, thanks for stopping in. WOKQ, what is that? Woke? Thanks for stopping in. I guess that's a radio. WOKQ, New York, New Jersey. I guess that's just the call sign, WOKQ. It's funny because if you read it a certain way, you could read it as woke. More about the Mythosaur patch. What would you like to know about the Mythosaur patch? There's not a whole lot I can tell you, but that's what it is. It's to symbolize the ancient Mythosaur that was a very deadly and dangerous and large creature, and the Mandalorians would tame them and ride them. Somewhat like a giant dragon, somewhat, kind of. Anyways, the Mythosaur is not only very dangerous and a huge accomplishment for the Mandalorians, but it was like a revered symbol for the Mandalorians. Like they've respected and, I don't know if praised Mythosaurs, but it was like their symbol of achievement and pride in their tribe, etc. It meant a big deal if you had a Mythosaur patch or charm or something on you, because that's not something that the average person could accomplish. It was a big thing. So Boba Fett having that patch signified a lot and created a whole world. The reason that the 501st is so big is because they do all those. There's the Mando Mercs, you know, there's all these, because they're doing all those clones and they're doing all those Boba Fett variants, and all of that comes from, again, Empire with him with the Mythosaur patch. So anyways, it's a prestigious thing, and you can't, I'm trying to think of an example, and it's very much in the military, but not everybody's been in the military. But like if you get caught in the military having like a rank or a badge that you're not supposed to have, especially something very elite like a ranger tab, and you're not a ranger, you will get fucked up. Okay, you'll be thrown in the brig, you'll be shamed, you'll probably get your ass beat by rangers. It's a serious thing for you to wear that tab. Why? Because you must earn it. And it's the same thing with Boba Fett. He didn't just have that Mythosaur patch because no, it's because he wasn't playing games, and because he was a Mandalorian. The Mythosaur is directly associated with Mandalorians. I'm not sure what else you would like to know. There's a whole, right now it's getting late, I'm a little bit tired, I've got other stuff on my mind, and I would have to look back at it, but there is a whole lore of the Mythosaur and how the Mandalorians come across it, and the importance of riding the Mythosaur or beating one in battle. I'm pretty sure if you did a Wikipedia Mythosaur, you can find it. Right now, I would be going off loose memory, and I don't want to say the wrong things. But in a nutshell, I mean, that patch means a lot. It's important. I just finished the Jedi Fallen Order game, my review. If you're desperate to play Star Wars game, buy an older system and a game before 2012. Yeah, I'm not overly impressed by that game. I haven't played it, but it's insane how much stuff we got from Boba. Yep. I can show you the toy. Yeah, you should sometime. 1.2 million clones. Plus Bad Batch, Omega, the preliminary concept for the Stormtroopers and their suits. All the Mandalorians, Bo-Katan, the whole Siege of Mandalore, Pre-Vizsla, the Darksaber, all that stuff is because of Boba Fett. All of it. Jedi Fallen Order is woke. You don't notice it at first, but it is. It's a very tedious game. You go back and forth a lot. It's fun, but when you beat the game, you're pretty much done with it. Back and forth meaning going back to places you already had been. It's one of those. It's fun enough for me to finish. Dathomir twice. Dathomir. Dathomir. Mur is how you would pronounce it. Gringo, but Dathomir. Dathomir. However you spell it. The place where the Night Sisters lived. Yes, that's where Mother Talzin's from, where Darth Maul is from. You know what? I want a Boba Fett cartoon series now that I think about it. How awesome would it be a Boba Fett cartoon for each week, a new episode? I guess that's what we got with Mandalorian. Yeah, well, and there's a Boba Fett show coming, so. Zepho and Bagano, you visit more than once. Second time you go there, Marin joins you and is the hottest Night Sister. Force Unleashed 1 and 2, but I hated having to constantly go back and forth to and from Fallujah. Yeah. It's very tedious if you want to find all collectibles. I was shocked when she took her hood off and I saw her hair. Replayability is 0. Yeah, that's... Beginning was intriguing. Thank you. You gave me a valuable reference starting point. I'll definitely look more into Mandalorian lore. I've been focusing on Jedi and the Force recently. Yeah. A video I need to get around to making. And I was thinking of pulling that stuff out for tonight because of the Boba Fett stuff. But I think I'm going to save it for that video. And the recent Boba Fett stuff will add to it. But just know that back in the day when StarWars.com was still fairly new, there was stuff about Boba Fett, and there was stuff about the Mandalorians. Not a ton of stuff, but it's there. And I have that stuff. So that will be in... There's a video I was going to call something like they demoted Boba Fett. Disney Lucasfilm demoted Boba Fett, something like that. I've been meaning to make it. It's just so much other stuff going on. Anyways, I took some time, found some old references, found some stuff, because it's kind of like the conversation we were having, like the importance of the mythosaur and the importance of Boba Fett and how he was regarded back in the Lucas days and how he is seen now. So there is quite a bit of Mandalorian stuff out there. There's newer stuff, especially the EU people get crazy about, because right before Disney bought Lucasfilm, I can't remember the lady's name right now, but there was a female author who wrote a whole bunch of Mandalorian stuff. Basically the lore and continuity of Mandalorians. There was stuff way earlier than that. But, of course, Filoni went and contradicted all that, how the Mandalorians work. But anyways, in the near future, look for that video because it'll be talking exactly about that type of thing. Courtship of Princess Leia, a fun book, and Luke has a Force experience on it, and Han gets his teeth broke by the Force. I don't know that. I know of it, but I haven't read that story. At least not that I remember. But I definitely know of it. And yet, Star Wars Explained said Jedi is the best Star Wars game ever made. Said Jedi is? Jedi Fallen Order? Or what do you mean by Jedi? KOTOR is just based out of the Mandalorian Wars. My favorite game of all time, KOTOR, is a sequel of KOTOR. For everyone here, if you're looking for some amazing Boba Fett stories, look into his comics from the early 90s and 2000s. Pre-Attack of the Clones, they are just great. Yeah, there was a ton of Boba Fett stuff. Meanwhile, Mando gets his signet by getting saved from a baby. Correct. I'm sad that George made Boba a clone, but he is the only one to say so. Yes, and he was the only true clone. Now Filoni went and fucked that up. Because he wasn't just a clone, he was a special one-of-a-kind clone. And Filoni shit all over that. The old origin of Boba I still love. Jester Muriel. But I'll live with it, yeah. It doesn't matter if he's a clone. He learned to do stuff by his own and became legendary. Also, he had different accent while talking. You can imagine how much stuff he has done in his life. Yes. Well, and he went to work every day with his father for 10 years. Is there anything that makes KOTOR non-canon? I haven't gone through the whole game, so I can't say, but I'm sure there is. Never had an issue with Boba being a clone. Yeah, I don't have a huge problem with it, too. It wasn't what I expected. It wasn't what I preferred, but I don't have any problem with it. I think it's fine. Especially when, why is he a clone? And what does that result in? I mean, it's pretty badass when you think about it. That's why I call Filoni a phony. Yeah. Remember, when you see those clones, you see their helmets, but what you're seeing is 1.2 million Boba Fetts running around. They're not equal to Boba. They're not pure Bobas, but they're Boba Fetts. You know? And also to clarify something, if it isn't clear or I said it in a way, the reason clones, well, not the reason clones, because the Clone Wars was known before Boba Fett, but the manifestation of the clones, the Mythosaur, the Mandalorians, Slave One, Bo-Katan, the Darksaber, all that stuff is because of Boba Fett. That's why we know it, because of the introduction of Boba Fett and the Mythosaur. But in lore, the idea is that Boba is, and again, in this video that I was talking about that will come out, we'll talk on this, but Boba isn't like the founder of Mandalorians. Mandalorians are an ancient race of warriors. They were around for centuries before Boba Fett was ever born. Okay? Now, this is oldstarwars.com before Boba was even a clone. He was just a bounty hunter. But even in the clone arc, it's the same thing. Long before he was created, Mandalores were an ancient race. So just to be clear there, that the reason we know anything about Mandalores, and it's such a big thing, and the dented helmet and Boba Fett and, you know, all this stuff, is because of Boba. That's where the awareness came from. But in proper Star Wars lore, well, not canon, but in lore, Mandalorians have been around some way back. They've had all kinds of skirmishes with Sith and Jedi and everything in between. they're well known. I mean, I've even said it before that, you know, when you have a hierarchy in the Star Wars galaxy, you've got Jedi, Sith, and the Mandalorians. So, you know, because of Boba, we know the Mandalorians, but just remember that in reality, he's a newer Mandalorian. In Star Wars lore, there would be many generations ahead of him. Dresser Muriel. Clone. Filoni committed Dave Filoni's. Yes, he did. Dave felonies. Jasper Muriel is a good character. Maybe there's room for the idea of Boba Fett's armor and role being shared between Boba Fett and Jasper Muriel and others so they can have time off without slacking. I mean, if you really wanted to force him in there, I suppose you could. But I think, you know, Lucas showed us who Boba Fett is. I don't think there's a need to really expound on that. I would have been all for seeing him come out of the Sarlacc pit, which we're going to see, but done properly by George Lucas. But, I mean, 1 through 6, we see what we need of Boba Fett. Dave Filoni. And that's coming from me, because Boba Fett is my favorite character of anything, any franchise, any story, anything. Boba fucking Fett. So I'm biased towards Boba Fett. Believe me, I would be the first one to be like, more Boba Fett. But being fair, balanced, and objective, we got what we need. We saw where he comes from. We see why he's a badass. We see him do some badassery. And unfortunately, we see him, if not die, then, you know, he's taken out of the equation. If later he comes out of the pit because Lucas says so and, you know, has other adventures, great. But we saw what we needed of Boba Fett. Army of Fett, correct. And that's the other thing. Like, I think most people see the clones as clones. Whenever I see a clone, whenever I see a Death Trooper, any kind of Stormtrooper variant, Mandalorian, the show, and Mandalorian references, Bo-Katan, all of that, to me, all I'm seeing is, yep, you're welcome. Boba fucking Fett, you're welcome, you exist. Because of Boba fucking Fett. I think a lot of people don't even know who Boba is, and they're like, oh, look at all these clones. Me, I see 100,000 Boba Fetts. That's what I see. I only had issue because I went for years knowing him as someone else. The sudden change was a hard hit for a character I loved. Another great stream. I wish I didn't have to sleep so much. Rest well, everyone. Yeah, you take care, man. Thanks for stopping by. I'm thinking about doing that coffee morning thing, so keep an eye. Tuesday, I will do my YouNow chill stream, so hope to see you there. This guy says him being a clone doesn't really affect anything. You just know where he got everything from. Yeah, right. It's just kind of like where he comes from. Good night. You're going to Aurora, or you were saying to that guy says, I think. Boba was originally a galactic journeyman, a type of protector. He was exiled for killing a fellow journeyman who was corrupt. Yeah, there's a few different arcs in the EU, so the one that most people like is the Jasper Muriel. Which I don't blame you. It's a cool story. Yeah, take care, bro. I'll see you soon. Thanks for supporting as always. And Tuesday. And look out, like I said, I might start doing them morning, early afternoon. The thing is, I work at night. For those of you that don't know me that well or are new, I always work at night. I'm always editing. I'm up at night. I do my streams. Look, it's I've been on 5 hours. It's now 5:58 a.m. So I'll be up for the next few hours. I'll probably go to sleep and get up. You know, I'll sleep what is it that I say? 5 a.m., 6 a.m. I'll probably be here another hour or two. So you're looking at 8, 9 a.m. I'll probably take a nap, get up around somewhere between 12:30 and 2:30, and then go about my day. So generally what I'm getting at is I usually work at night. I usually go to sleep probably 2 to 4 a.m., take a nap, and I'm usually up and bouncing around somewhere between 10:30 a.m. Well, no, actually most mornings I wake up at 7:30 a.m. most days. But I don't necessarily at 7:30 a.m. want to come on and do stuff. But maybe like 10:30 to 12 or till 2 or something like that. Do a little like hangout coffee thing. We'll see. We'll see. Just keep an eye. Was saying, gotcha. It's tragic we never had Underworld or Boba, more of real Boba. It is tragic. It's very tragic. To that guy, I have a bad habit of typing, then realizing I need to explain more of what I said. No worries. All right. Well, I'm going on 5 hours, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a quick break, get a refill of my coffee, stretch out, and we will look at the Bad Batch. We're going to cover last week's because I missed last week's stream, and we're going to cover this morning or yesterday morning's episode. This last one, there's not much to say, which we'll get into it. But so that one we'll go through real quick. I don't have many screenshots, just a few things. But the previous one does have some key points that we need to talk about. So I will take a quick intermission. Is there anybody over on the other side? It's Jordan. Thanks for stopping through. Nice. Picked up a couple fans. All right. Very cool. Very cool. Nancy, you brat. Fan trash. You forgot your likes. It's all good. All right. I will... I'll take a little break. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. I'll leave you guys with an intermission. And we will talk about Bad Batch. And any other shenanigans you would like to talk about. Okay, I'll see you in a few minutes.
Fade in.
Another mechanical creature from the movies, R2-D2 from Star Wars.
Funding for this program is brought to you in part by
historical fiction thriller called All Up. Basically, it's supposed to be, I tried very hard to make it an entertaining, page-turning book about the first space age. It comes out on July 14th. It's you can get it as a Kindle book or Apple book, and there'll be an audio book, but it won't be coming out. The audio book will be a little bit later, August or September. And it's, it's a book about what I consider to be, the great adventure of the 20th century, the development of the rocket, which happens during World War II and before World War II with Robert Goddard, and then with the secret German weapons program during World War II, and MI6 is trying to figure out what the Germans are doing. There's a lot of cat and mouse and a lot of intrigue, and it's all very interesting, I thought. And it was a ton of research behind it. So about 90% of the book, I'd say, is based on what really happened. 10% is either speculation or stuff that can't be proved definitively. But and then it goes into the space race and the Apollo 11 trip to the moon. And I think people who give it a chance and read the first 50 pages will be hooked. I'll go out on a limb and say that. Obviously, no book is for everyone, but I hope people who have read my other books will give it a chance, because it's a behind the scenes book. In the same way that making a Star Wars and Indiana Jones and Alien were behind the scenes books, this is also a behind the scenes book.
And by the annual financial support of viewers like you.
I'll just have to run him over and wreck it, otherwise he'll put me out of business. I don't know.
A brave, bold future without limits for each and every storyteller.
Leaving all of us wondering, where's the story going to go next?
I will be the most powerful Jedi ever. I will even learn to stop people from dying. It's all Obi-Wan's fault. He's jealous. He's holding me back.
Oh, my poor circuits. It's all so very complicated. I don't see how they ever put all this together. Well, really, R2. Of course we all want to see how it worked out.
Wipe them out. All of them.
Star Wars is for fucking kids.
Star Wars, it's a journey, y'all.
Streaming our favorite shows, keeping in touch with our loved ones, and even our banking is mostly done online these days. We'd like to think our information is safe, but as our online footprint increases, so does our need for proper security. Surfshark adds an extra layer of security when you're online to keep all of your passwords, photos, and videos safe. There's a lot of websites and hackers that take your info without you even knowing it, but you can swim under their radar using Surfshark VPN, a virtual private network. Surfshark is a VPN service that protects your information by encrypting all of the data that you send through the internet. You can stop websites from tracking your info and selling targeted ads to you. With the click of a button, you can forget about data mining and intrusive advertisements. One of my favorite features of Surfshark is that you can see content not available in your area. Disney Plus or Netflix, for example, have different movies for each country. Access should not be tied to a region. In China, YouTube and most social media websites are banned. With Surfshark, you can solve the problem by simply changing your location. Just connect to the service and refresh the page. Surfshark is an app and browser extension that enables you to place your laptop or phone anywhere in the world and allows you to access the internet as if you were in that country. You can watch any content anywhere in the world on any of your devices. Surfshark turns you into an anonymous and hard-to-trace online user and makes the internet a safer and more enjoyable place for you. I use Surfshark every day. It automatically starts up whenever I start my PC, and whenever I need it, I activate it with just one click. Surfshark is the only VPN to offer one account to use on an unlimited number of devices. If you want both protection and freedom online, use my code NMSW, short for Not My Star Wars, to get 83% off plus 3 extra months for free. Surfshark offers a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk to try it out for yourself. The link is in the description below. Part 2. Give me 1 more minute, guys. I'll be right back.
Now, as far as the characters in these stories, how closely did you work with the artists on creating characters? As you said, we didn't have the canon to pull from, aside from a couple characters like Yoda.
You know, Yoda, whatever.
I'm sorry, Charles is Yoda, whatever.
And sure, Yoda's in it, whatever.
And Yoda, whatever.
And Yoda.
Yoda, whatever. I'm
and
so
not nice pirate.
Shirt, Charles. It says, and Yoda,
whatever.
And then also Yoda. Whatever.
Yeah, Yoda, whatever.
Then, yeah.
Yoda, whatever. All right. I've never met a Star Wars character or actor, me personally. Kenny Baker, maybe Steven Sansweet, if you consider him one. I don't, but he is a really cool guy to talk this stuff to. I haven't met in person, but One, I have What Star Wars Means to Us with Jonathan Rinzler, who wrote all the Making of Star Wars books. He was very close to George Lucas, and he's an awesome person. So I encourage you to look for that live stream. There's a playlist that says What Star Wars Means to Us. They're all very cool. But one of them is Jonathan Rinzler. The other one is my most recent one with Mark Anthony Austin, who played Boba Fett in the special editions of Star Wars. So I've met them, but through doing a stream with them, not in person. But those two interviews are very cool. I encourage you to check them out. I saw Tamar Morrison at a convention from the distance. Later, he was coming out to the bathroom and walked next to me. I decided not to talk to him to give him space. Yeah, it's always a hard call. Like, you want to talk to them, but at the same time, you don't want to bother them. He seems like a cool dude. Also, anyone here have anything from Star Wars CCG by Decipher? Love that game. They stopped printing back in 2004, I think. I personally do not. I'm so jealous. I do love that man. He is just awesome to listen to in interviews, and would love to meet him and just talk Star Wars shit, talk about anything, cooking even. Yeah, he seems pretty cool. I used to have stuff from that. Buying the cards. Had anyone to play with. So I was a sad panda. Yeah, that happens. I kept all my Aurora stuff. Would love to play with anyone. I still look for the stuff still. It's my white whale. Your Moby Dick. I left a lot of my Star Wars stuff behind when a relative who I was living with died. I just sort of was mourning and not up to hanging on to things at the moment. Yeah. I wish I had all my old Star Wars stuff. I don't have any of it, unfortunately. Such is life. Okay, James, are you still here, Mr. I Came Back? Because I'm about to talk about the Bad Batch, and I know you like that. You love that. So, let's see. Let's bring up the Bad Batch. The Bad Bitch, as James likes to refer to it. Okay, the first one, which I believe was episode 9, is Bounty Lost. We'll cover that. And then the newer 110, there's really not a whole lot to talk about, in my opinion, but we'll touch on it. X-Wing for the action figure Luke that was a favorite toy of mine from childhood that got left behind too alongside a Millennium Falcon. Totally understandable. Yeah. All right. You should be seeing the image. Yes. Okay. As always, this Bad Batch, it's not so much meant to be a review of the whole episode, although I'll talk about it. It's about finding the canon problems. It's about what doesn't fit. So it starts with Omega was taken by Cad Bane in the previous episode. So here you see the Bad Batch in their shuttle escaping, and here Crosshair is chasing them. Don't let them get away. Here's Crosshair looking all messed up. Again, my Dengar theory. I don't know. We'll see. So here we are on Cad Bane's ship, and we see Omega. She's behind this like little force field in the little cell. She's talking to Toto 360, who is Seth Green. If you didn't know, it has been confiscated and placed in a secure compartment. She's looking for her communicator device, and he's like, we took it and it's been placed in a secure compartment. Okay, she's a prisoner. Why are you telling her anything? Why are you telling her where her communicator device is. It's silly that he's even telling her, like, hey, this is where it's at. This is what's going on with it. You wouldn't be telling her anything. He says something like, well, you better behave and whatever, because Mr. Bane doesn't respond well to prisoners who are difficult. Here, Bane comes in and walks around his seat and sits down. The reason I captured this is it was a cool shot. If you watch the episode, it is a really cool shot, the way he moves in front of the chair and sits in it. It looks really cool. Here's another shot. He's sitting in the chair. Okay, so he like swivels the chair. He's talking to the Kaminoans, and he's like, I'll be at the rendezvous. I have the girl. Bring my credits. Tanway, you will go to our abandoned facility on Boravio, which that's where we will be later. They are on Camino, but it's strange because Camino is a planet that rains nonstop, and they're in a place where it's not raining. So Dave Filoni again. By the way, this segment of the live stream is called The Bad Batch, aka have you ever watched Star Wars, Dave Filoni? So anyways, he's sending Tanway to deliver the credits. Once you have retrieved the genetic material needed, terminate her. Okay, so they make it clear that they don't want Omega. They want her blood. For whatever reason, they want her. They want her sample. But it's not really about Omega, all the drama. It's about getting her genetic material, at least to the Kaminoans. That's all the fuss. The Empire wants her killed because she was, you know, mixed up with the Bad Batch. Okay, so she's behind this force field, and she's like working on Toto. Like, I can fix your leg. I can help you. If you just let me out, I can help you. And she works on him for a while, and he, of course, you know, falls for it. This was just a cool shot in space. Double check you guys are seeing this. Yeah. Cynthia 420, thank you for stopping by. Just a cool shot in space. Look at all the stars. How interesting. Because she is more valuable than we realize. Okay, so they're in the ship, and Hunter's like, you know, why did they take Omega? What the hell? It might have been Wrecker that said it, but I think Hunter says it. And then Tech comes walking in. He's like, because she's more valuable than we realize. Well, we already know she's going to be the next Rey. But anyways, discovered she has pure first-generation DNA. Okay, so right here, Dave Filoni completely broke Boba Fett. This is before the Slave One thing, okay? Boba Fett is special for many reasons. He's the foundation of the clones and the Mandalorians. We saw him as a badass bounty hunter. He was a linchpin in capturing Han Solo. He is beloved by many, many people. There are huge Boba Fett fan clubs. He's probably the most collected and followed like a cult character in all of Star Wars. There's many groups, the Dented Helmet, the 501st, all kinds of stuff that exists because of Boba Fett. One of the key things that made him special was ironically in the PT, because he's not just a clone, he's the one unaltered clone. He is the one pure clone. Out of 1.2 million clones, he is the one special one. So outside of his later career that makes him a badass and he's special and unique, George Lucas set up in the prequels that he is super rare and important because he is the one pure clone. And just like that, Dave Filoni came and destroyed the legacy of Boba Fett, because now Omega is also a pure clone. Someone that didn't exist, someone that didn't have any business being here in the first place. Dave Filoni injected Omega and made her like Boba Fett, which in turn diminishes and destroys Boba Fett's legacy. Because the point was that Boba Fett was the one unaltered clone. Now there are two. Canon, whatever. All clones were created from a host named Jango Fett. Correct. As we all know. What happened there? Do I have the same picture twice? Yeah, I guess I do. Okay. What the hell happened there? Somehow I got them twice. Omega is a pure genetic replication. Okay. So number one, you've just destroyed Boba Fett because now he's no longer special or unique. Number two, she is not a pure genetic replication. If she was a pure genetic replication, she would have a freaking dick. She is a little girl. She is not a little boy that looks like Jango Fett. She is not a pure genetic replication. She's an altered clone. Boba Fett is a pure genetic replication because he literally looks just like Jango. To my knowledge, there's only one other. A male clone named after a male clone codenamed Alpha, later referred to as Boba. That makes Omega the sole living source of Fett's raw genetic material. Well, no, because Boba Fett's floating around. But to them, to people that don't know Star Wars, now all of a sudden Omega's this important thing when it shouldn't be. Because Boba Fett is the only pure clone. Will you just let me help you? So she keeps working on him. Finally, he's like, okay, but you better behave. And he lets her out, of course, and she starts repairing his legs. How long have you been working for him? She's just small talking and like distracting him and blah, blah, blah. Basically, the droid is an idiot. So he's like, it has to be she fixes his leg, but he's like, it has to be calibrated. And he's like, I know. She's like, okay, turn around, I'll get it. She literally, first of all, this little girl knows how to do every fucking thing. So she can weld. She knows how to use a welding torch to fix this robot. She knows how to repair robots. Never mind all the things that we've seen her do so far. This little girl knows how to do everything. So she can weld robots. Second, he turns his back to her, which is absolutely foolish. And she not only, you see how his head is like this, and then it's got this flat back. Okay. They show her with her hand feeling, looking for the spot, and then she goes with the torch. So first of all, that she knows how to use a welding torch is ridiculous. Second, she knows the exact spot on this model robot where to put the torch here behind underneath his head to deactivate him. She just knows this. Okay. He's like, oh, it feels great. It feels brand new. And she's like, you can see she's welding right here under his head and he's about to deactivate. Okay. Then he falls on the floor, right? She goes to escape. And she now, with that same torch tool, you can see it's in the slot. She hits the buttons, tries to get it open. She can't. She then puts it in the slot, and she not only knows how to use a welding torch, but she now knows how to use it as a pick to pick this electronic lock. So again, Omega, that knows everything and is able to just do anything, is picking the lock, and she opens it. Okay. So she opens it. She's rummaging around, looking at all this stuff. He's literally coming down the stairs. It's not even like 2 minutes earlier. I mean, he's like coming down the stairs. She's rummaging around. She finds her communicator thing, puts it on her arm, and then just disappears. And he comes walking in. What's taking so long? Okay, now you see this cabin right here, right behind this control panel. The other side of the wall is the stairs. He came right down and then just right here. Okay, a door didn't open, nothing. He just came right down the stairs, and here he is. You can see the size of this room. You see the walls aren't very big. Okay? Now, this is the opposite view of that same room. Right here, is where he walked into the room. He took like one step in. So it's this tiny little room. It's totally closed off. And Omega just disappeared, just escaped. He doesn't know his own ship. He doesn't know any kind of escape port, patch, door, hatch, something. He just walks in and sees the droid on the floor. What's the first thing you're going to do if you're him? Where's the girl? Start looking for her and see where she escaped from. There's nowhere for her to go. This is all like cabinets. Here she opens this little door. This is closed off. The other wall is here. There's nowhere for her to even escape. And if he came in, he would know there's only one way. Either the way he came in, right, going down this way, where he came in from, walked straight up this way. She could have gone out this way. Well, obviously not, because he comes, they would have met. So how does she escape? And if she escaped, well, doesn't he know his own ship and immediately look for that little open hatch where she got out? No, she just poofed. And he's like, oh, well, whatever. Let me check my droid. So he bends down, he taps the droid's head, and it comes back on. I thought he just got welded and deactivated, but okay. He just turns him back on. You can see his eyes come back on. All right. This is when all of that's happening, the ship lands where they're going to meet, where Tanway is going to meet Cad Bane to make the exchange. I forget the name of this place, but this is on Camino. Where's the fucking rain? Dave Filoni. Anyways, this is a cool shot. This is Cad Bane's ship, and if you look real close, here's Omega. She comes running out. But again, look how small this ship is. There's not a whole lot of cargo. There's the cockpit here, and then this hold. So in this little ass space, he comes walking down. There's nowhere to go but that little room, and she somehow gets out and is running away. Okay. She's running around. She gets loose connection with the Bad Batch. Text like, find a control panel. And she's like, oh, these are the same as like on Tapoka City. So naturally, she knows how to use this panel because, you know, all 10-year-old kids, you know how to do all this stuff. So she just starts punching on the panel, no problem. As you can see, it all lights up and she knows what she's doing. This door opens. Right when the door opens, Cad comes behind her, gets her, puts handcuffs on her, as you can see here. He's like dragging her by her hands, and then you hear one or two blaster shots. They walk up further, they see a dead body, and it's Tanway, and she's like, oh, Tanway. So someone assassinated Tanway. Guess who? Fennec Shand. So now the Kaminoans are hiring bounty hunters to take out other Kaminoans. So far, we are seeing that Tanway and the Prime Minister have some sort of little thing going on. Lama Su's like on the side. So anyways, here's Fennec Shand. She looks awesome. She's cool. She has the credits that Tanway had brought. You lack the experience of going up against me. Okay, this is important because Cad Bane is considerably taller and bigger and heavier than she is, but he's also a very seasoned and feared bounty hunter. She's new on the scene. They mentioned it several episodes earlier that she's like this newcomer. She's also a female that's half his size. Now, let me clarify something. There are women black belts out here that will kick most guys' asses. I'm not arguing that. I'm not saying that a woman is helpless or can't beat a man. But we're also talking about a highly skilled, athletic woman against an average guy. A highly skilled, athletic woman against a highly skilled, athletic man is not going to do it. That's why WNBA players don't play with NBA players, because they will get knocked all over the fucking place. And when you're equal in skill, Cad Bane is probably better in skill because he has experience. He has much more wisdom. And he's twice her freaking size, yet she's tossing Cad Bane around like a fucking cotton ball. I love Fennec Shand. I think she's a badass. I don't want to take anything from her. And it's not that women can't kick ass, but there also comes a point where fantasy meets reality, and no. So he warns her, your lack of experience. Toto comes sneaking up from behind, and then he grabs the case and pulls it from her. Now, she's so badass, but yet we can hear it. If you're watching the show, you can hear him, but she doesn't hear him. He just comes floating right up next to her, and takes the case. Okay. So he flies off with it. Fennec and Cad start shooting at each other. They're chasing each other through these hallways. Fine. Omega escapes and runs off into a room, and she comes across these tanks, clone tanks, just like we see in The Rise of Skywalker. Now, this alien, they show you the face, and it's quite clearly not Snoke. This is on purpose, so that to throw you off, like, see, it's not Snoke, but it's the same clone tank. This is different from the other clones. Remember, the other clones are in those little pods because they're born as babies and then taken out and grown up. These guys, you see, are being fully made in these big green tanks, just like The Rise of Skywalker. While this is not Snoke's face, obviously, to throw you off, it is showing you that, oh, they are doing other clones and they are experimenting, and this is a much bigger, different type of species than your typical Jango Fett. So Omega sees that. She's looking at it. Here you go. Here's the tanks. And again, this is to connect. This is starting to get you used to, oh, so they were always cloning, and they were always doing all kinds of extra stuff, and that's why these tanks are on Exegol. That's what they're preparing you for. There's this huge panel. Of course, Omega, because she knows how to do everything, walks up to this huge panel and just immediately knows how to turn it on and work it and knows all the buttons and functions. No problem. She beeps, screen beeps, powers up, she turns it right on, and everything's fine because, Omega, she knows everything. Fennec Shan comes in. Why did you kill Ton Wei? You can see she still has the little hair and cuffs. Fine. And she's basically, it's not what you think, blah, blah, blah. What their prime minister has planned for you is far worse than me killing Ton Wei. Now they show a different clone. All the clones in these tanks are different. Does this start to look a little more familiar now? Again, that's not directly Snoke's face. This guy comes out of the tank, you're going to see in a minute. He doesn't look exactly like Snoke, but are you starting to see the shape taking place? And you're seeing the long string beanie body? Okay, because they're starting to connect. They're starting to show you. So they talk a little bit. Omega's like, whatever, turns around, goes back to the panel, starts punching things. And Fennec's like, it's too late for that. It's time to go. You're not going to reach your friends, blah, blah, blah. Because she's trying to send a signal to boost the signal to let Bad Batch know where her location is. So she starts hitting buttons. And then this tank comes loose and falls and almost crushes Fennec. And of course, Fennec moves out of the way in time. But again, Omega knows how to turn on this computer, she's even tall enough to even see it, but she's knows all the buttons, knows what to do, to the point of not only did she set up a satellite link, but now she knows how to release this tank so that it falls and it goes right towards Fennec. Because, Omega, she knows how to do everything. So the tank falls, Fennec moves out of the way, but it crashes down and the clone falls on top of her, and you can see the goo and you can see the head. Okay, so the head is much longer and different from Snoke's, but you are starting to see the rounded head. You are starting to see the weird alien fucked up face. The face has all kinds of lines and wrinkles and craziness in it. And look at the body. Tall, lanky, long body, like Snoke. Now, what Filoni and the gang end up doing with this, I could be totally off. But as I know what I'm talking about, and as I know Dave Filoni like the back of my hand, and I already know because they've said it many times, they're connecting the sequel trilogy. Well, here we go. Here it comes. Because that obviously doesn't look like Jango Fett, no, does it? Why are they making this tall, lanky alien guy? Because that's where Snoke is going to come from. So Omega runs out the hallway. Of course, Cad catches up with her. Cad's about to get her, and then Fennec comes out of nowhere, and they start to fight. And Fennec, you can see her grunts. She like headbutts him and is tossing him around, slamming him in the walls, and doing all this extra stuff. Again, I love and respect Fennec. I think she's a badass. She's awesome. She's cool. She's beautiful. All that's great. But look at her size compared to Cad Bane, and she's tossing him around. If he was just some schlub guy and she was, you know, who she is, I get it. She could toss him around. There are little badass black belt women out here that will whoop your ass. But we're talking about an experienced guy here that's twice her size. Anyways, she's tossing him around. If you look closely back here, there's a ladder. Omega kind of wastes time watching them. The first thing she should have done is ran for this ladder. But anyways, she's sitting there watching them. They're tossing each other around. Finally, she goes to the ladder. She starts going down the ladder. Fine. I think it's cute that she has like these Uggs. I thought they were really cool. I think they look neat. I always call them moon boots, but they're like Uggs. Anyways, so she's coming down the ladder. She's kind of coming down it sideways like this, which is weird to me, but okay, whatever. She's coming down the ladder. Toto comes up, going for the flight pod, trying to get away. So he's like floating around, harassing her. She goes down some more. In fact, from here, I don't know if it's that he bumps her or she lets go or she slips, but she actually like slides down a bunch of the ladder, and like you don't see it here, but here's like the end result. She comes sliding down and she stops here. So then she starts trying to climb again. He's like pestering her, flying around her. Now here he comes close to her. She kicks him once, away. He comes back. She kicks him twice, away, and he kind of hovers here, and then that's what you're seeing here. He would be hovering over here because she kicked him. She proceeds to start going up the ladder. The same exact thing happens in Mandalorian. I don't understand this. Mando's on the sandcrawler. He climbs up to get up this thing. They start throwing trash. He climbs down the ladder to literally the next shot climb right back up the ladder. And the same thing is happening here. She goes through all the effort to come down this ladder, slides down further, keeps walking down, kicks Toto off, and then's like, well, I guess I'll climb back up the ladder. Why? I don't know. Instead of continuing to go down, she starts going back up the ladder. Okay? So anyways, Toto comes close again. She like kind of bonks him, I think, and then she jumps on him, and now she's like riding on top of him, as you can see. Now, her weight is, I guess, too much for Toto's little lifters, his repulsor lifters, so they go down. They go down to the platform where Cad's ship is. They crash. You can see they're tumbling, both of them tumbling. In particular, Toto tumbles all over the place. There's little Omega. Okay, fine, whatever. It was a pretty good fall. She's not cut, scraped, concussed, dirty, scratched, ripped clothes. No, she's fine. Anyways, back up top, they're fighting. Here's Fennec. Again, I think she's badass. I took this shot because it's a really cool shot. She looks awesome. Her eyes are gorgeous. She looks so fucking cool, like a little ninja. Her sleeves, you can tell she's an experienced fighter, you know, taking nothing from Fennec. Okay, so Omega gets to Cad Bane's ship. Right here, you see this circle? Okay, there was a closed door. Omega, on this side, there's a little panel. Omega walks right up to it, beep, opens Cad Bane's ship, and gets right in the cockpit. This is a bounty hunter. He doesn't have an alarm system, a code, a lock, a fingerprint, nothing. It's just a 10-year-old girl just walks up. It's like, beep, beep, gets into his cockpit. Again, Omega knows how to do everything. So these two are fighting, and as you can see, again, he's twice her size, guys, twice her weight, and she's like flipping him around. She gets him in like an arm bar, And they say bones break, but I think that's an exaggeration. You do hear crackling, but not that they break. It's just she's just, you know. Anyways, she's manhandling Cad Bane, who's twice her length, height, weight. But okay, fine. He then flips it, reverses her, and he gets her in a headlock. Okay. So Toto, she gets in the cockpit, closes the thing. Toto comes to the window like, what are you doing? And she hits some buttons. And again, she knows how to do everything. So now she knows how to not only get into this cockpit. It's not the preliminary cockpit, the main cockpit, because this is like a little escape pod on the side. But still, she knows where it is, how to open the door, how to get in it, how to launch it. Toto's like in the window like, stop. And she zips off in this thing. Okay. This thing has got some serious rockets because it's this little pod that just flies off. It's going up and out, so it's got some serious thrust. But okay, I always thought of a escape pod like it would have thrust in space, but inside of gravity, inside of a planet, for it to be flying off like this. Okay, well, we'll pretend that it does. It's Star Wars. By the way, you can see there's more platforms here, and there's no rain. They're in Camino. There's no rain. Dave Filoni, have you watched Star Wars? So, here you see Cad Bane looking like an idiot as his bounty is taken off in his own little escape pod. Here's Omega. After a while, the propulsion ends. I don't know, it's out of fuel or whatever. And she's just kind of floating through the sky. And actually, she's going to start coming down. So they show her. She's like out of propulsion. She doesn't know what to do. She's panicking in the cockpit and just free falling. And then out of nowhere, the Bad Batch comes in, somehow catches her as her ball is falling at high speed. Because remember, this thing is traveling at massive high speed and went up in an arc. So now it's going to come down real fast. So they managed to somehow in the air catch this free falling ball, and not only catch it, but catch it in the right direction to where it's locked into the airlock, and all they do is open up. And look, here's Wrecker looking down. Hey, Omega! They just very conveniently catch this spinning ball in the air, and, you know, it lines up with the airlock, and then it's all good. Fine, whatever. Tractor beam. Okay, Dave. So they open. There's Wrecker. They save Omega, and there they are in their shuttle. This was just a cool looking shot, the clouds and stuff. It's really a pretty show. That, you know, you can't deny. It looks awesome. The artwork looks awesome. Okay. So she's in the ship. Hunter, why is this happening? Why are the Kaminoans after me? And he's like, because you're different. And she's like, why? So Cad gets back to his ship, and he's he wants to naturally go after the Bad Batch, right? And Fennec to get Omega back. But he can't take off because the ship has been sabotaged by Fennec Shand. Okay. Awesome. She's a bounty hunter. That's the smart thing to do. Great. But again, Cad Bane doesn't have locks, security, camera, a car alarm, nothing. Cad Bane. And he didn't think to sabotage Fennec's ship, the guy that's more experienced. But yet here he is getting bitched by Fennec Shand and watching, again, sitting there watching his shit go away because he got sabotaged by Fennec. Okay, fine. Anything's possible in life, but a brand new on the scene bounty hunter who's worried about so many other things that's already up on the platform before them because she's waiting for Tan Wei. It doesn't make sense that she had the time, skill, knowledge, or thought of going to sabotage Cad Bane's ship. But here we are. So again, like a little bitch, here he is watching his shit fly away. This is Fennec Shand flying away. Cad Bane. So Fennec's flying away. She gets the hologram. Omega was rescued by the same clones I encountered on Pantora, which is in a previous episode. As long as she's not in the hands of Lama Su, she is safe. So Lama Su and Tan Wei apparently have something going on where they want the pure genetic material of Omega. Why? Why would... Okay. When you own a business, let's say you own a cloning business, you want to remain as neutral as possible. You don't want to just make clones for the Empire or the Rebellion, because then you're going to have enemies, you're going to have people targeting you, and you're not going to get business from the other side. You want to remain like a car factory. You're just making cars. You're not getting political about it. You're just making cars to order. And it's the same thing. You would be doing cloning projects for as many different people as possible. But throughout several episodes, they're really stressing that Lama Su and Tan Wei are like in cahoots about something. So what we now know specifically, although we could deduce it, but we know now specifically that they're after Omega's DNA because she's a pure clone like Boba. Why would they want that DNA so desperately? Because they need to make Snokes so that they can achieve clones for Palpatine. So again, they're tying it in where Omega's so important, because Omega's going to lead to Palpatine returning. That's the point here. Now, whether her direct DNA ends up in Palpatine is arguable, because there's a whole lot of years in between and a million things could happen. But the advancement of the cloning and starting to develop Snokes, therefore being able to clone Force users, therefore being able to set up where Palpatine would now have a place for his essence to jump body to body, is all stemming from this Omega. So that's why I'm telling you it's going to connect. They've said they're going to connect it, and here they are doing exactly that. They are in cahoots with the Emperor. Now, at the end of the day, I don't know where the show's going to go. I'm speculating, I'm putting things together. But to me, it's clear. Lama Su and Tan Wei are in cahoots with Palpatine somehow. He has them on a side project of he needs clone bodies for himself. So they're working on a special project that no one's supposed to know. Tarkin, when he came to visit, didn't know. The other guy, Bradley, I think his name is, doesn't know. No one else knows, but they are up to something. They are doing some private contract, and that private contract, the logical thing is that it's Palpatine. So while Palpatine wanted to eliminate all the clones, and he does want to preserve the clone technology for himself. And that's what we should be seeing tie in by the end. They're on, I think this was 9, so 10 is the next one. There's 16 episodes. They're starting to run out of time, so they're going to start putting stuff together. So just know, and you heard it here, that this is because they want Omega to start developing the ability to make Snokes and thus make Palpatine. Therefore, you have now justified Palpatine being that clone later in The Rise of Skywalker. Let's see where you guys are at. Play with anyone, understandable. A clone as Dengar? Oh, Disney. Yes, I believe that Crosshair is going to become Dengar. Which doesn't fit because in Clone Wars he was there, but Filoni retcons himself anyway. So, and at this point, Bad Batch is already shitting on Clone Wars, his own stuff. So there's no reason why he couldn't become Dengar. I believe that's just my suspicion. That's my little theory. I have no real grounds on it, but knowing Dengar has a sniper rifle. He's all wrapped up. He had some cybernetic work done to him. So I'm thinking the crosshair could be Dengar. I could be totally off, but that's just my little thought. Goodbye lore where he was burned by Solo in a race on speeder bikes. Actually impressed with the quality of the animation. It looks very movie quality. They are doing good with that part of the series. It looks gorgeous. It looks really good. I cannot deny that. It looks really good. Why would they bother killing her? That seems unnecessary and unwise in case they need future samples. Yes, well, again, Dave Filoni isn't thinking. But what they're stressing is they don't care about Omega. It's not that Omega's special. They want her material. They want her DNA. They want her blood because of what they can do with it. They don't want Omega per se. They don't give a shit about Omega. They're not counting on her being some special asset. They want her blood. They want her genetic material. Why? Palpatine. It all leads to that, guys. It's Palpatine. Have you ever watched Star Wars Felony? I might actually join Twitter just to start that hashtag. Oh, man. Thank you for that. No, I have not watched Star Wars Felony, but everything that has been made by Disney is a felony. I like the idea. I'm actually surprised he didn't force his fedora into his cameo on The Mandalorian. Really? Have you watched Star Wars Filoni? I don't think he has. Cody was also the first generation clone. That doesn't make him special. Yes. Well, but remember, first generation just means the first batch. Doesn't mean that they're special. Boba was Boba was the first clone. And he was just left alone. And then once they knew they got Boba right, then they went and made all the other clones. So Boba is also first generation, but what makes him special, or used to make him special, he was the one pure genetic replication of Jango. Now Omega is a exact replication of Jango, even though she's got no pee-pee, and she's a little girl, and she looks nothing like Jango. But she's a perfect genetic replication. I don't think Disney understands English. A perfect genetic replication would make her a boy that looks just like Jango. Watched The Bad Batch yet? Been very sketchy to me. Oh, it sucks. It just looks awesome, but it's really pretty stupid. But teach his own. It's a boring show. Yeah, it's hard to stay asleep, to be honest, or stay awake. Jango Fett is actually a woman, and all the clones are wrong by being male. It's a retcon. Yeah, there you go. Could be. Thank you. I've been saying that since it was spoiled for me. Not an exact copy if it's the opposite gender. I don't know if they're putting real world politics in it for this or what, but yes. A bunch of people got mad at me because I put up the definition of clone on my community post. And you can argue it, you can cry about it all you want, but a clone, by definition, is an exact replication, an exact duplicate. Not, I copied this bottle of eye drops and then the next one comes out blue. No, that's not how it works. If I make 10 clones of this eye drops bottle, all 10 are going to be exactly the same. The same lettering, the same height, the same color, the same everything. They're going to be. That's what a clone is. If you clone your hard drive, it's an exact copy of your hard drive. You can take it to another computer, and maybe that computer cannot read it or function correctly. But if you take it to the same model computer and you put in that hard drive or that clone of that hard drive, guess what? You load it up, and that second computer is going to look, act, react, be set up, all the same settings, all the same thing as the one you cloned. That's the point. A clone is an exact duplicate. That's important so that you can have a direct copy of an original. That's the point. Not that, well, something went wrong and they spliced this, and then that's not a clone. That's a now altered clone, which is a different word. Clone is a direct copy. So therefore, Omega, Bad Batch, and whatever other nonsense, 99, they're not clones. They are a type of clone. They are an altered, defective, altered defective or spliced, but that's not a clone. Clone, by definition, is an exact replica. There's no other way around it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. There's no explaining your way out of it. It is what it is. Anything that does not look exactly like Jango Fett is a lie. Or not a pure clone. So therefore, Omega, by definition, can't be a pure genetic clone because she's not exactly like Jango Fett. She's something else. Filoni tries to have Boba 2.0 female. How stupid is that? There you go. Who's to say Omega doesn't become Sabine or some other, bounty hunter? Or there's all kinds of places they could go with Omega now, because now she's special, like Boba Fett. Boba Fett used to be special. He was the only pure clone. Dave Filoni shit all over that, and now you have Omega. So it goes back to 1, the girl outdoing the guys, and 2, destroying a legacy, because Boba Fett was special for that very reason. He was the only one. All those other clones were inferior to Boba. Robert and Aurora, I mean, come on. How is she the exact copy if Jango was dead? Because she was made at the same time as Boba. They're both the same age. Understand? When the canon is this: Jango gave a sample, the Kaminoans made Boba Fett. He's Alpha. He's the first main clone. He was all good. Jango kept him. They produced millions or 1.2 million Bobas, but under controlled circumstances. Now, Dave Dildoni has made it to where at the same time the Boba was created, they secretly created Omega. Pay attention. Omega means end. Alpha means beginning. They referred to Boba Fett as Alpha, which I've never heard of him refer to that before, but okay. Now he's known as Alpha, aka Boba Fett. Boba Fett is the beginning, Omega is the end. But there was no Alpha. It was just Boba, and he was the only one. So anyways, she would have been made at the same time as Boba. They're the same. They're like brother and sister, direct twins, if you want. Lame, stupid shit. Yes, well, welcome to Disney Star Wars. Well, they are using the wrong phrasing. They need words to say. She's a near perfect clone, except for genetically being a different gender. But for some reason, they are being inaccurate on purpose. Yes. Here's the thing. I very much care about things being correct, not because of opinion or taste or I want to be right. No, I want things to be correct. And by definition, clone is not something that's altered or a different sex, or that's not a clone. A clone is an exact replica. So is she some sort of a clone? Yes, she's made from the material of Jango. No argument. Although that's stupid, but okay, I can accept that. But for them to say that she's a pure genetic replica is incorrect. You don't get to if I were to clone me and one of my clones has a longer arm, that's not a pure genetic replica. There's a mistake. There's a problem there, because his arm should be the same length as my arm, just the same as Omega should be a little boy that looks like Boba, not something that was altered. The second it's altered, spliced, defective, it's no longer a pure clone. They don't want to admit this is bullshit and it's not canon. Yeah, well, they're going around in circles trying to justify it as best they can. They can't even keep a room the same size on their 3D animation. Why does she have to be a perfect clone? Couldn't she have just been an interesting if she was a wildly altered clone with unpredictable genetic patterns? Then there's a whole world of possibilities. Yes. Not only could she'd just be totally different, and that's fine. But you're calling her a pure genetic clone, which is incorrect. But it also, most importantly, guys, the main thing here, shits all over Boba Fett. Because that was the importance, the weight of Boba. He was the one true Jango replica, not just another clone. And now they've shit on that. It no longer has value. It's the same thing as Palpatine being in The Rise of Skywalker. Why the hell did Darth Vader even bother and kill Palpatine when he's just going to win anyways? It's the same Disney nonsense. Why the hell is Boba Fett even worth the shit now? Because the whole time they should have just made Omega the bounty hunter, and she would have gotten Han, and she was the one that they wanted the clone material. She's going to be the one that where Snoke comes from. So why even have fucking Boba Fett? He's worthless. You see, now they've diminished Boba Fett and wrecked his legacy. You can't always look at just like what's happening right now. You have to look at the ripples of what it affects that happened before, but also how's it going to fuck up his story in the future. And now he's just some guy. He's not the one clone of Jango Fett. It would have been even better if they said she's the offspring of Jango and some female Jedi's DNA. That would be an interesting twist. Let's face it, they're probably going to make her a Jedi. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what to say. I mean, yeah, you know, we're on the same page. I just don't think why they would want to make her a perfect clone of Jango. That seems odd when giving her individuality would make more sense. Her doing better than the clones would make sense then, right? That's the other thing. She's so damn smart, so damn ingenuitive, but yet all the other clones are like inferior to her. She's just a kid. Also, remember something, guys. While she grew up in Camino and she was around a lot of clones and probably heard a lot of stuff and was around technology and she's not totally clueless, for her to pick up a weapon, to be using all these panels, to know how to do all this stuff is way beyond. Boba makes sense. He went to work every day for 10 years, 10, 11 years with his father, hands-on, in Slave One, fucking shit up. So it makes sense that by 10 years old, Boba's like hip to the streets. You know, he gets it. That makes perfect sense. You're going to work every day with the best bounty hunter in the galaxy at that time. Okay. But when you're this little girl that's just hanging out on Camino, I mean, I'm sorry, but you shouldn't know how to fix everything, work everything, shoot things. It's just too much. It's too much. It's okay, Pathfinder. Things will work out someday. Yeah, hopefully, or whatever. They think they are too smart. They like to not respect Lucas canon and change stuff. Yeah, well, it's not just that they think they're too smart. It's they think you are stupid. That you're just going to go along with, oh, okay, well, that's why. Okay, well, you explained it fine. And not be critical and say, well, wait a minute. She can't be a pure replication because she's a freaking girl that's white and doesn't look anything like Jango. And second, you've shit on Boba Fett. I have faith. Odds are I'll be looking like Qui-Gon or Yoda at this point. Does Cad Bane's species have bone? Seriously, I thought I read something about their bodies being able to adjust to the vacuum of space. Can't remember if it involved lack of bones or not. I don't know. That's interesting. I'll maybe look into that. I don't know. But that would be pretty funny if there was a reference to that. Because I always like to ask. Have you watched Star Wars, Dave Filoni? What's the point of the show? Fearless bounty hunter was able to steal from the Jedi Temple but can't deal with a child. Yep. D, what's up? Glue Sniffers R2, what did I just walk in on? Good to see you. Good to see you too, man. I started late last night, so I figured I wouldn't catch you, but I'm glad you're around. I went through 2 articles earlier, so if you are interested, you could catch the replay or listen to it or something. There was some interesting stuff there, especially the first part, Leslye Headland. You might be interested, D. I think you would like to hear that part. From what I'm seeing, it never happens at anything on these episodes. Same basic plots with lame surprises. There is not any character development or exploration of the galaxy at the very least. Correct. On the Clone Wars, they said they couldn't produce more clones, or it was getting harder because they had to stretch Jango's DNA. But on Filoniverse, they had Omega to continue cloning. He contradicts himself again. Correct. Now, the argument will be, but nobody knows that. Omega's a secret clone that even Boba Fett, that you knew about Boba, but you didn't know about Omega. So that's why there was no conversation of continuing the clones, because she's a secret. Okay, so one, that backs you into the corner of one, you've contradicted yourself, or two, you've exposed that the reason Omega exists is to have that separate sample. Why do you need that sample? Snoke, Palpatine. It's coming, guys. It's coming. Be prepared, because by the end of Bad Batch, they're going to start making some serious connections, and Mandalorian is going to start connecting. Be prepared. But yes, Dave Filoni loves to shit on his own stuff. Because Dave isn't worried about consistency, continuity, canon. He's just worried about what fits at the moment. What can I make? What can I sell you? That's what Dave is thinking about. That's what he's looking at. Hey, Amanda, if you're still around, thank you for stopping by. I'm broadcasting from YouTube, so I don't see the chat until I look over here. So if you're around, big hug. Thank you for stopping by. The concept of clones and Clone Wars originates from Star Wars 77. I still think there is room to overwrite Snoke with Palpatine cloning himself. But how? Why would you overwrite Snoke? That's how Palpatine is able to sustain himself, is by the Snokes. He's experimenting with Snokes. But let's say you overwrite Snoke and forget about him. You saw the problem of Palpatine. Palpatine died in Jedi. There's no, period. Ian McDermott, that plays Palpatine, said it, and George Lucas said it. He's dead. He ain't coming back. So the fact that Palpatine exists in Rise of Skywalker, unless they just delete the sequel trilogy and say that never happened, which they're not going to do, then they have to tie it in. How are they going to tie it in? Omega. Omega is going to be the gene pool, the beginning of Palpatine. Now, they might progress where it goes from Omega to Baby Yoda, then Baby Yoda to Snoke, then to Palpatine, then to Rey. That might be the steps they take, but whether you got rid of Snoke or not, you still have the Palpatine problem. So Dave has painted himself in the corner. Disney has. Even if they do keep Snoke, there's no way they kill off Grogu, a character who lives 900 years and who remains a baby for decades. Grogu should be the investment for longevity. Grogu has to die. First of all, you don't know that he's going to live 900 years. Yoda was very powerful in the Force and probably prolonged his life somewhat. Grogu also does not work because at 50 years old, he's a little toddler and can't even fucking pee himself correctly. Yoda, at age 100, was already training Jedi Knights. So the age progression of Baby Yoda is completely off. He should be talking, walking, and doing all kinds of shit at this point. 50 to him is, while it's not as much to us, it's still way enough to where he should be beyond that little toddler stage. If Yoda was already training other Jedi, that means he already was a Jedi for several years. Okay, to have that kind of skill and knowledge to train other Jedi. So Grogu doesn't even work, period, to begin with. And he has to die because Luke took him. We know what happens in The Last Jedi. Kylo flips out and kills all the kids. So Grogu dies. We already know what's going to happen to Grogu. He's going to get killed by Kylo bitch. Good morning, Wes. But the Force made Omega, and the Force is female. Correct. It's good to see you, D. I didn't think I was going to catch you. It really seems at this point that Grogu, Luke, and Boba Fett is Disney's last chance at redemption with some diehard fans who do not accept 7, 8, and 9 fans like us. Grogu could outlive Luke and Boba easily. But he can't. That's the thing. The sequel trilogy exists. He can outlive Luke and Boba. Well, yeah, I mean, technically he could, but he doesn't, because we see Luke on the island and all the students are killed. Grogu dies, dude. And if Grogu were alive, why would you need Luke Skywalker? Why aren't they out and about seeking out Grogu? Why doesn't Leia tell Rey about Grogu? Why doesn't Rey just sense with her magic powers Grogu? You see the problem? You see when you start to try to insert things and force them into something that you didn't plan out? Now, how do you fit Grogu? You can't. He has to be dead, because if not, why didn't he fight Palpatine? Why wasn't he there to help Rey? Why didn't he train Rey? Why didn't he go and be off with Luke? Wasn't he still on the island? Why at the end, if he was dead, he wasn't, we are all the Jedi. You understand? He's dead, dude. So, no, it doesn't work. He can't outlive them because he's obviously dead. Grogu, whatever. Hello, Greg. Omega sucks. Correct. Lol. Grogu may look like a baby, but at 50 years old, he should be more developed. Yes, he should be doing a lot more than swallowing frogs. Are blasphemy not canonical? Yeah, I'm not arguing that. I'm not saying that they're canonical. But what you have to understand, in Mickey Mouse land, they think it's canonical, and they're not taking it away. So therefore, they're going to do everything they can possibly do to justify their trilogy, to prove to you, see, it's really Star Wars. We knew what we were doing. See how it all connects? So whether you like it or not, whether it's actually canon or not, which I'm not arguing, it's not canon. But regardless of that, Disney's going to try to force you to believe it through Omega and Grogu. What was the whole point of Mandalorian? Let's be real. Babysitting the child. Why are you babysitting the child? Because the Empire's after the child. Why do they want the child? Do they really want Grogu? No. What they want is his genetic material. Why? To what means? To what end? Now we're doing the same repeat. We're in Bad Batch. Omega. Why do they want Omega? They don't want Omega. They want her genetic material. Why? To what means? We know what means. We know what happens. Snoke, Palpatine, Rey. The problem is the same people who gave us the sequel trilogy are still ruining Star Wars. That is the problem. Grogu. That's all he really did. The people at Disney who you refer to are failing because we are speaking up. Well, yeah, I mean, that's why I'm here. That's why I exist. But at the end of the day, they're the ones that are in control of Star Wars. They're the ones making it. So there's only one solution, like I always say. Sell Lucasfilm. Trying to fix shit, you still end up with shit. Correct. Star Wars cannot be saved or fixed right now. Under the current circumstances, the owners that have it, that want to play within that sandbox and their rules, it cannot be fixed. If you give it to me, and I delete everything Disney made, and we start back from 2012... October 30th, 2012, and we make George Lucas Star Wars, oh, it can be saved. It can be fixed. I can do that overnight. First day, I make a press conference. I fix all of it. But under its current ownership, under the mentality and regime that it's in, Star Wars is long dead. It ain't coming back. Make more shit. It's never ending, correct? Wipe them out, all of them. Exactly. You can't fix it. As much as I would love to be able to say, oh, well, you just do this, this, and this is going to fix it. It's not going to fix it. If you make the multiverse, you now open the door for them to be like, oh, George Lucas's 1 through 6, that's an alternate universe. Here's the real Star Wars, and they're going to create their own 1 through 6 to tie in with the sequel trilogy and be like, see, Star Wars, look what we did. Oh, that other George Lucas, that's an alternate timeline. If you like that stuff, fine, but the real Star Wars is here in Mickey Mouse Land. That's what you get. If you fuck around with that multiverse crap, that's what we're going to get. So that is not a solution. There is only one solution.
Wipe them out. All of them.
That's the only solution. Start back from zero, George Lucas. You make Underworld, you make 1313, and you study the lore, and you respect the canon, and you make proper fucking Star Wars. That's how you fix it. But that takes humility, it takes a public apology, it takes firing a whole lot of people, and it takes doing it the right way. And Disney's not going to do any of that. They have to get rid of that sequel trilogy, but they won't. They spent too much money on it and based Galaxy's Edge on it. Right. Plus, a big thing of it is that they don't want to admit defeat. They would have to go back to everybody and be like, oh, we screwed up, guys. We didn't make proper Star Wars, so now we're going to redo it. They look foolish. They're never going to do that. So you're stuck with 7, 8, 9. It is what it is. And knowing that you're stuck with 7, 8, 9, and Kathleen Kennedy, by the way, because she ain't going nowhere, knowing that you're stuck with those, then you know ultimately that this is one conclusion. It's all going to connect. So I refer back to what I was saying earlier. What was the point of Grogu? What's the point of Omega? Why? Snoke, Palpatine, the bestest ever. That's why. Multiverse and Star Wars would just close it down. That would be it for me. Yeah. Oh man, you think it's a mess now? Holy shit. George Lucas shouldn't have trusted phony baloney after the Clone Wars. Yeah. I think George was just over it, to be honest with you. All right, there's a few more on this episode of Bad Batch. We'll get through this real quick. As long as she's not in the hands of Lama Su, okay? So then they're flying off. They have Omega, and she's like, why are they doing this? I don't want to end up an experiment in a tube. Okay, well, that's kind of ironic because that's what you were. That's where you came from. You were an experiment in a tube. But okay. Lama Su will keep sending bounty hunters after me. And then Hunter's like, don't worry about it, kid. You're never going back to Camino. You'll be safe with us. By the way, if you remember last episode, he got shot right in the chest, and he's just chilling. I mean, he's just got this bandage on him, but dude, you got shot right in the chest with a fucking laser. Anyways, he's just fine. So that last episode, what was it again? Lost Bounty, I think it's called. Bounty Lost. As an overall episode, it didn't have a lot of problems or mistakes. It was actually pretty well done. But it drops like major bombs. The one big one, well, you got probably the two biggest ones is she's a pure genetic clone, so now she's so important that they want her material, but also it shits on Boba Fett because Boba Fett is no longer that one special, unique clone. Now Omega is part of that. So you've, in one fell swoop, put a huge hole in Star Wars lore and something that's canon and since not 77, 78, the holiday special, or if you want to be technical, 80, Empire pure canon. Okay. So since 1980, I'll even be more fair, until 2001, when we see that Boba Fett is the clone of Jango Fett and we meet Jango Fett. Okay, so I'll even give Disney that advantage. 20 years, Boba Fett was that one special clone. And now, because Dildoni wants to keep playing around in George Lucas's universe, that went out the window. So, again, this episode didn't have a bunch of stuff, but the things that it had were very pivotal pivotal in what comes afterwards in Star Wars. So now Boba Fett is just meh. And we see that the whole point of Omega is not Omega, but they want her blood. They want her genetic material. Why do they want that genetic material? I will again ask you. There's only one logical reason. Snoke, Palpatine, Kathleen Kennedy. I mean, Rey. So that was the basics of that episode. We'll get into the other one, which we'll go over even faster. They got to sell it. Yeah, well, as I tell all of you guys, whenever you post on social media, whenever you know, if it's important to you, if you really want Star Wars back, because it could happen, got to force Disney to sell it. So that someone else that actually gives a goddamn at least attempts to make Star Wars and doesn't just like loosey-goosey, like, hey, we'll just do whatever. Omega is all about Hunter and Wrecker. She doesn't seem to care about the other two. No, she doesn't. If she's a clone, how is she a girl? Exactly. Dave Dildoni. There he is. There's your boy, Dildoni. I hated Snoke and everything about the sequel trilogy. I can't argue with you. Woke Disney Boba is a girl, and Jango is the fake clone, so Omega is a true clone. Correct. Sell Lucasfilm. Okay. So let's get right into Common Ground, which is the next one. Knock that out of the way, which it's not much because there really isn't much to talk about in this episode. I'm not saying that this episode fixes anything. I'm not saying that I like the Bad Batch. I'm not saying that this is the greatest thing I've ever seen, but this is far and away the best episode of Bad Batch. It really doesn't have problems. It looks really beautiful. And overall, it was decent. Now, all of this is true because they isolate a separate thing and have like a skirmish on this planet, as opposed to them flying around and interacting with others and causing all this mess. This is like an isolated story. So first, the artwork is awesome. You can see this big moon right here, or other planet. It's probably a moon. There's this like palace. This planet, is it Ord Mantell? No, I forget the name of this planet. I think one of the screenshots says it. Anyways, it has really cool artwork. And it like is panning up, right? So the image is coming down. Like it's going up, right? So the towers and stuff start to cut off. The reason I mention that is it's like panning down, and the way that the shots cut, it's really actually well done. It's not only is the art style, but the way that the screen like pans and cuts, it very much looks like an anime. Like you can tell that this episode is super heavily anime inspired. So anyways, really cool artwork. It looks really good. You can see, look, all these people here. And props to them because all these people are moving. It's not just like a static shot. I mean, there's movement. And it looks really cool. Again, this 98% of the people are moving around. There was one or two, like I don't know if it was this one or here, that's standing still, but like most everybody here is moving around. There's activity going on here. It's pretty well done. I have to give them props. So anyways, up here you're going to like any kind of castle, right? The king or whoever comes out and talks down to the people. So you have this captain. I don't remember her name, but she's a female Imperial officer. She's pretty awesome. She's a captain. I know that. We promise to treat all planets within the Confederacy of Independent Systems fairly. So she's basically trying to convince these people that, you know, you should be, oh, look, it's Isla's cousin. You know, that the Empire's good and you should, you know, basically accept the occupation, blah, blah, blah. All we asked in exchange was for your loyalty. This is the captain, the Imperial captain. She's pretty cool. You can see the clones there. It's real crisp. It looks awesome. These are screenshots, so granted, some of this is going to be blurry, but this episode looks really cool. This guy is like the leader of this planet. Oh, this is Raxus, by the way. Yeah, there it is, Raxus. Norn Mantell is where Sid is at. Ord Mantell. So yeah, they're on Raxus. So the Imperial captain's like, hey, you know, all we asked for was loyalty, and then she's like, yet that has not been forthcoming. So he's talking to the droid, and he's like, you know, I can't let this happen. This is wrong. This is not right. Blah blah blah. And she's like, you have to, or you'll be arrested like the other senators, or worse. So he's being like pressured to make a speech to the people. So the captain's talking to deal with the rise in incursions. A mandatory curfew will be put into effect for your protection. She's up here talking. Okay. So as you can see, 1 second they're like, the Empire's good, but because you guys aren't behaving, we're going to put curfews on you. So typical. Such measures were approved by your esteemed Senator Avi Singh. So she's claiming that Homeboy authorized that, but naturally he's under pressure by the Empire to say that. Why? Because they don't want to take by force. They want them to believe that their leader is like, yeah, we should work with the Empire. They're great. Anyway, so he steps up to talk to the people, and this is a really cool shot as well. Again, most of these people are moving. It's quite impressive. And as you can see, it's very anime style. So he walks up, he starts talking, fellow citizens, I implore you to embrace these new laws, right? Because he's, again, under pressure to... Under the Empire, Raxus will flourish once more. Again, the clones. It looks really cool. I like her. She's awesome. And is why I can no longer condone this unjust occupation. So then, like, as he's saying, he's like, no, this is wrong. I can't do this. So then he's like, screw that. And he's like, I can't condone this. So then she's like, you know, and then the clones start to come to arrest him. So they arrest him and kind of take him away. And then she's like, she says like secure the area or clear the area or something like that. And it's pretty neat because they show scenes of like the clones like, okay, get out of the way, move along, get out of here. And the people are like, we don't have to leave. You're the trespassers and blah, blah, blah. So it was kind of neat to see like the interaction of the crowd and, you know, the clones occupying. Again, it looks awesome. So the people are kind of like, no, you know, you guys are not supposed to be here. And then these three walkers come up, right? Like here is where he was talking. So they come walking up to disperse the crowd. Okay. So then the droid, who's the senator's assistant, like goes running off because he says, hey, if things go bad, follow exactly my orders, do what I told you. Okay. So she goes off to a corner. The senator has been seized by Imperial authorities and is in grave danger. She puts out a radio message. We don't know to who, but she does call out for help. Okay. Here, this is Ord Mantell, where Sid is with her little cantina. Okay. It's dark. It's like alleys. They're not like in the total wide open, but again, these guys are in their full clone gear, just walking around out in the open. There's Omega. I mean, it's just... They even say, because she's like, hey, I can't wait to go on our next mission or some shit like that. And Tech's like, with 2 bounty hunters after you, it would be wise to keep a low profile. Meanwhile, they're all walking out in the middle of the street with their clone armor. This little girl on his shoulder. They're all making noise and talking. It's just like, this show is like what James says, a lesson on how to be spotted when you're trying not to be spotted. I mean, it's like, it's so ridiculous, this show, that these guys are just walking around out in the open, talking loudly, this little girl on their shoulder, like no one's going to notice them, recognize them, ask a question. It's so stupid. And he even says, with 2 bounty hunters after you, it would be wise to keep a low profile. And here you are in the middle of the street with light holding this girl up in the air. So they get back to Sid's little cantina. I've got a job for you, a little extraction on Raxus. And he's like, they're like, okay. Then they find out who it is. And Echo's like, he's a separatist. And then Hunter's like, oh, no, you know, we could do a lot of things, but I can't help a separatist. So she's like, shut up. It's a job. You need the money. Do it. So they're like, all right. And then he's like, I'm not bringing Omega to a planet swarming with Imperials. Okay, finally, you decide that you shouldn't bring this child with you on all these fucking missions. You are grown men, special forces, and you're carrying this little girl around. It's ridiculous. So finally, he's like, I'm going to leave her. Okay, well, good. That's what you should have been doing. So they literally just walked off the screen, and she's like, hey, Tiny, I've got a job for you. I got a mission for you. And you can see she's got like a brush. So she wants her to scrub the bar, which whatever, fine. So Bad Batch takes off. They go to Raxus to try to save this senator. As they come in, again, we're just rehashing here. Empire Strikes Back. Look, it's Cloud City. Look, the 2 police cruisers come out to inspect the shuttle and make sure it's okay amongst the clouds. It's literally Cloud City. But anyways, it's a cool shot. It looks pretty. This shuttle came like this and then swooped, and then these 2 are going to swoop after it. So it's a really cool shot. But it's like, hey, Empire, it's Cloud City again. So here they are in front. This is restricted airspace, blah, blah, blah. They give a code. They get through. Fine. You're free to continue or whatever. And then they zip off, right? So then they come out into these woods. And this is like Shuttle Tidarian where the wings flap up. So when it comes, it like, from your view, it kind of like swoops and then like turns, and then the wings fold up and it goes straight down. It actually looks really good. It looks really cool. It looks very Star Warsy. So props on this particular shot. All right. Then it's kind of cool because you see here Hunter is like creeping. Well, so there's this little section kind of like Metal Gear. They're creeping around a little bit. It was neat. Fine. So then back on Ord Mantell. Hey there, we got an expert here because Sid is playing against these 2 knuckleheads, the Hollow Chess game, and she's getting whooped. And Omega's like, I wouldn't do that when Sid's about to make a move. So then she's like, oh, we got an expert here. She doesn't listen. She makes a move, gets fucked up, and Omega's like, I told you. So then Sid's like, okay, well, expert, what should I do next? So then she comes over, and Miss I know how to do everything also knows how to whip people in hollow chess. So she hits like a combination of buttons. The freaking figure goes and wipes out the other guys, the 2 guy knuckleheads shit, and they're like, ah. So then it's just, how did you do that? It's a strategy game. I'm good at strategy. Well, you're good at everything, including freaking hollow chess. So here we go. So then Sid immediately is like, oh, really? You think you could win money doing this? You know, you could play this all the time? She's like, yeah, of course. So then she's like, but what's in it for me? And then Sid's like 30%. And then the kid, again, that knows everything, out hustles and makes a demand and is like, I want 60%. I don't know a 10, 11-year-old that would even be thinking on the level of, oh, no, I need 60% or 50-50. They would just be like, oh, I can get candy bar money and do this. I mean, she's like out haggling Sid now. Sid, who's been out haggling everybody and has the clones in debt, even though they're doing all these jobs for her. She has them in debt for lodging and food and fuel and all this nonsense. And this little kid is outsmarting Sid, and it's like, no, I don't want 30%, I want 60. Okay, Dave. Anyways, so outside of Raxus, where this is where the senator is, this is a cool shot again. Clones in the street, the walker, they're showing like the occupation. This is a really pretty shot. This episode has a lot of action, and when I say action, there are like high-speed action sequences, but there's also like all these clones and people moving around and walking around, a lot of attention to detail. It's really very good. I'm actually shocked, but I'm pretty impressed with this episode. So here's the senator without his funny hat. There's the badass captain. She again, she of course comes in with the probe droid, you know, member berries. Anyways, you hear the sound effect and all that, and it comes. So they talk shit for a little bit, and then she steps back, and the probe droid like comes up, right, and is about to get him. And then right when he's about to get him, there's this big smoke cloud, and who comes out of the smoke but the clones, and they stun everybody, and fine, whatever. Here's the guy. They release him. So right when they're doing that, Tech's like, there's been an alert, and all of a sudden all these clones are start moving around all over the city where they're occupying, and they start moving around this building where the senator is. So there's again a lot of action. You see the walkers, you see clones running around and moving. It's pretty neat, and they're very sharp. They look very well. The CGI is beautiful. All right. So as they're trying to escape, they're up on the roof. There's they see that there's a walker coming. So Wrecker shoots a line down from the balcony over to the walker, and they zip down. There's a sequence where they pop up like a lid on the walker, and I forget if it's Tech or Wrecker that throws it. I want to say Tech. He throws a like this stun grenade thing into the cabin, and it was just a cool shot. It was pretty neat how it like blows up and it gets these two clones. It like shocks them. Okay, so they're like up here, and this walker like was coming this way and then turned left, right, and now it's going this way. Actually, they might be here. Okay, so what's important, actually, it's very hard to see, but like right here and right here, which I give them props for, you can see the cables, and they're kind of dangling, and as this thing is turning and coming, like you can see the cables here. Same thing here. It's hard to see because you know, it's a screenshot, but if you look closely, there's the cables. There's one, I think there's another one here, but you can see the cable. Great attention to detail. Not only is it like swinging around and moving, but the fact that it's there, they didn't forget it. This is where they were. So basically, this walker had come from here, right? And it was walking this way. They, from up here, shot a cable down to this walker. Well, actually, to this walker at this point, because this one was in front. They slid down the cable and, like, from up top, took out all the guys inside the walker and commandeered the walker. That's the idea. So as they're going off, other walkers are coming, and here they are in pursuit. So they commandeered this walker, which is fine. Bunch of clones come out again. Another really cool shot. Look how clean these clones are and how they're moving. I mean, it's really neat to see them in these groups moving around this little city. So that walker that I showed you was behind. Okay, they're kind of like going around, right? That square. So as soon as the second one lines up, it shoots this like kind of almost like a mortar, and you can see it coming in here, and they're on top of this, but then they jump off, right? So they're jumping off right as the mortar is about to hit. So the first walker they're in gets disabled. So now they got to deal with the second walker, which is coming here. You see it's coming around. Again, another cool shot. They go through, disable that walker. It's a second walker. Then a third walker comes, and they do it all over again. Anyways, the idea was that the first walker they were in got hit in like the rear. Well, this is the front. It got hit in like the left, right rear section by that mortar, which knocked out that leg, which made the whole thing like go down. So they needed time because tech was going to manually recalibrate the leg and get it working again, which doesn't make sense because it was hit by an explosive and got fucked up, but okay. So they're buying time while he's trying to fix the first walker. They commandeer and take out the second walker, and then a third walker comes. Again, clones running around. So they end up taking out the third walker. They escape. The leg comes back online for the first walker. They escape in the walker. Fine. Now, this is a little bit later. They get back into, they're in the first walker, right? The original walker. They go like around this thing again, and he's like, go to that wall. So they go up like parallel to this wall, and it like goes down and parks. Kind of like, have you ever seen a horse, like when they go down on their, kind of like on their knees? So then a side hatch opens. He's like, blow a hole here. So they blow a hole in the wall. From the walker, they sneak through the hole. Then Wrecker puts another mine on the opening, which blows that up. Rubble closes, and then the clones come, and it's gone. It's empty, guys. There's nobody here. So they escape through this like passage, whatever, through the building, and come out in this like wooded area, which is right where their ship is. So they're all here getting on their ship. Senator dude's like, I can't wait. I can't leave. This isn't right. My people need me. But then they all reason like, hey, dude, you know, and Hunter literally said, the droid is basically which gets his reason. And then Hunter like reiterates it and says, you know, live today to fight another day, something like that. So he's like, yeah, you're right. So then they all get in and they zoom off, and he'll deal with this problem later, whatever. Here they are. This is the opposite. Remember, the wings were folded up. So it goes up, it like turns, the wings open out, and then it looks really good. It's really pretty. I totally give them props. The animation is smooth and flawless and looks very Star Wars. And here they are flying off. Again, this planet, the stars, all of this looks really awesome. So now we're back on Ord Mantell. And now Sid has got her like hustling people. She's like beating people on the damn holo tables, winning a bunch of money. So everybody's like gasping because she's whooping ass. And she's fighting, of course, a Chiss. They introduce him, getting you ready for Thrawn. And then homeboy here is like, oh, she did it again. And she beats the shit out of him. Just then, Bad Batch walks in and is looking like, what the hell? What are you doing? And Wrecker immediately picks her up because those are buddies. And then she's like, he's like, what the hell is going on? Hunter, you know. And one of them's like, oh, is she did pretty good, or how's she doing? Or I think Wrecker's like, how's she doing? And Sid's like, she's a natural. I've never seen anything like it. So she knows how to shoot guns. She knows how to repair droids. She knows how to use all computer consoles. She understands all the way the genetics of the clones work. She knows about the inhibitor chip. She's can escape from anything, open any kind of lock, and hell, she's even a beast at Holo Chest. So Omega made enough money to pay off the debt that they owe, because Hunter's like pissed off, like, what are you doing? You're supposed to be incognito, and you're out here playing these games and all this, you know. And she's like, you should be appreciative. She made the money to pay off your debt. So apparently she was hustling everybody with the Holo Chest. So then he's like, you know, what's going on? And she's like, I just wanted to be useful, even if I couldn't go on the mission. They have this little, you know, little moment. And then the episode basically wraps with, you know, it's okay. I just wanted you to be safe. You know, you shouldn't have been playing out in public, blah, 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 blah. So then she's like, I just wanted to be useful. I'm sorry. And then he's like, hey, I'll tell you what, if you, and he walks over to the table. He's like, if you win, then there's no more sitting out on missions. So basically, if you can beat me, you're not going to ever stay behind. Now, there's a moment earlier where he's like, hey, have Omega go around and do something, and Tech's like, Omega's not here, dude, remember? And he's like, oh, yeah. So they were trying to show that little, like, oh, he misses Omega. Oh, he expects Omega. She's part of the team. Now it's part of the plan, but she's not there, so it kind of throws a wrench in Hunter's scheme. It's like... So anyways, they play, and she's all excited. And he's like, if you beat me, no more sitting out. So she, of course, runs over to the table. And, she does the first move. He does the second move. That was the last one I had. But he says, are you ready? And then she says, the question is, are you ready? Or something like that. So anyways, we can assume that she beats him at Hollow Chess because, of course, she's going to be on all the missions with them. So this episode really didn't have any problems. There's no canon issues. There's nothing out glaringly stupid. Now, maybe if I watch it again a couple times, a little more fine-tooth comb, I might pick up something. But I have to say that this episode doesn't have problems. It doesn't connect much with the other episodes. It's like strictly a side, like they go to save the senator. There's all this clone skirmish in the city. They get the senator. They're out. They get Omega. They meet back up with Omega, and so it's not dealing with the cloning or other characters or other ripples. It's like a very isolated episode of this senator on Raxus. And I got to say, it looks really good. There's all kinds of cool activity, details, clones running around, people moving, the crowds. It doesn't fix anything. It doesn't change the fact that Bad Batch is nonsense. But as an isolated episode, not my Star Wars, did not see any problems. It looks beautiful. I actually didn't want to hang myself or fall asleep. So if there's one episode I'd say, okay, it was fun, you could watch it. It's a neat little, view of the clones occupying a city. It's pretty cool. Again, there's no like clone talk or this person, came in and now the cross contamination of what this character now relates to the situation, right? Like the previous episode was a mess because you got Fennec, you got Cad, you got Lama Su, you got all this shit going on, and she discovers the clones and there's all this shit. This episode is completely opposite. It's totally isolated. It's very pretty. It's good dialogue. I can't believe that I'm even saying any of this, but it's pretty cool. This last episode, most importantly, I did not see any glaring problems. Now, maybe I missed something, maybe looking at it again, but I'm very impressed that Disney did not fuck this one up. So, for what it's worth, for me, it's the best episode of what I've seen, and it's fun. It's worth watching. It's short. It's like 30 minutes. But it's enjoyable because, again, it's not connecting to the other bullshit. It's not worrying about Fennec or the Empire well, it is the Empire because they're occupying the city, but it's very isolated, that girl captain. You understand? It's not all the other stuff. It's like a very isolated side thing. Technically, it's a filler episode, but it's good. It doesn't do any damage. It doesn't piss you off. It moves. It has nice action. And the thing that I will stress more than anything, it's really cool to see the clones moving around and how they're occupying the city and like how they move and work together. And it felt Gendy. Okay, it didn't feel like all these individual clones with different suits and they're talking. No, it was like straight up the clones working together. They're all the same. They all look the same. They all behave the same. It felt Gendy. It has a little bit of Gendy there. Plus, it has the anime style artwork. I mean, again, I can't even believe that I'm saying this, but watch this episode. It actually was pretty cool. Because it's isolated from everything else. It's not connecting. It's not bumping into other things. It's just like this side thing. Plus, they leave the kid, which is nice. It's like she's out of the way, you know? They can just be themselves, which it's like the first time they do that in this freaking Bad Batch. So, it's pretty neat. Watch this episode. I would say watch it. And in fact, you don't have to know the whole whole Bad Batch story. You don't have to know everything that's going on. That's how isolated it is. You'll know that it's just some clones that have to go into this city and help free this senator. That's all you need to know. You don't have to know like the whole story or the Omega connection or the cloning or any of this other shit. You could have not watched any other episode and just enjoyed this episode as a cool little how would clones act occupying a city episode. So there you go. Believe it or not, I would actually recommend this episode of the Bad Batch. It's fun. Main thing is it doesn't do any glaring damage that I know of, which is so ironic because the previous one just shits all over Boba Fett. It's short, it's cool, it's fun, doesn't cause any problems. So there you go. Believe it or not, I actually would recommend that episode. Where are we at? Sell Lucasfilm. That creature who sends the Bad Batch to the jobs is Carla Tortelli from Cheers. Yes, that's Rhea Perlman. Where did the female Imperial captain come from? I don't know. She's just there. She's just, I guess, was dispatched to oversee the Roxas occupation. I've never seen her, heard of her. I can't remember her name. I know she is a captain because they say captain. I just think she looks cool, and she had like the good demeanor and voice, the way she acts and talks, and I thought she was neat. I thought she was a cool character. You know, because we hate women and we hate them having any power. But yeah, no, I think she's an awesome Imperial officer, and I don't know her name, but she was cool. Casting couch, correct. This whole mess of a plot seems like mythological war unraveling in media right in front of us, forever changing the landscape of cinema during the cinematic evolution of the industry. Yes. And it's not just Star Wars. It's just that Star Wars is the biggest property. Omega is in the Bad Batch, so Biden will watch it. Correct. Too funny. The people should have seen or heard those walkers coming from a mile away. All of a sudden they were there. Yes, that's one little thing. That's true, and I did notice that. But you know, you're shouting, you're distracted. We'll let it go. We'll say, okay, they came up. You know. But yes. The Sherrick. Omega kind of looks like a boy, yeah, kind of, but she doesn't look like Jango. So do you think Filoni also betrayed George Lucas, or still loyal, or is he confused, being manipulated? Oh, he's totally betrayed George Lucas several times, over and over and over again. He just shits all over George's canon, so obviously he doesn't care. He's making his own stuff, and I'm not totally mad at him. I mean, who wouldn't want the opportunity to be a Lucasfilm and create whatever you want? But the thing is, you have to be unselfish and understand that George created a foundation, that there's rules, there's continuity, and that your highest concern, your biggest desire should be to continue to honor and maintain that, not contradict it. And at every point, every moment, Filoni's contradicting everything that George said and did. So obviously he doesn't give a shit. Give this episode a chance. Yeah, you know what? Again, you know, if it's coming from me, guys, I would watch it. It's fun. It's decent. All the other ones are a freaking dumbass mess. They're just a rehash. That one was the Clone Wars chasing around Zam Wessel. Well, that was them chasing around freaking Fennec Shand. There's all kinds of stupidity. There's the clone mess and all this stuff. But this episode is very isolated, and it's just fun. So, George Lucas has been on the set of Mandalorian. I think Grogu was his idea. No. George Lucas was there twice. Once, Dave Filoni's birthday. Twice, second time, and this is no accident, Ahsoka. He had two very specific reasons for being there. He did not create Grogu. That was Favreau. Same thing with the Darksaber. Filoni and Favreau created the Darksaber, not George Lucas. George Lucas has had nothing to do with Star Wars since he sold it in 2012. So, no, not his idea. Hey, Sock Mom, how are you? Thanks for stopping by. If you're still around, nice to see you. I see some people stopped in. Thank you, Princess Manda. I don't know if you're still around, but thank you. YouNow people. Good. Haha. No, they're. Yeah, I'm over on YouTube doing the broadcast and sharing it over here. So on Fridays, that's what I do. So I'm looking like on a secondary screen to see that you're here on YouNow. So I don't actively see the YouNow unless I check it because I'm streaming from YouTube. But on Tuesdays and pretty much any other time on YouNow, I will be directly on YouNow. So it would be different from like today's conversation earlier because I'm now through YouTube. But I do see you, so I appreciate you stopping by. Truly do. Dave Filoni could see George's script and say to Lucasfilm, let me adapt this as a separate thing, an alternative, if you will. It will grab a lot of attention and subscribers to Plus. But nope. Nope. George Lucas was supposed to stay on as a consultant, but when he realized they were going to do whatever they wanted, he left. He felt that if he stayed, he would cause trouble. Yeah, he says that. The preliminary idea was, and they literally bought his outlines, was they bought the outlines to make his story and that he would be around to consult because, gee, how smart. The creator of Star Wars, have him around to make sure you get the shit right. Imagine that. But that very quickly went out the window. They decided not to do his stories, and he was just like, fuck it. So, 2013 at best, he was still around, and, long before the movies were made or anything, he was out. Should have stayed and caused trouble, yeah. But at the end of the day, Disney's going to do what they're going to do. So why would he wear himself out and get frustrated? And there's no sense in that. Let's see. I'm sure most of you have heard about the Slave One thing. I know some of you have mentioned it. But I suppose I could touch on it real quick since we're talking about Boba. What's this? Finished watching Star Wars Politics by Ichibaka. Do you think George was going through political revisionism during that interview with James Cameron? It's strange considering the fact how timeless Star Wars is, even to George. Just finished watching Star Wars Politics by Chapek. Do you think George was going through political revisionism during that interview with Cameron? I know the interview, he's talking about Vietnam and stuff. I don't know that he's political revisionism. I think that he's telling you where he was coming from, that maybe people didn't realize that's what it was. Like Itchy said, I believe Star Wars fans are looking for the large-scale politics that's a part of timeless history for all human culture and is especially represented in Star Wars itself. So I'm not sure if George, despite his political beliefs, was really trying it down SJW story because the 6 films are vague enough to fit any perspective of politics on any side of the fact that they're based on the endless cycle of human history and culture. Yes. Shoot. Right now, I don't want to get into the whole reply of that, but yes, Kira, if you happen to see this or hear this, and later with more time, I will look back at this. Why did I come here? Okay. Alrighty, let's see. Where you at? July. I'm hoping it didn't get taken away. Where are you? Where? There's just so many. He's really bothered by it. I'm pretty bothered by it too. I'm just trying to find the original tweet. Where are you? Damn it, where is it? Alright. Might be an easier way of me finding this because looking through Twitter sometimes is those damn threads can get crazy. Come on. Where's the original tweet? God damn it. Okay. Well, we'll go off of Bounding into Comics article just to kind of make it more simple, because going through his tweets is just going to take too long. Anyways, most of you are probably aware of this, but I'll just touch on it real quick. Let me first catch up with the chat, and then we'll talk about episode of Chance. You can see George's script and say to Lucasfilm, let me adapt a separate thing. Yeah. George Lucas was supposed to stay on a consultant, right? Cause trouble, yes. George had a condition, a contract that they cannot elaborate on Yoda's species without him. No. They cannot touch the 6 movies. As far as Yoda species, they own Yoda, so they can do whatever they want. He, in the EU and throughout the holocron, the vaults, and the history within Lucasfilm, Yoda was always a secret, what his species was, where he comes from, etc. But it has nothing to do with his contract. They own Yoda, and they can do whatever they want. Heard about the Slave 1 thing. Lego calls a new model of Slave 1 Boba Fett's starship is. The end of 3, Anakin sounded like Bush. If you're not with me, then you're against me. Yes. Because Disney doesn't like the word slave, correct? It's sock, haha. Oh, Chewbacca pancake. Chewbacca's pancake. Hey, sock / pancake / Chewbacca's pancake. Good to see you. Oh, that's awesome. I love that. Chewbacca's pancake. Clever girl. I definitely wish he had more patience and persistence and stayed to show them how it's done by correcting them when they inevitably fail. Correct. By the way, as far as Fridays, I always do my big Star Wars show, Chewie's Pancake. So you would always have a better experience over here. If you're interested, you'll always have a better experience here because this is where it's coming from. Whereas the other days I would be straight on, It's so funny. Show them how it's done by correcting them. Yeah, well. He might have been able to keep them from making so many mistakes. But this is the thing, guys. At the end of the day, it's not about not having the information, the knowledge, the accessibility. They can call George Lucas on the phone at any time. It's about Disney wants to do what the fuck they want to do. They want to make their own Star Wars. So it doesn't really matter what was there. It's the mentality. From the beginning, Disney was going to do whatever they wanted to do. So Disney loves slaves. All the slaves in China making Disney shit, Nike shit, and other corporations. Correct. I wanted to ask your opinion and anyone's opinion on something. In Facebook, I got an ad to build a half-size R2-D2. Every month they send you a part. 100 parts to complete the droid. Huh, I haven't heard of that. It's kind of neat. But I can't give Lucasfilm any money, so... But that does sound neat. Every month it would cost, I think, $13.99 plus shipping after 100 shipments. And told them, oh, fuck no. You're crazy. Yep. Finished Droid has great features. Play sounds, of course. You can use an app to program it. I wouldn't pay $1,600 to Disney for anything. 3D printer and do it yourself. Yeah, that's true. There's also some very nice Lego R2s out there that are pretty elaborate. I was scammed in another ad to buy the Star Wars Lego UCs sets like the Millennium Falcon and the Death Star for like $80. Total scam. I got my money back though. Yeah. Be careful. eBay. That's a lot of money for cheap Chinese plastic. Anakin is a slave on episode 1. Yep. Which will become a problem, and they will try to change that. $80 is a good deal. They usually cost around $700. Lego doesn't use Chinese plastic. Kenny said they didn't have any source material. Correct. Chewbacca pancake. How cute is that? Too funny. I love that. All right. I'm trying to think. Was there anything else I needed to talk about? No, Leslye and all that. Okay. So I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to get a refill of coffee, and I'll come back and we'll talk about Slave 1. There's not much there, but we'll have a little chat about Slave 1. And I'm actually pretty awake. I'm only on the 7th hour, so if there's other stuff you guys want to talk about or any questions or anything you can think of, by all means. I will be back within 10 minutes. Slave Leia. Well, they've already gone. They've gotten rid of that. There's no more Slave Leia. They already talked about that. They're not going to use that name anymore. They'll probably try to find a way to get her out of that bikini. They'll cover her up or something dumb. Something that Disney just doesn't get. It's like Song of the South. No matter how bad it was, how embarrassing it was, it's accurate. It needs to be what it is, for better or worse. And Disney thinks they can just like cover things and hide things, change the name. But now you've taken away the whole point. If Leia's there, she's a slave in Jabba's palace. That was the point. Oh boy, Disney. Just as Slave 1 has a point. He's the best bounty hunter in the galaxy. Of course he's going to have a ship called Slave 1. They did, yeah. Months ago, they were like, no more Slave Leia. That's gone. Go to sleep. Okay, Roberto, thanks for hanging out as always. Really not like you're beginning to? How long have you known this channel? Roberto, I'll be on Tuesday, YouNow, and we'll see maybe some other days. Indentured servant Leia, there you go. Thanks for the stream, of course, buddy. I'll see you soon. I don't know who really is offended by Song of the South. Nobody really. Greg R is highly racist. Changing Splash Mountain theme to a Frog Princess is a dumb idea. Correct. It sure is. Give you my points last night, by the way, but it wouldn't let me send it all. Oh, no worries, Sock, if you're still around over there. Don't sweat it. I don't know how you were getting all those points. How were you sending me all those points? I was trying to figure that out. You were like killing the game over there. Too funny. The movie, not Greg. I'm just wondering, did you see the footage of George Lucas holding? Yeah. No, I don't agree with that. I didn't see a big smile on his face. I thought he thought it was cute, and he looked at it, and they kind of like put it in his arms. What is he supposed to do? I don't think that he hates Grogu, but what if he had made Grogu? Well, first of all, Grogu has these like black eyes. What are those alien eyes? Yoda actually has eyes. Second, Yoda was, again, Star Wars is stakes and emotion. You've now limited the stakes, the importance of Yoda, because there's Grogu. So who cares that Yoda died? Yoda wasn't special. Now he's not special anymore that he lived to 900 and he's the last of his species. Now there's Grogu. So now you've diminished Yoda. Who cares? Yoda, whatever. George Lucas would have never created Grogu. In fact, he's probably pretty pissed off about it. But he's on the set. What's he going to do? Kick Grogu across the room? He went to, visit John for his birthday, and they're like, oh, look, it's a little baby Yoda. And, but was he smiling and oh, wow, I'm so proud? No, he wasn't. Go look at the picture. Go look at the footage. He's not all ecstatic. I'm highly racist. I like Uncle Remus. I don't think the movie is racist. Well, maybe the tar baby is kind of racist. And the broken English, the Brer characters speak, is also kind of racist. But the rest of the movie is okay. I don't think it's so much racist as it is of its time. Now, were there things that were wrong and fucked up in that film? Yes, by all means. There shouldn't be slaves to begin with. But what I'm saying is that movie isn't so blatant. Like, if you made that movie today, yes, it would be blatantly racist. It's just that it was, it's a product of its time. That's for sure. Oh, that ad is on. I'm like, why am I seeing that ad? What's this? Okay. So let's do that. I'll take a quick break. And, oh, look, now people are popping up. Greetings, Adaptive. Good to see you, brother. I can't talk. Brother. They're former slaves. These TV shows just listen to saps offended by everything. Being a minority person, I didn't have an issue with songs of the South, nor did my pretty mixed family. But the black characters act like they're living the high life. Yeah, they kind of do. Greg West from Virgil. Uba. Do you want an Uba before I go? You need some Uba in your life?
Uba. Uba. Uba.
There's always Uba on Not My Star Wars. Everything is satisfactional. Long time you've been streaming. I was looking for your stream last night. I came on kind of late, like it was like 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. It was pretty late. Hello. I needed that Uba. There you go. I'm here to give my people what they want. Too funny. Okay. Too funny. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, get some coffee. I'll be back in a few minutes, and we'll talk a little bit more about Slave One. And that's mostly what I have. So at this point, yeah, I think it was around 1 o'clock. We'll talk a little bit about Slave One, and then if there's anything you guys want to talk about, I'm actually pretty awake. So if you want to just talk about whatever, or you have Star Wars questions, concerns, comments, by all means. All right. I'll be back shortly. Yeah, maybe you just missed me. Of course, you didn't get a notification. Did I miss? Well, yeah, I've been on for 7 hours and 20 minutes now, so you missed something. What did I miss? Some news about Leslye Headland, that she thinks Star Wars is hers and she's going to make her own Star Wars. An article by somebody on the Atlantic that was pretty delusional about what Star Wars is. We went over the last 2 episodes of The Bad Batch. And here we are. That's the very condensed version of it. It's too much you'd have to watch the replay. 7 hours. So yeah. All right. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll leave you with a little bit of which most of you have seen plenty of times, but anyways, I'll see you in about 10 minutes.
Fade in.
Funding for this program is brought to you in part by...
Are you tired of scratched, lost, or broken glasses? Bulky, hard-to-use sun and eyeglass holders? Then you need the Clippy. It's as easy as pinch, clip, hang.
Did you know the average American spends 101 minutes a day in the car? Wouldn't it be great if your customers could see your company logo every time they hit the road? Then you need the Clippy, the perfect, unique, affordable product to promote your brand and with constant marketing exposure. Plus, it's 100% made in the USA. No longer will your promotional investment become someone's unused, unseen, discarded item.
And by the annual financial support of viewers like you.
We have here all the original movie costumes, props, and models from the Star Wars movies. We'd like to take you on a tour. This is Darth Vader from the Star Wars films. Darth Vader was played by David Prowse, an actor from England, and his voice was done by James Earl Jones. If you look closely on the chest plate, you can see that Hebrew lettering underneath the 3 coin slots that are on the right side of the chest plate. This is Han Solo in carbonite used in Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. The face is a casting of the actor Harrison Ford. The rest is someone else's body and hands. Chewbacca the Wookiee was played by an actor named Peter Mayhew, who's 7'2". The gold insect droid from Star Wars, and there's a Jawa at his feet. R2-D2, C-3PO, and a Stormtrooper from the Star Wars movies. There were many R2-D2s used to make one character from the films. These are some of those. R2-D2 was sometimes played by a man in a suit named Kenny Baker. Luke's Landspeeder from Star Wars. This was an actual car that was ridden. The miniature Landspeeder was used for long-distance shots. They gave the impression of the Landspeeder floating by putting mirrors underneath the fuselage of the ship. The Imperial speeder bike used in Return of the Jedi. At times it was doubled by a miniature speeder bike with a puppet representing the different characters sitting on it. The TIE Interceptor from Return of the Jedi, along with some miniature TIE Interceptors.
It's broken. Can you understand what he's saying? I'm not a protocol droid. I'm pretty sure that Beep is down. I sense Count Dooku is above us. Oh, yes, you're right. Beep is up. I think.
The Rebel X-Wing fighter, complete with R2-D2 in the back. Boba Fett's Slave One. The ship was inspired by a street light post. The Y-Wing. The Snowspeeder. Both Rebel crafts.
a miniature pilot from the Rebel snowspeeder. This is the probe droid that found the rebels on the ice planet Hoth. The generator on the ice planet. The Millennium Falcon. This is a large 4-foot version of the model that was built for Star Wars. You can see the corner of the smaller 6-inch model that was built for Empire Strikes Back. The ship was also built full-size in England by a shipbuilding firm in Wales.
Streaming our favorite shows, keeping in touch with our loved ones, and even our banking is mostly done online these days. We'd like to think our information is safe, but as our online footprint increases, so does our need for proper security. Surfshark adds an extra layer of security when you're online to keep all of your passwords, photos, and videos safe. There's a lot of websites and hackers that take your info without you even knowing it, but you can swim under their radar using Surfshark VPN, a virtual private network. Surfshark is a VPN service that protects your information by encrypting all of the data that you send through the internet. You can stop websites from tracking your info and selling targeted ads to you. With the click of a button, you can forget about data mining and intrusive advertisements. One of my favorite features of Surfshark is that you can see content not available in your area. Disney Plus or Netflix, for example, have different movies for each country. Access should not be tied to a region. In China, YouTube and most social media websites are banned. With Surfshark, you can solve the problem by simply changing your location. Just connect to the service and refresh the page. Surfshark is an app and browser extension that enables you to place your laptop or phone anywhere in the world and allows you to access the internet as if you were in that country. You can watch any content anywhere in the world on any of your devices. Surfshark turns you into an anonymous and hard-to-trace online user and makes the internet a safer and more enjoyable place for you. I use Surfshark every day. It automatically starts up whenever I start my PC, and whenever I need it, I activate it with just one click. Surfshark is the only VPN to offer one account to use on an unlimited number of devices. If you want both protection and freedom online, use my code NMSW, short for Not My Star Wars, to get 83% off plus 3 extra months for free. Surfshark offers a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk to try it out for yourself. The link is in the description below.
That's the thermal detonator that Princess Leia threatens to blow up Jabba the Hutt with. The Rebel blaster. Imperial Stormtrooper blaster. Luke's lightsaber from Return of the Jedi. Darth Vader's lightsaber from Return of the Jedi. The Tusken Raider and his gaffy stick from Star Wars. The 3 helmets here are 2 Imperial helmets and Luke's X-Wing helmet from Star Wars. This is the Imperial Beetle helmet. Luke's X-Wing helmet. And the Imperial Guard helmet from Return of the Jedi. 3 bad guys helmets from Star Wars movies. The Stormtrooper. The Snowtrooper from Empire Strikes Back. And of course Darth Vader from all 3 Star Wars films. C-3PO's mask from all 3 Star Wars films. An Imperial controller helmet from Star Wars. And Luke's Rebel helmet that he used on the Imperial speeder bike, seen here in the miniature. This is a prototype for the Tauntaun, the creature that Luke and Han rode in Empire Strikes Back. And this is a stop-motion version of the Tauntaun. These are miniature figures used on the sand skiff when the rebels escaped from Jabba the Hutt in Return of the Jedi. The Jawa Sandcrawler from Star Wars. This is a radio-controlled model that was filmed in the deserts of Southern California. The different versions of the Millennium Falcon. The Imperial Shuttle from Return of the Jedi. 2 different versions. This is one of the creatures from Jabba's
palace. This is Bubo. And that's Jabba himself. That's actually a half-scale Jabba. Boba Fett from Empire and Jedi. This is the cockpit dashboard of the land speeder. Jabba's sail barge from Return of the Jedi. This was built full size in Yuma, Arizona. The Wampa ice creature from Empire Strikes Back.
May the Force be with us.
Well, I'm not sure what happened there. I was highlighting a comment and it jumped to Jin, and then here we are. Anyways, you guys have seen that a few times, so if you haven't seen it, Skywalker Legacy, it's a documentary. It's 2 hours and 43 minutes, and you will love it if you have not seen it. So make sure you watch that video. It happened on one of them zippity-doo-dah days. Now that's the kind of day where you can open your mouth without a song, jump right out of it, without a song jumping right out of it. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. Oh my, what a wonderful day. Because I was going to Tosh Station to pick up some power converters. Let me tell you something. Back in my day, we had to walk through 14 miles of sandstorms to get a power converter. You whippersnappers. Don't go to the station, become radical, and blow shit up. What a piece of junk. You came in that thing, you're braver than I thought. Uncle Owen was a prick, always putting the kibosh on Luke's fun. Correct. Why is it when it was something Luke wanted to do, it was wasting time? Yeah. Well, to be fair, and I've touched on this before, Uncle Owen knows who Anakin was. You know, he understands the severity of Anakin and Luke. So, you know, he just doesn't want him to go down that same path. So he kind of hides things and is kind of strict and all that, you know, but for good reason. So you have to be a little bit fair to Ben. Thermal detonator. Luke's X-Wing helmet that Rey had in her possession in TFA. Actually, that's not Luke's helmet. That's from a Y-Wing. But she does have it in Tross. The real C-3PO mask. It is, though. I thought they smelled bad on the outside, yes. Have you ever been in cockpit before? Have you ever seen a grown man naked? Oh, you're back. I've seen the Skywalker Legacy. Yeah, you have, but I mean, anyone else that hasn't, you didn't have to read that. Just kidding about Uncle Owen. Yeah, did I say Uncle Ben? I think I did. Uncle Owen. Yeah, no, I agree. You know, he does come off as a dick, but you know, to be fair, again, the situation, it's understandable. So I think changing the name of Slave One is so silly, and the Slave Leia thing, I think they don't understand everyone has been a slave in some part of history. Yeah, well, and it goes back to the Song of the South thing, whether it was right or wrong, whether it's accepted now, whether, you know, that's irrelevant. The story dictates that his ship is Slave One. That's it. It is what it is. We're still slaves. Yes, we are. Anyways, there was a whole Twitter thing about it, and a lot of people talked about it. I'm just going to go through the bounding article because it's condensed and it'll get to the point. And I know a lot of you already know about it, but, you know, Boba Fett with me and Slave One, so I have to talk about it. I also have to talk about it because the person that brought it up and where it became a huge issue is Mark Anthony Austin, who did What Star Wars Means to Us with me. To him, like me, Boba Fett is super important. to him, like me, I was pretty pissed off when Filoni came out with, oh, she's a pure genetic replication. There goes Boba Fett down the fucking toilet. It pissed me off when Boba Fett painted his suit, and now it's pissing me off that they're going to try to get rid of Slave One and call it Boba Fett Starship. All of this is diminishing Boba Fett. Wait till you see the book of Boba Fett. It's going to be nonsensical. So, as Mark and I stated back when we did that interview, when Book of Boba Fett comes out, we're going to get together and do reviews of it. So he's like me, very critical of canon and continuity and details, but in particular Boba Fett. So it's going to be a lot of fun and interesting to hear the two of us discussing these episodes, because we both know Boba Fett very well. So it's going to be interesting. I look very much forward to that. But it's funny because this is where this all comes from. Millions of people on Earth are still slaves. Yes. Yeah, where did they get that? Omega is also a pure, unaltered clone of Jango. That's crap. Well, that's what they said. So, Boba Fett actor Mark Anthony Austin reacts to Disney's renaming Boba Fett's slave ship. This was on the 28th, just a few days ago. Boba Fett actor Mark Anthony Austin, who played the character in the 1997 Star Wars Special Edition film, recently reacted to Disney's renaming of Fett's spaceship Slave One. If you didn't see that episode of what... Where's that coming from? Oh, here. If you didn't see that episode of What Star Wars Means to Us, that was a really good one. We had a great conversation, Mark and I, so check it out. It was recently revealed that Disney is attempting to rename Fett's Slave One ship to Boba Fett's Starship, as seen on recent Lego packaging for the ship based on its appearance in The Mandalorian. So this is where it all came from, is they showed the packaging, and it says here, Boba Fett's Starship, as opposed to Slave One, as it was always packaged both in the toys and the Legos. It was always known as Slave One. Also, it comes with The Mandalorian, which I don't know why, but okay. So Mark wasn't very happy about that, like I wasn't. Disney have asked for the Slave One to be renamed to Boba Fett Starship. Lego Star Wars design director Jens Kronbold Fredrickstein said that at a fan media days last month. It is something that Disney doesn't want to use anymore. What do you think of the name change? Read at JediNews.com. Okay, so some people were like me and were pretty pissed off. Some people are like, whatever. And then you got some people are like, you're so ridiculous. It's just a Lego toy. They do that to other ships. It's not the real canon. They're not going to change it. And right here you can see that just something that Disney doesn't want to use anymore. Okay? This is the Lego Star Wars design director. So it is going to be across the board. And they have already gotten rid of Slave Leia. So Slave One is poof. Now, to come out with a ship today called Slave One, I get it. To go back 40 years and retcon what everybody has known as Slave One is nonsense. For better or for worse, that is the name of the ship. It must remain the same. As for why they are renaming the ship, Lego Star Wars design director, blah, 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 some insight while speaking with Jedi News. First declared, we're not calling it Slave One anymore. This is Boba Fett's Starship. When asked why the name was being changed, Fredrickson explained, everybody is. It's probably not something which has been announced publicly, but it's just something that Disney does not want to use anymore. Following the revelation, Austin took to Twitter to declare, my ship will forever be Slave One. Nothing, not even Disney, can or will change that. This is the way. Okay. As I said earlier, some people don't realize this, but the most sought at and highest selling Star Wars toys are Boba Fett's. The Boba Fett original action figure is like the most coveted thing in all of Star Wars collecting. There are massive groups and fan clubs for Boba Fett, like over 1 million people. He is somewhat underground because not everybody's into him or understands the story, but as far as collecting, following, fandom, Boba Fett far and away roasts everything. A lot of people care about the continuity of Boba Fett. So it is a big deal. It's going to cause massive ripples throughout all of the Star Wars universe. A lot of people are not happy about it. And Mark, who actually played Boba Fett in the movie, naturally is going to be pretty upset about it. In a subsequent tweet, Austin wrote, when applying for personalized plates for my car, the DMV would not allow Slave 1. Okay, I understand. Had to try, but I get it. The Disney idiocy, however, not buying, not conforming to the mouse, no siree. Not going to happen, he continued. He concluded, when I was growing up, I loved Disney. No more. I know the feeling, brother. He would proceed to mock the apparent logic behind changing the name. He wrote, Death Star. Sounds a bit harsh, doesn't it? Maybe tone it down a bit, eh? 6-star, potentially dangerous star. Is that coming next? Yes, it is, Mark. Because it's all going to be Mickey Mouse-ified, Disney-fied. In a subsequent tweet, he added, Stormtrooper sound a bit violent, doesn't it? From now on, Storm will be reduced to a slight rainfall trooper. Austin also tweeted, Dear Disney, in regards to the Star Wars franchise, if you don't like it, don't buy it. Simple. And this is the stuff that I've been saying from the beginning, guys, is why are you doing all this? You bought the biggest IP for the name, for the credit of that name, and yet you're going in to try to change everything about that name. So now when it fails and it's not making the money that you projected, the only people you can blame is yourselves because you didn't continue to sell the Whopper. You turned it into a ramen noodle with shrimp, and people are going to Burger King for a Whopper. They're not going for ramen noodles with shrimp. So no matter how good your ramen noodles with shrimp is or not, is irrelevant. If someone wants a Whopper, they expect a Whopper, not ramen noodles with shrimp. And that is what Disney's doing. They constantly are wanting to sell you something that is not Star Wars. So the question is, if you don't like what you bought, why did you buy it? Why do you want to change it and alter it? Change what it was. It doesn't make any sense when it was already in place to make billions of dollars. It's stupid. It's bad business decisions, and it's also just dumb. Why do you want to piss all the fans off? Well, they continue to do it. Slave 1's name being changed is a big deal. While the Slave 1 is no longer being used for Lego and seemingly other Star Wars products featuring the ship, based on Frederick Stein's explanation, the ship's name is still featured prominently in the Star Wars official website, which it is. And speaking of which, I meant to check today. Let's take a look. Because I'm pretty sure that's going to change. No, it's still here. Databank Slave 1. Now, this is a problem for several reasons, but the two main reasons. Number one, you are now setting the precedent that if we don't like something or it doesn't conform to our narrative, well, we're just going to change it. So therefore, any kind of Star Wars canon or lore is irrelevant because we're just going to twist it to what we think it should be. There's your first main problem. Two, Star Wars fans are nutsos. And changing something like the name of Slave 1 is just plain foolish. You're just going to piss everybody off. Three, you have under your own canon all kinds of comics and stuff now of Boba Fett with Slave 1. You have Slave 1 in The Mandalorian. So now what are you going to do? How are you going to retroactively go back and fix all this stuff that you created? You see, the thing is that Disney has made such a mess that it's not even somebody like me that knows the old history, and then I see this and I'm like, well, this is just dumb because that's wrong. You're to the point where new fans, let's say you're 10 years old and you just got into Star Wars and you're looking at the Disney stuff. You don't know the old stuff. So 6 months ago, you're reading a comic book about Boba Fett and it talks about Slave One, and you saw the Mandalorian and you see that ship and like, oh my God, this ship is so cool. It's called Slave One. And I think they even say the name at one point in the show. But it's there. It's Slave One. Everybody knows it. And now, because they wanted to change the name on the Lego and they intend on changing the name everywhere else, well, then now you've created a problem because even the Mandalorian, the beloved Mandalorian, and the book of Boba Fett, they're scrambling around like, how are we going to resolve this now? Because now the ship's name is changed. You see, they back themselves into stupid corners. Why? Because they don't stick to the canon. They want to keep thinking they're smart and creating their own shit and injecting stuff where it doesn't match. And it works at first because you just fit it in and explain it. But you have to look at the long term. What does it change from the past and how is it going to affect the future? And they don't do that. Disney just does this. All they're looking at is we need to change the name of Slave One. But by doing that, you're changing the branding of one of the most recognizable ships in all of Star Wars. And now you have to go through all of Star Wars to fix that. It's a huge problem. One has to wonder if this change is part of Chapek's commitment to Disney values. If you recall back during Disney's 2021 annual meeting of shareholders, Chapek was asked about the firing of Gina Carano. In his response, he declared, I don't really see Disney as characterizing itself as left-leaning or right-leaning, yet instead standing for values that are universal, values of respect, values of decency, values of integrity, values of inclusion. He added, and we seek to have not only how we operate, but the content that we make reflective of the rich diversity of the world we live. And I think that's a world we all should live in harmony and peace. They clearly aren't respecting the lore of Star Wars if they are changing the name of Slave One. Absolutely. So that's the basic gist of it. Mark had a bunch of tweets, and then like a day or two later, a bunch of people were like, you're just complaining, you're just whining. Why the hell do you care? It's just the name. It's just the name on the Legos. It's not the canon, blah, 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 blah. No. First of all, Disney is doing everything very calculated. If they change the name on the Lego, which outside of the fact that the freaking director admits that the name is being changed, but even if we didn't have that piece of information, this right here is a problem. So Mark was getting harassed, you were complaining and this is ridiculous and blah, blah, blah. Well, he played Boba Fett. He cares about Boba Fett, and I totally understand. That's no different from going in, back and saying, well, Princess Leia wasn't really actually Princess Leia. She was just a handmaiden acting like a princess. And, they changed the whole narrative of that. It's a problem. Changing Jabba the Hutt's name to, Banana Peel, that's a problem. So, anyways, that's the gist of it. In 1 week, they destroyed Boba Fett's legacy by having Omega be now a pure genetic clone. Now you've shit all over Boba Fett. And then days later, this nonsense with Slave One. There's Disney. So anyways, the bright side of this, come late this year, early next year, Mark and I will be going through the episodes of Book of Boba Fett, and I'm sure we're both going to have plenty to talk about. So that'll be fun. Boba Fett is really fat now in The Mandalorian. The armor barely fit him. I'm pretty sure I'll want to skip the Book of Boba Fett. It will be a complete and utter abortion. Probably. You will probably see me the most angry you've seen me, to be honest with you. No, they didn't do that to other ships. They're making changes with the new guy running Disney. Is Slave One actually canon? It's canon, yes. But it was, yes, always canon. Yep. No. But remember that back in the original trilogy, George Lucas was personally approving every toy. Every toy was Slave One. Plus, probably in the credits somewhere it says, you know, Slave One crew or design or whatever. Not to mention, like you just saw the Lucasfilm archives. He mentioned Slave One, that it comes from a lamppost in San Francisco. I mean, it's known. That is canon. It's always been. Some things don't necessarily have to be spoken, right? Like the name of Zam Wessel's ship is the name of Zam Wessel's ship. That's canon, even though it's not spoken out loud. Same thing with Slave One. The Executor, Darth Vader's Star Destroyer, the name, I don't believe that they say the Executor out loud, but that's, I mean, it's canon. That's what his ship is, the Executor. So they don't have to say it. That's what it is. It's always been that. The toys, the website, the archives, all that stuff. It's Slave One. Always has been. I hate when people try to PC with things like this, like it's going to make any kind of difference. Yeah, it's not as if like they're going to sell a whole bunch of Boba Fett ships now because it doesn't have Slave One on the name. It's plain stupid. You know, I doubt that any kid or parent is going to be in the toy section and be like, oh, this is a bounty hunter from Star Wars. Oh my God, it's called Slave One. Oh, it's racist. I want to talk to your manager. It's just dumb. So what does it come down to? It comes down to pandering. See, black people, we love you. Buy our stuff. We changed the name of a classic ship for 40 years just for you. Because we love you. Buy our stuff. That's what it is. X-Wings. X kind of sounds like sex. Sex wings. Disney is such shit. I hope they go bankrupt and have to sell it all off. Their properties, both physical ones and intellectual. We can only hope. They bought Star Wars and everything that comes with it, including the slaves. They are the white slavers after all, aren't they? How ironic, right? The white slavers have a problem with the name Slave One. Ramen beef, stay classic. Okay, you got it. I'm not liking their animated features lately either. That Rhea and the Last Dragon was kind of boring. Yeah, I didn't see it, so. The name is still being used until they quietly phase it out, like in their movies. It used to say Walt Disney Pictures, now it just says it's Disney. They took the Walt out of Walt Disney. Yep. They're going to over-censorship into oblivion. Soon nothing will be appropriate enough for these feeble minds. Correct. Well, everybody's going to get so sensitive to everything. You're not going to be able to speak a sentence without somebody being like, but that, you know, that doesn't, I can't relate to that, so. Movie star, sequel trilogy reboot rumor, Jon Favreau, Dave Filoni. That comes from Doomcock. I don't even have to. I already know. We got this covered. What they did is they saw a Doomcock video, and that's what they're reporting. I can, just knowing the link there, I already know what happened. And I double know this because Doomcock, like a day or two ago, just put out a video about that. It's probably some Crusader executive who feels now's her chance to change things with the new guy in charge. Lies for this link. They will break it more. Yep. I think that Dick Chapek is going to be bad news for Disney and Star Wars. Yeah, well, we'll see. I haven't seen anything too impressive so far. Not really changing the name, but erasing it, making the name generic. Boba Fett Starship. Yep. Why hide messages? George Lucas's point of view on them changing. I have no idea. Nobody knows. George isn't out here talking about it. I can't call George. I can't tell you. But I can guarantee you he's pissed off. If you created a story and you named one of the characters, Wallaby, and then someone comes along and changes the character's name just because, wouldn't you be pissed off? Those are your kids. Any parent who doesn't know today that the ship is Slave 1 and gets mad that it's called Slave must have been asleep for the past 40 years. Yes. I think he dropped his phone. He hid Dead Girls and Greg. I didn't see that he did. I see them. Are you sure? I don't think so. I mean, maybe he did, but... Adaptive, are you there? Are you awake? Maybe he fell asleep with the phone in his hand. But I see their messages. Are you guys not seeing them? I'm on my home computer. Hey, what's up, Bobby? Good to see you, buddy. Did you silence or block anybody? I don't think so, but Dead Girls and Greg. Dead Girls, can you type right now? Yeah, she's here. Yeah, not sure what's going on there, Wes. Maybe it's you. Yeah, the plumbing's all fixed. Everything's back to normal. I blocked or deleted messages. No worries. I didn't see anything missing, but Wes says that something was blocked, maybe. That's possible. We're blocked by adaptive. Huh. YouTube is broken, probably. Maybe. If you created someone came behind you, started changing all the names, looks, colors, principles, ideas, morals, behavior of everything you created, naturally you're going to be pissed off. So can I tell you what George thinks? No, because I have no clue, but I'm pretty sure I can bet you he's not happy. He's probably shaking his head like, what the fuck are they doing over there? Which goes back to the previous conversation. There's no chance in hell that George Lucas is going to come to Disney when Disney is ripping up all his shit. Dave Filoni's behind that crap. Now here, you want to hear something real funny? If Dave Filoni wasn't directly involved with the renaming of Slave One, then that means that Kathleen Kennedy, or whoever made that decision, went above Dave Filoni's head and said, well, we're changing the name, whether you like it or not. Now, Filoni thought he was going to have this big hit with Book of Boba Fett, but probably ever since they started making it, Disney's been all over it. Like, hey, you got to change the name of Slave One. He can't be like this. He's got to be more like Mandalorian. He can't be so, rough. He can't be like a real bounty hunter, blah, 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 blah. So probably all these plans that they had for the Book of Boba Fett are now going down the toilet because they're in the middle. They just wrapped and they're doing shit. But you can't mention that it's Slave One. For all we know, they mention it 5 times throughout the dialogue. Now they have to take all that shit out and they have to redo the credits and they have to rethink their strategy because they paint themselves into corners. They don't think. They don't talk to each other. They don't coordinate. So either Filoni's behind it, which makes him the typical dildoni, or he wasn't behind it. Someone went over his head, and now he's fucked because he's going to have to retroactively try to fix anything that refers to Slave One in the Book of Boba Fett, which I'm sure Dave Filoni, of all people, would have made that reference. So you see how they work against themselves? I did notice that. Yeah, I didn't either. But I'm looking over here on StreamYard. So the chat is a little bit different than you guys see it there on YouTube. Greg Messages is telling me. Or deleted. Oh, that's weird. Dozed off and pressed it. Maybe you did. Glitch because I didn't delete anything. Oh, okay. I can only imagine that the George is furious or wicked disappointed with Disney. Of course he is. You know who he's really pissed off at? Naturally, Kathleen. But Dave, you're supposed to be the apprentice, dude. You're supposed to be the one carrying the torch and protecting this shit. And you're the one that's literally breaking everything. It's not a coincidence that he was on the set of Mandalorian 2 times. One was Favreau's birthday. The second was the Ahsoka episode. Why? Why would he be there on Ahsoka? Because Ahsoka is one of the linchpins of this whole mess. Because George created Ashla, who became Ahsoka. And Dave has taken credit as if, oh, well, I made Ahsoka and I did all this stuff. And here she is. And she's got a show now. And so George, of course, of all days, went the day that Ahsoka. So he could see what the fuck are they doing. Because he told Dave Filoni she must die by Order 66. He said, fuck that. I'm going to keep her alive. And here we are in The Mandalorian 5 years after Jedi, when she was supposed to be dead before A New Hope, because that changes the entire Star Wars saga. And here we are. So, of course, he went on the day that it's Ahsoka because he wanted to see what the fuck are you doing, Dave Filoni. He wanted to see firsthand. If you've done it, you've broken everything else, well, here's the big one, Ahsoka. Of course he was curious. Of course he wanted to see what was going on. Do you think George knew what he was doing when he sold it to them? Or did he misnegotiate? Or does he still have something up his sleeve via the fandom and lore and demand for authentic story? Star Wars ended at episode 6. Or, if you want, 2005 when episode 3 came out. I just showed it to you earlier when he's talking in those interviews. It's in the Skywalker Legacy. He says it several times and he makes it very clear. Star Wars is one movie. It's broken into 6 pieces because it's too long. But at the end of 1 through 6, that's it. The story's over. He told his story. The story of Anakin Skywalker is complete. There's no need for other films. So when George sold it, he knew Star Wars is already done. So if at the end of the day they totally frack it all, Well, it doesn't matter because I already sold you a finished product. He has no control of it. There's nothing he can do about it now. But he sold them a completed Star Wars. So at the end of the day, if they mess it all up, it doesn't really matter because it's all out of canon anyways. What is Star Wars was already signed, sealed, and delivered. So George already sold them something that was already done. There is no up his sleeve. There is no none of that because he has no part of Star Wars anymore. He's not going to be any part of Star Wars. The only way he will be in Star Wars is if he gets full control over it and he makes all the decisions, which Disney is never going to allow that. So you can forget about George Lucas and Star Wars. But also know that he hustled Disney because when he sold it, it was already completed. It was done. The story was over. He also, in the contract of selling it, they cannot alter or touch 1 through 6. Now, if they do the multiverse bullshit, then yes, they can just make a new 1 through 6 and be like, that George Lucas stuff, that's an alternate Star Wars if you like that. But here's the real Mickey Mouse Star Wars. So he knew what he was doing when he sold it to them because it was already completed. Dave broke it under George's nose during the Clone Wars. Yeah, that's true. I'm reasonably sure he had no idea they would ruin everything else. Yeah, he wouldn't expect them to. You wouldn't expect to sell, like, you know, the Big Mac to somebody and then they turned it into a fish sandwich. I mean, that's just dumb. You paid for the Big Mac. Why would you go and change it, you know? But George watched each episode of the Clone Wars. He is a bit guilty. He should have shit-canned when Dave was breaking canon. The thing is, he wouldn't see it till the end of the season when everything's done. So at that point, he's like, well, I spent all this time and money, and here it is. Because remember, he funded all the Clone Wars himself. He was like, oh, well, it doesn't really matter. My movies are the only real canon anyways, so screw it. Just go. At that point, they're already in it, and they went with it. I agree with you, but the thing is, he wasn't hands-on every day. He was just watching the shit when it was done. So at that point, it's like, because his intention was for it to be canon. He said that. But that quickly went out the freaking window. That went out the window real fast. McDonald's drive-thru, yes, they will give you a fish sandwich for a Big Mac price. They sure will. Disney Studios is McDonald's drive-thru. Indeed, indeed. Well, I'm awake and I don't mind hanging out, but the truth is I'm like out of stuff to talk about right now. But I'm glad we got through all that stuff. I'm trying to think if there's anything. I haven't really seen any other little news this week. No, I've been real busy. I haven't. I need to. It's like every time I turn around, there's like 5 other things thrown at me, and I'm like, damn it. I do need to talk to him, though. See how he's doing. The sequel were to be remade, it would suck because Carrie Fisher died. Yeah, at this point, you know, they squandered all the the resources, everything that would have worked. I mean, they can make it without Leia or Luke or any of them, but you know, the whole thing is just dumb. Dumb, dumb, dumb. Man, I'm trying to think if there was anything, any other little tidbit. No, nothing I can think of. That was part of the sequels, though, having the original heroes come back. Yeah. Should have been. Making the original saga would be the crown jewel of Disney's grand abortion. It's coming. It's coming. Be prepared. Give me 2 minutes. I will be right back. Okay. Too funny. Oh, I am getting tired because I'm like talking and I'm probably been muted this whole time. All right, so let's go back here for a moment. Heroes come back. Original saga would be the crown jewel, yes. I was saying it's been a long time, but I'm sure I have at some point, but I haven't been to Panos Press in a long time. Conspiracies, I was saying I'll probably end soon. Great business deals, full vision, something to improve. Okay, and what I was saying is no, he won't. Why would you come back to something that you guys bought and shit all over for me to have to come and fix it? Why would I come and bail you out and fix your mess? Not to mention, why would I come back and make something when you can just later come behind me and edit it because you own it? George Lucas isn't going to do that. The only way he would do anything with Star Wars is he has full control. He's not going to help Jon Favreau or all that nonsense. It's not going to happen. Yeah, never going to happen. Destroy Indiana Jones. Everything is what I said. They will absolutely suck. Yeah, well, guess what? It's coming. Disney is going to ruin Aliens, a TV show about money inequality. Yes. I heard about that. Indiana Jones showed signs of suckness with the Crystal Skull movie. The refrigerator and the atomic blast, yes. The kid swinging through the trees with monkeys. Yeah, probably. I watched one episode. It wasn't terrible, but I think it was the second episode. Actually, George can still flesh out more continuity through episode 1 through 6 or before that, like Darth Plagueis. It's not a problem of him. He knows the story. There's plenty that he could tell. That's not the problem, dude. The problem is that he's not going to do it. Has anybody watched the Disney Plus Star Wars series Biomes? Yes, I have. Loki from Dogma. Yeah, I got it now, yeah. I'm guessing you went over the Slave One tobacco. We just did. Yes. What's up, Deck Tunics? Yeah, like 20 minutes ago. Alien show, Xenomorphs. Who knows? Fallout 4, you save a kid in a fridge, you can sell him or return to parents. Correct. I like it. Do you? Which part? What are you talking about? Fallout? Oh, Biomes. Yeah, it was cool. It's not necessarily accurate, though. And that's, as I always say, it bothers me. Because, for example, you see a bunch of tauntauns running around together. So everybody's like, oh, we know they're pack animals. Well, no, we don't know that. When we see them in the movies, they're always by themselves. They're not pack animals. They're not hanging out in the corner together. They're very much each individual rider's tauntaun. Because Disney chose to inaccurately put a bunch of tauntauns running together doesn't mean that all of a sudden they're pack animals. That's Disney not knowing their shit. Same thing with the walkers on Hoth. They look awesome. It's cool as shit. But what walkers are those? Why are they in a different part of Hoth? It's like, it's making it as if the Empire's all over Hoth and like running, AT-ATs all over the place and like dominating the planet. No, they send like 3 or 4 down and go straight for the shield generator. So there shouldn't be AT-ATs patrolling around and doing all this extra. They came for a specific reason. They found that rebel base. They escape out of the base. There's no reason to. They see the transports go. There's no reason to conquest Hoth because the reason they were there was to get the rebels, not for Hoth. So again, it's not thinking. It's just putting stuff there like, oh, look. It does look awesome. But does it make sense? Said aliens, and she thought they said illegal aliens and signed up. Prometheus. Never seen it. Can't comment. Never seen it. TV alien show. Yeah, I can't imagine that's going to be very good. Especially under Disney. Have you ever been mistaken for a man? Is that from the movie, or I'm not sure what you mean there. Now, if like Netflix had Alien, yeah, they would probably, you know, they would show all kinds of wicked shit. But Disney, it's going to be Alien, Aliens, and Prometheus are all in my top 20 movies. Yeah, not mine. I do like Alien, and Aliens, but not my top 20. I never even thought about pack animals. I thought you were going to say something about it's kind of being during the Battle of Hoth. Well, that too. If that's during the Battle of Hoth, which is what I referred to is why are they even there? It would be during the Battle of Hoth. So why are they all the way out to some other side and doing some other shit? And it doesn't make sense. Why? Disney's not thinking. Another thing, what are the porgs? They can fly short distances. On the biomes, they're like way out from the island, out over the ocean, just flying around like it's all good. You see, because Disney doesn't think of their own shit. They're not even following their own rules. They're just like, oh, it'll look awesome. We'll have porgs flying around and they'll love it. And they're not even thinking of the ramifications of can porgs even fly out this far? It's important. Those things are important in Star Wars. And they just don't get it. Greg R., that was adoptive mom. Greg R., that was the adoptive mom in Terminator 2. I hated both Alien prequels. Second one. No view. It's from Aliens. From Alien 2. Covenant sucked. Prometheus I really like. Most people I hear say Prometheus was cool. I just never saw it. Prometheus was boring as hell. I've heard that as well. That's the thing. I'm not like a huge alien nuts. To me, it's like, I like the Alien Predator stuff more than the actual aliens. To me, the aliens they're cool. It's not that I don't like them, but to me, they're just more like scary looking. Yes, they're dangerous. They have the mouth and the acid, and they can move around, and they got the claws and all that. But to me, at the end of the day, the Predators clearly show they hunt the fuck out of them. And that's how I always looked at aliens. Like, they're not that impressive. Like, just shoot this thing or use a fucking flamethrower. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. Netflix is a joke sometimes. Did you hear what they're doing to Sandman and Resident Evil? Yes. But I'm just saying, as far as like being graphic, right? You're going to have more chance of seeing some stuff on Netflix than you are Disney. Disney's going to make it like freaking kiddie aliens. It's going to be dumb. Other than Star Wars, what are some of your favorite movies? Well, I've mentioned many of them. Batman, Predator, Running Man, Scarface. I don't know, many. Dark Crystal. Tron. I absolutely love Tron, obviously. E.T. Obviously. Not sure. Yeah, there's some of them. Porgs were flying. I thought they were like penguins. Correct. In Disney's own databank and their own lore, it says they can fly short distances around the island. In the biomes, they're like out flying around like they're seagulls. Like it's all good out in the ocean. See how they... If you can't respect your own shit, you cannot expect me to respect it. Prometheus, but I heard it's not a good movie. Yeah, I hear very mixed things. A lot of people say they like it. A lot of people say it was trash. First time I watched Prometheus, I hated it. Second time, loved it. After the Cuties movie, Netflix went downhill. Don't need to see 11-year-old girls shaking their butts. I agree with that totally, but Cobra Kai. True. Back to the Future. Tron 2. Legacy, I like Legacy. Not as much as the original, but I like it. Some people have a big tiff about it. It sucks. It's stupid. It looks dumb. It's terrible CGI. I think it's fine. Can you tell that Flynn looks a little bit off? Well, that was the first real time they did the face de-aging thing. And I think it looks decent. It looks as good or better than the Luke Skywalker debacle of Mandalorian. So I thought it was fine. I like Legacy. Sure. Saving Private Ryan. Apocalypse Now. Sure. Good Morning Vietnam. Like seagulls, they should have had that sea creature come up and eat them. Yes. Now there you could have a Dianoga the way they described them. But yeah, there's that creature that you see on Acto. So yeah. Absolutely. Predator cannot be topped with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah, I love the original Predator. That's my jam. Definitely. See the full unedited version. Jaws. Yeah, Jaws was awesome. You know, it's a funny rubber shark, but yeah. Jaws is cool. Dark Knight is another one I really like. Total Recall I really like. Blade Runner I really like. Running Man is a big one for me. Spaceballs, of course. Good Morning Vietnam wasn't really a war movie, more of a drama movie based around the time of war. Well, yeah, but I mean, it shows another view, another aspect of the war, because that's very real. The radio people and all the support people, the medical people, the supplies people. There's a lot of other stuff that goes on. So it's just a different view. End of Days is underrated Arnold movie. I really like Eraser with what's her name? Vivica. Is it Vivica A. Fox? I believe, yeah. I like that. Those snipers they have. Spider-Man, yeah. George Lucas movie you don't really care for. I don't know that there is one. THX 1138 I like. American Graffiti, it's probably my least favorite of all this stuff, but it's a good movie. Star Wars, greatest films ever created. Indiana Jones, amazing. Outside of Crystal Skull, but for the most part, Indiana Jones, amazing. Red Tails, I haven't watched the whole thing, but what I've seen, and I've seen a lot of behind the scenes stuff, it's very accurate, very good. So, and you talk about the diversity thing, and Lucas, didn't do this, and Slave won, yet he was the first person to make an all-black film where all the crew, all the actors, everybody, he funded it and was like, but nobody remembers that. Nobody acknowledges that he literally funded and made that whole thing happen, and it was 100% black run. Everybody on that set and crew and everything. The director, everything. George Lucas made that happen. But people don't like to remember that. I don't think there's one that I don't care for, dear. Out of all of them, American Graffiti would be my least interesting because I'm not that much into cars like that. I love cars and I love driving, but I'm not like a gearhead that's all, into hot rods and all that stuff. So that would be my least favorite, but it's a good movie. Need something to rekindle my interest in Star Wars other than the OT and PT. Gendy's Clone Wars. That or some EU books or some of the old games. Asking the real questions. Yes. She does come up with good questions. Superman, RoboCop, Starship Troopers, Logan's Run, Lord of the Rings, yeah. I'm not a huge Superman guy, but the old movies with Christopher Reeve, of course, were great. Nobody's denying that. But I don't particularly care for Superman as a superhero. I think he's a little bitch. I just don't care for him. I like Batman. I like Spidey. RoboCop, I don't really like. I don't hate it. I don't like. I'll watch it. I haven't seen it in a long time, but I never was like, wow, RoboCop. I thought he was pretty dorky. I'd rather watch Short Circuit. Number 5, Johnny 5 is alive. Starship Troopers was fun. That's cool. Denise Richards looks amazing. And it was neat. It was different. And I'm not a big Denise Richards fan, but I mean, it is what it is. You can't really deny that she was hot as hell in that movie. Logan's Run. Very cool. Lord of the Rings, of course. Lord of the Rings is epic. I mean, the only thing better than Lord of the Rings is Star Wars. Literally, that's the only thing bigger than Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings is amazing. Vanessa Williams, yes, thank you. Vivica is the other one. I know exactly who she is. I just got Fox because her name is Vanessa Williams Fox, technically, but she goes by Vanessa Williams. Yes, you are correct, Vanessa Williams. I was just getting caught up because of the Fox. Yes, Starship Troopers was cool. More American Graffiti sucked. Starship Troopers is awesome. Saw it twice in the theater at like 11. Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen that movie, but I remember it being fun, being cool. Dune, I liked. Road Warrior, I liked. Mad Max and Road Warrior. But black people didn't go see it in the theaters. Red Tails. Enemy Mine. Yeah, I love Enemy Mine. More about cruising and hanging out on the boulevard. There was only one hot rod in it, I think. Yeah. I'm just saying that that's where that movie comes from, is him being into hot rods and working on cars and stuff like that. And that's just not really my thing. It's not that I dislike them. I've been to many car shows. I appreciate that kind of thing, but I'm not somebody that's like under the hood all the time or worried about that or interested in that. Throne trilogy. What do you mean by Throne trilogy? You didn't watch Short Circuit? Come on, dude. If you haven't seen it, how can you call it crap? Johnny Five is alive. I'm disappointed in you, man. You need to watch Short Circuit. Short Circuit 2 was okay, whatever. You're pushing it. But Short Circuit, that's a classic, dude. Yet Lucas is called racist. Yeah, well, you know, Disney. Greg, you have to watch it. It's life-changing Short Circuit. Yeah, dude, what are you talking about? Johnny Five. I'm disappointed. Vivica Fox, yes, correct. She's been in a lot of things. She's a hottie herself. I always liked Vivica Fox. I was just getting caught up in the name. Lord of the Rings, thumbs down for me. I don't know. More American Graffiti was the sequel. My favorite Denise Richards movie in Wild Things. Yeah. Probably Wore Out the Rental, rewinding certain scenes. I got you. I personally like the James Bond at the end where Pierce says, I don't remember it verbatim, but he basically says, well, apparently Christmas comes more than once a year because she's Christmas Jones. So she was pretty sweet in that too. And again, she's not really my type. I don't really like her personality, or she's not physically my type, but you know, you can't deny it. She was pretty freaking hot. Last Starfighter. Yeah, Last Starfighter was awesome. Disassemble. No, disassemble. Yes. Greg, you failed. You had one job. You failed. No, disassemble. Johnny Five is alive. Dude, you need to watch Short Circuit, like, immediately. That's homework. It looked like crap. I used to see that stupid music video all the time on MTV. Ignore that. Watch the movie. Has it my inability to spell? I liked Willow. Yeah, Willow was okay. Did you hear how they're going to remake Dune? I like the 80s one. Yeah, they've been working on it. Actually, Oscar Isaac, the one that played Poe in Star Wars, is the main guy in Dune. So there's hope. I've seen little scenes of it. It looks good. And he's a good actor, so there's some hope there. Willow was good. They're going to remake that too. So we already know Disney with their remakes, so get ready for that one. That's going to be a hot mess. Be kind, please rewind. Yes, that was a movie, actually. I'm sure you know. Commando one is... Yeah, I love Commando. Yep. Alyssa Milano and Radon Chong. Yeah, I love Commando. Neve Campbell and Sarah Michelle Gellar as a teenager. And she's a babe. Can't deny that, but she never really grabbed me. Sarah Michelle, yeah, I had a thing for Buffy for a little minute there. Long minute. Yes. Really, where I lost interest in her is she started dating Freddie Prinze and then married that knucklehead. I was like, holy fuck. Really? Well, okay. Shorts that you, I mean, talk about downgrading. You're Buffy and you married Shaggy. Short Circuit is the movie that basically ripped off a lot of creating Wall-E. Yes. Wall-E is very similar to Short Circuit. Although I do love Wall-E, I do very much like that movie. Oh my God, I like a Disney thing. Imagine that. I love Wall-E. But yeah, he is very much Johnny number 5. It's funny. Howard the Duck. A pretty bad movie. I guess I forgot about that one. But, you know, I can watch it. It's been a long time, but I could watch it every 5 or 10 years, pop it in, and have a hysterical laugh. It's not horrible, but it is pretty bad. Been forever since I watched that. So yes, I guess that would be the bottom of the list for me, Howard the Duck. But I would watch it. I want to say he did. He maybe just produced. Don't remember. Big Arnold fan. Oh, I love Schwarzenegger. Back, I like a lot of those 80s action movies, a ton of them, but Arnold was my dude. Predator, Running Man, Commando, Total Recall. I mean, pretty much all his stuff. Stallone was cool. He had some cool movies like Cobra and Rambo, but he was never Arnold. Arnold's a whole other level. But some of my top favorite movies, especially action movies, Arnold. Probably my two main action guys would be James Bond and Arnold, which is like generic because there's different Bonds, right? And Arnold does a lot of different roles, but just as a kind of a general statement. Yes, big time Arnold fan. And I like a lot of his other stuff too, like Twins and was it Undercover Cop? Yeah, I like a lot of his stuff. And it's not because Arnold's like a good actor. It's just that he's great for those types of, like Predator. You can never make a better crew or Dutch. I mean, so yeah, very much a fan of Arnold. GL directed Howard. Another Scream. Huh, interesting. Courtney, she's another one. She's a little hottie, but she never really did it for me. I don't know. Not Six Core Stories. Scream 5, which is what we need. Wally. Where's Johnny? Short Circuit. You just revived childhood memories. Yes, Short Circuit's the shit. I'm pretty disappointed in Greg right now that he hasn't watched Short Circuit. That's like a mandatory 80s. You know, that's like the list. Ghostbusters, Back to the Future, you know, Predator, Short Circuit. I mean, come on, dude. Got to see Short Circuit. Johnny 5 is alive. Oh no, with the remakes, I like movies during the time, and pardon grammar on that last one. Only a few remakes I like, but they're like 90s and 80s ones, early 2000s. Yeah. Terminator. Well, yes, of course. I didn't mention Terminator, but that's kind of like an obvious gimme. Of course, yes, Terminator. Love Terminator. Rocky is cool. I'm not that big into Stallone or boxing, so yes, I have. Been a million years, but I have. That was okay. Yeah, they sure were. Cliffhanger. Kindergarten Cop. Yes, thank you. Twins. Last Action Hero I didn't care much for. I don't hate it, but or am I thinking of the right one? Is that the one with Jamie Lee and the hover, the VTOL jet? Dirtbike Kid on VHS last night. I loved the movie as a kid in the original role. I know Peter Billingsley since I didn't see A Christmas Story until I was in my 20s. Junior. Conan the Barbarian. Yeah, Junior was, I mean, it's fun enough to watch one time, you know, seeing him being silly, acting pregnant. Conan, yeah. Friends reunion is on. I hate Friends. I hate that. I think that show is so dumb. I know a lot of people loved it. To me, it's just nonsense. A bunch of white privileged kids like being airheads. I don't know. I thought that show was so fucking dumb to have to watch that movie. Yes, you do need to watch Short Circuit. Say that 10 times fast. It really is good. You should really see Short Circuit. I'm not saying it's going to change your life, but I mean, it's one of those you must see. Giannis Baez. Hello there. Thanks for stopping by. Face Off, because it's bad in a good way. Face Off. Travolta Nolte. Is it Nolte? Oh my God, I'm going blank on his name right now. Ghost Rider. Why am I going blank on his damn name right now? But is that what you're referring to? The Face Off with Travolta? That's a wicked movie. General Kenobi. Short Circuit is on HBO Max. There you go. You will not be disappointed. Courtney Cox took a downward turn when she got plastic surgery on her face. They began aging. All those nips and tucks look horrible as these women age, especially if they got a bunch of work. Yeah. Where I like her is, I mean, she's a little hottie. You know, you can't. I'm not saying just she's not my thing, but where I did like her, where I thought she was exceptionally cute, is it's a really good movie actually. Kurt Russell, Kevin Costner, it's about Vegas where a bunch of them dress up like Elvises to rob the casino. Shoot, I can't remember the name of this movie, but it's really a badass, awesome movie. And she's super cute in that movie. I gotta remember the name of that movie because if you haven't seen it, you should see it. It's really good. But in that movie, I was like, oh, okay, Courtney, I see you. But in general, yeah, she never really. True Lies, yes, that's the one with Jamie Lee. That's the one I don't care for. The Last Action Hero was very cool, yes. Face Off by John Woo. The action sequences were awesome. Yeah, Face Off was cool. Type in Short Circuit into Google and see what streaming service is playing. Last Action Hero was great. I see the mini disc player make a cameo. Back into Time. Snake Plissken, Escape from LA. That character Snake inspired the Metal Gear franchise. I love Escape from New York and Escape from LA. I love Metal Gear Solid. I wish they would do a new Metal Gear Solid movie with Kurt Russell playing Snake. I think that would be amazing. True Lies had a Harrier in it, VTOL aircraft. Yes, vertical takeoff and landing. Yes, it was True Lies. Who the hell is Ghost Rider? Why can't I remember his damn name? Nicolas Cage. Thank you. Okay, so what's the movie? Something Vegas or shoot. Kurt Russell, Kevin Costner, Courtney Cox. I still enjoy Jingle All the Way. Jingle All the Way, Batman and Robin. Favorite comedians? You're not alone. Not a huge Friends fan either. Yeah, I can't stand Friends. So many people were like, oh my God, it's so funny. It's so great. And I'm just looking at it like, holy shit, this is funny to you. Dave Chappelle and Robin Williams. Those two guys, for me, are the top of everybody. They're a whole other level. Richard Pryor, Eddie Murphy. There's so many amazing comics, women comics, all races comics. So many talented ones, and I like so many of them. But for me, Dave Chappelle and Robin Williams are just a whole other above everyone else. They're both very smart and very sharp and very fast and animated, and they understand and leverage one of the key, in my opinion, one of the key things that makes you truly successful and safe as a comic is that just as you make fun of everyone, you make fun of yourself. That you can make yourself look like a clown and be okay with it. And when you're willing to make fun of yourself and equally bust on everybody else, then to me, you're fine. If you only made Jewish jokes or you only made black jokes, then, but Dave Chappelle, much more than Robin Williams in that aspect, right? He makes fun of every fucking body, including himself. So that to me is, you're fine. But both really smart guys, very sharp, write their own stuff, cared about their stuff, worked on their craft. Yeah, those two guys to me are tops. Nicholas Owen Benjamin is a great comic. Yeah, there's a lot of them out there. Yes, Nick Cage. You heard there's a Snake Eyes G.I. Joe? Yeah. And he's Asian, even though Snake Eyes was never Asian. And he speaks, even though Snake Eyes can't speak. Nick Cage and John Travolta, yes. Yes. A million years ago, but yes. Viva Las Vegas? No, I don't believe so. Leaving Las Vegas? No, I don't believe so. Cox was hot before surgeries. Yeah, I like my women a little bit curvier and thicker, so that was a big thing. It's like she's just kind of skinny to me. She always had a nice face. I always thought she was cute, but I thought also that she kind of was stuck with that cute face. I don't know. I like women as opposed to girls, if that makes sense. Cox was, yeah. I mean, she's, you know, obviously I'm not going to throw her out of the bed, right? She's always been a hottie, but just not my thing. 3,000. There you go. 3,000 Miles to Graceland. Fantastic movie. If you have not seen this movie, watch it. It's badass. Kevin Costner and Kurt Russell do excellent. There's other people you will know in there. I think Bokeem, is it Wilson? Bokeem? Oh, shit, I can never remember his last name now. There's quite a few people that are known in there. Right now I can't for the life of me, but that movie's badass. That is a fun movie. Cherry pie all over the wall. Yes, 3,000 Miles of Graceland. That's a fun one. How's the channel doing? Subs, views, etc.? No, not at all. If anything, I've lost like 30 subs in the past month, which is nothing. That's just YouTube adjusting because there's a lot of bots and fake accounts and stuff like that. So it's normal loss. It's not like I lost a bunch of people. But no, it's not getting subs. The videos aren't really getting views. So it is what it is. That's why I haven't been like pushing out a bunch of videos and doing a bunch of shit, because it's come to the point where like none of it is going anywhere. So I'd rather take my time, be less stressed, work on a little bit bigger size projects and put more energy into them instead of like trying to, you know, constantly keep up with stuff, because but no, the channel is not growing. it's not failing, it's not declining, it's not like, you know what I mean? It's not that it's just, it's not going forward, unfortunately. Now on YouNow, that's moving. Not at some insane rate, but it's moving. Making a lot more progress over there than I am on YouTube. After almost 2 years. But that's YouTube. YouTube is tricky. It's very hard. But either way, I'll continue with both. You guys know I love editing my videos, and there will be videos coming. I still have a couple big projects to knock out. The Empire project. So there's stuff coming. But no, it's pretty stagnant over here on the YouTube channel. And it's not that like I'm scared or lost hope or anything, but right now I don't even know what direction to go with the channel. I spend a month making a beautiful documentary, YouTube doesn't show it. I make a short video, YouTube doesn't show it. I mean, it's kind of like, what do I do? What do people even want to see anymore? I don't know, because nothing's so. True Lies is great. I have it on Laserdisc, and no, not for me. Fuck it, because why not? Metal Gear Solid as a film done well would be amazing. You know, they would fuck it up or hire Freddie Prinze Jr. Snake, yes. No, because there was rumors a few years ago that they were going to do a Metal Gear movie. And to me, the first thing I was like, Kurt Russell, he already was Snake. He's perfect. He talks like him. Not the younger Snake, but if you know the games, especially like Metal Gear Solid 4, where he's older and he's like dying. And I mean, Kurt Russell would peg that. He's literally him. Just put a bandana on. He's got the hair already. Just let his little beard grow out. He talks like him. He already played the role in Escape from New York. I mean, he's just perfect shoe-in. I think that would be so badass. Good-hearted and funny racist comics are my favorite. Yeah. Well, and again, it could be racist, it could be sexist, it could be whatever. As long as you are evenly busting on everyone, and again, the key, you're willing to bust on yourself. If you're willing to make yourself look like a monkey, look like a fool, if you're willing to take the jokes and make jokes about yourself, then hey, you have every right in my book to talk about anyone else. Especially when it's smart stuff. And it's not to say that everything that Dave Chappelle says is, you know, brilliant, you know. He says a lot of just silly, comical, kiddie stuff because, you know, it is what it is. But most of his stuff is pretty well thought out and it has a deep meaning to it, you know. Stuff like the racial draft, it's like ridiculous. You're watching it, but yet you think about it and it's like, yeah, they would trade Tiger Woods, you know, stuff like that. It's like, it's freaking brilliant. Oh, I love Dave Chappelle. And you know what? First of all, he wasn't crazy. He just needed to get away. But you can think whatever you want of that dude. But never have you heard him like, he hit his wife, or he doesn't spend time with his kids, or he's cheap, or he doesn't help people, or he doesn't, you know, he's not kind. Like everywhere you see him in an interview, he's so down to earth. He talks to anybody. I've heard of him helping people. He goes and visits his old colleges and does speeches, and like, I mean, he's a good dude, is what I'm getting at. I don't know him personally. I don't know his little habits or things, but like, I don't know anybody that's like, oh, well, this motherfucker did this time. No, he's a good dude. And you're always going to have haters. So I'm so sure somebody out there will be like, but he did this and he said that. But realistically, he's just a good dude. So. Chris Rock. Yeah, Chris does a lot of fun stuff. I don't think he's on the level of Chappelle or Williams, but yeah, very good. Those are good ones. I like Jerry Lewis, Dean Martin, Living Color. Yeah, Living Color. 70s Saturday Night Live. Yeah, those were great. the ones you named too. True too. Land shark. Boy, I loved me some land shark when I was a kid. I have a thing for sharks anyways, but that thing with that damn land shark coming to the door and he's like, I'm here to eat you. What? I've got your mail. Just nonsense. Loved land shark. Loved land shark. That's probably my favorite of all the Saturday Night Live shenanigans. Eddie Murphy is Gumby, and there's just so many amazing things they did. Could it be Satan? There's just countless stuff that they did in the 70s and 80s. But my jam was land shark. I love me some land shark. Pizza. And sure enough, the person would open the door and he'd chomp their ass every time. I loved it. I absolutely loved land shark. Kurt Russell Metal Gear movie. Oh yeah, it'd be instant. Boom. $1 billion, but people would be all over that shit. He wouldn't even have to act. He'd just be himself. Just show up, dude. Be you. Fear and Loathing, Las Vegas. That was a cool movie, yeah. Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. Elizabeth Shue was a goddess to me in her younger days and is still a 10. Oh, I love Ellie. Love Ellie. She's, again, not my typical because I like them a little bit thicker. But always had a thing for Ellie Shue. Yeah. Total babe. Even now, she looks great. Joaquin. Phantom of Paradise. No, I don't know that I've ever even heard of it. Phantom of Paradise. Don't know it, Dead Girls. What is it? Is it horror, sci-fi, comedy? What is that? Don't know it. Elizabeth Shue is making something that is a remake of something, but I can't remember what it is. It's an old familiar property. Huh. I don't recall hearing anything right now, but the most recent I've seen her was in The Boys. It's The Boys, right? Is it The Boys? The one with the... Yeah, right? The one with the superheroes? Or is it another one? It was The Boys, I think. Anyway, she looks... I mean, yeah, you can tell she's aged. She looks great, man. Thank you for subscribing, Giannis Bays, I believe it is. Go for quality over quantity. I'm not saying you don't have quality, but if you up the production on better and bigger projects, make them look better, make the channel look a bit more polished. Yeah, I kind of want to focus on bigger projects. As far as make the channel look a little bit more polished, like how? You're talking about by the videos that are on the channel, or what do you mean? Elizabeth Shue shares my birthday, but she's 2 years older than me. She's old. She's I mean, I was younger than her in Karate Kid. I remember looking at her like, oh, look at this older babe. So she's got to be 50 something. How about Jim Carrey? Too cheesy for you, or does anyone else see his message behind the mask? He's not my favorite. He's not my typical type of comedy, but I think he's very good at what he does. First of all, he's a good actor when he wants to be. Truman Show, you know, there's other movies he's done where it's like, wow, this dude can really act. But I like me some Mask, you know, loser. Sure. What's it called? Ace Ventura. Sure. I like that stuff. I like him. He's not my favorite, but he does have some funny stuff. He's very talented. Someone that I really liked when I was growing up was John Ritter, because he was so animated. Like, he was really a good actor. But he was so animated in his comedy, you know, like he really sold the way he walked or stumbled or acted or surprised or his reaction. Like I thought John Ritter was such a talented dude. I always liked him when I was growing up. But in general, I'm not into like the physical comedy like the Three Stooges. Like, I like it, I watch it, I giggle at it. It's not that I hate it, but that's not my top thing. Nor is the kiddie comedy like South Park. I know a lot of people love South Park, and it's not that I dislike it. I've watched plenty of it and giggled at it. But South Park to me is like 3-year-old comedy, like you farted, Beavis and Butthead. I'm just not into that. I like intelligent comedy, Simpsons, where you have to know the reference. You have to understand pop culture or what's going on in the world or this war or this person to know what, like, to get the joke. So that's why I like Robin Williams and Dave Chappelle, because their stuff is like, you have to have a brain. You have to be thinking to even get the joke sometimes. And I don't want comedy to be overcomplicated where you have to think about it, but I do like that intelligent play of ideas and words, as opposed to just like, oh, you farted. So Ren and Stimpy, South Park, those type of things don't really tickle my funny bone too much. Have I watched them? Sure. Do I enjoy them? Sure. But that's not the physical stuff, and the 3-year-old humor doesn't do it much for me. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I know the channel is Not My Star Wars, but could you cover some more pop culture topics? A lot of 80s, 90s. I don't want to get away from Star Wars. One, because there's several reasons. One, because it's a Star Wars channel. If I start doing too much other shit, it's not that beacon anymore. It's not like, oh, this is the safe space where I know I'm going to get Star Wars facts. It's now, well, he's doing just videos. And I'm not really for that. I think that's kind of, I don't know, I'm not going to say it's bad or cheesy, but I don't want to do that. Also, I'm already so busy. So, like, to even pretend to take on other movies and stuff, no way. Not to mention, I don't know them that well. Star Wars I can go on about because I know it as well as anybody on this earth. But other stuff, I wouldn't be able to give you that interesting of a conversation about a lot of these other movies because I haven't seen them in a long time. I don't know all the behind the scenes, and so it wouldn't even be that. I would never do a pop culture type of show like that. Now, the coffee show that I was talking about, okay, maybe I'll hang out, talk some shit. Oh, did you see that there's a new Black Widow movie coming out? Okay, yeah, oh, yeah, she's going to look great in the suit and blah, 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 blah. A little hour thing, But to, like, actually be doing pop culture, Lavelle Crawford and Dave Chappelle are two of my favorite. Lavelle Crawford and Dave Chappelle, yeah. There's tons of them. A lot of them are gone. John Candy was, really good. And Army needs to start sending unsolicited emails and suggestions to larger Star Wars channels describing Not My Star Wars content. Anybody with me? Hey, you guys do what you want. I'm not telling you not to. I'm not telling you that you need to. Most of them are aware of who I am anyways. It's not like... The problem is not the bigger channels. The problem is YouTube not wanting to show my videos. The bigger channels doesn't do anything for me. What is that going to do? I've already talked to half of them anyways. Half of them won't even take the time to reply to an email. So what is it going to do? If I went on Friday Night Tights, I'm not saying that it wouldn't be beneficial, but what am I really going to gain there? I'm not a pop culture guy. Right? I'm a Star Wars guy. So it's not to say I couldn't have a good conversation and fun with those guys. I watch them. I like all those guys. But would it really do much for my Star Wars channel? I mean, sure, it would help. He's got a much bigger audience than I have, but just for example, you know. Now, if they were doing a specific segment about Star Wars and wanted someone knowledgeable about Star Wars to be there, which Ryan Kinnell is very knowledgeable, so it's not like they need me there. But then it would make sense, right? If there was some big thing like George Lucas bought Star Wars, or, you know, Kathleen Kennedy gets fired or something, you know. But outside of that, I'm not into comic books. I'm not into all the Loki and all the extra stuff. I don't watch Batwoman, you know, all that stuff. And don't take it the wrong way. I think what they do is great, and I enjoy a lot of their videos, and they know and like that stuff. But me, it's like I wouldn't have much of a conversation because I just don't care about that stuff. So, but by all means, you know, hey, I'm not saying that I wouldn't hang out with or do stuff with other channels or bigger channels or smaller channels. Just saying. Did you like it? Phantom of Paradise and cool, one of my favorite rock opera films. Yeah, I don't know this damn movie. I liked it when I saw it. I haven't seen it in a long time. Yeah, that was funny. I liked Eddie Murphy Hot Tub and James Brown as Annie in the Hood. Yeah, my jam for sure. Land Shark. I love me some Land Shark. Phantom of the Paradise is like Phantom of the Opera. Oh, yes, I'm starting to get that now. Yeah, don't know it. Not The Boys. She's taking something from back in the day and making it happen. Yeah, no, I got what you meant. I'm just trying to remember. What was the show that I just saw her on? Was it The Boys? Or was it... Yeah, it was The Boys, wasn't it? Has to be. There was another show. There was like the family members, and they're like going through time. There's a really big muscular dude that lived on the moon for a while. There's the boy that discovers he can like pop through time. Or no, there's the drug addict that like is going through time. Then there's the... trying to remember what they all had different powers. What the hell did the girl do? She would touch stuff and it would get fucked up or something. Man, I don't remember. I think that's The Boys. Or no, The Boys is the one with the superheroes. But the other one, what the hell is that show called? I'm so bad with this stuff. See why I wouldn't do a pop culture show? Because Star Wars is so massive to keep track of that. My brain just doesn't cling to all this other stuff. You know, if you talk Star Wars, I will roast Dave Filoni. But if you start getting into Marvel and Lord of the Rings and all this stuff, I would be like way out of my place with, for example, Friday Night Tights, because those guys know that stuff much better than I do. Can we have an intelligent and fun conversation? Sure. But, you know, how much value would I bring to that type of thing? No, yeah, I got you. That's just something else. I'm just trying to remember what the hell the other show was called. The 8 or something like that. Oh, man, I can't remember. The mother's a robot. The father was real strict, and all these kids had powers. Umbrella Academy? I think that's it. Umbrella Academy. Yes. So yes, that's that one. The Boys is the one with Elizabeth Shue. Yes. Anyways, long and short of all of that, she looks hot. 57. Okay. So I wish I had a 57-year-old woman that looked like that. Now that's older than I am, but I'm saying if my wife was 57 and looked like that, I'd be a pretty happy man. You should look it up. It's a dark comedy rock opera. Phantom of Paradise is good for the music. It's a late 70s movie and makes fun of the music industry. I'll check it out. Let me write it down because I will indeed forget. I still got to watch that movie that Wes always talks about, Life is a House or whatever. I just, man, I don't have much time to. I'm always doing something else. So the last thing on my mind is, hey, let's watch this movie. But I'll check it out. And Three's Company. Well, he did a lot of stuff back in the days. He did some stand-up. He did some other shows. But yeah, mostly Three's Company. Yeah. She was sexy as hell in Adventures. Yeah, Babysitting, Karate Kid. Yeah. She, Princess Leia, and Lori Loughlin were my sessions and first sexual interest as a child. Ellie Shue was definitely one of my first. Well, I noticed women pretty young, like very young. But definitely, like growing up, Ellie Shue was one of those. Yep. One that I really, really always liked was Christy Swanson, the original real Buffy. Oh my. Can't watch South Park for animation. It sucks. The comedy is not my cup of tea. Yeah, me too. Like the animation is just garbage. Just looks like a kid drew it, and the jokes are pretty much like a kid wrote them. So I appreciate it. I've watched, a bit of it. There's this one episode that always sticks out to me where Cartman has the seamen and he puts them in an aquarium and they build this whole society and like it's this whole thing. And I really like that episode. They make like a little statue of Cartman in the aquarium. And it's bananas. But in general, it's not my thing. John Ritter was one of the greats. His last role was Bad Santa, which he did great on. I Have a Problem Child on DVD. What a great movie. Haven't seen either one or two in quite some time. Yeah, John Ritter was definitely a very talented and legendary dude. Number 23, one of Jim Carrey's more serious and psychological movies. No, I don't know that movie. Number 23. Don't know it. Interesting. Star Wars, nothing but Star Wars. Give me those Star Wars. Don't let them end. Star Wars, if they should bar wars, please let these Star Wars stay. The problem or obstacle could also be the algorithms. Yeah, I mean, it's YouTube, guys. I'm not saying that I'm perfect. I'm not saying that I make the bestest videos ever, but my videos are really good. I put a lot of effort and time and love and research, and the editing is good. I mean, there's no reason these videos shouldn't be getting thousands of views. There's only one reason. YouTube is not showing them to people. Now, some people see my name and immediately like, nope. Just recently on Facebook, I posted a video of the Marvel, where Chapek says Marvel didn't exist. Nobody knew it. So on Facebook, this guy's like, oh, I clicked the video, and as soon as I saw the channel, I saw the name and knew its narrative, so I just closed the video. You're just a dumbass. Because had you actually watched the video, you'd be like, holy shit, this dude's right. This is what he said. But, some people are just that thick-headed. So I know that some of that is that, but it's not the majority. If all of Doomcock's fans were aware of my channel, half of them would be like, oh, fuck yeah, not my Star Wars. Absolutely, I'm subscribing to that channel. I mean, And that's not at all on Doomcock. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that any of those guys should or have to talk about me. That's not what I'm getting at. All I'm saying is if YouTube made these people aware of my videos on my channel, most of them, because we share the same audience. You know, right now I should have 100K subscribers, like no problem. But if YouTube doesn't show my videos, it's never going to happen. It is what it is. Cobra Kai and the boys. Yep. Yeah, true. She was on Cobra Kai. Umbrella. There you go. Because I definitely know there was a demand in the Star Wars fandom for this type of Star Wars content. You may be in your own lane or unique lane, as in a rare point of view that certain fans are searching for. The problem is I don't know which part, because that was probably a little while ago, so I'm not sure. Oh, you're talking about my channel. Yeah, again, I don't expect everybody to love my channel. I don't ever expect everybody to love my videos or my live streams or my name, or all that's fine. All I'm saying is, realistically, if everyone was being exposed to my channel, I would have many more subscribers. I'm not saying I would be the #1 Star Wars channel. I'm not saying I would have 1 million subscribers. I'm not saying, you know, any of that. All I'm saying is, realistically, if people were aware of the content that I make, I would have a much larger channel. Because it's not a lack of effort or time or research or editing or love. All that's there, more so than most channels. So, Life is a House. That sounds weird. Like the show called House, but it was about a doctor. I never saw it. Yeah, I never saw it. But I've been told I need to see it. So I will when I can. I do intend on seeing it. I'm sure the big joke throughout the episode was talking about semen. Well, yes. The idea is that he put them, he got, I think it was that he got sea monkeys, but they were called seamen, or he got like confused in what semen is, thinking like sea men, right? Men in the sea, not understanding what semen is. So he was calling them seamen, and he creates like, I'm pretty sure it was the sea monkeys, and he puts them in this aquarium, and they like just blow up. They're like, oh yeah, and they're like talking and developing societies, and they go through this whole thing, and the aquarium keeps building and building, and they build this whole like empire in there, and there's all this stuff going on, and it's pretty funny. It's clever. It had me cracking up. It's been a long time since I've seen it, but critical and independent thinking, mindful during a plague of zombies. Yeah. Huge thing for Christy Swanson as well, due to Buffy. I really like the chase with her and Charlie Sheen. Yeah, that's a crazy movie. Oh man, and she Mamma Mia in that too. Yeah. Anyways, if you're a Christy Swanson fan, and not that I'm trying to promote any specific thing, but if you're a Christy Swanson fan around, maybe it was 2000, she made it in Playboy and on the cover of Maxim. I suggest you check them both out. She actually has a spread in Maxim. In Maxim, she was like at the beach. She's like really dark tanned. In Playboy, she's her pale self. So I'll just leave it at that. I'll just leave that right there for you. And if you like Christy Swanson, then you will most definitely want to look for those. Yes. Bill Murray. Is she married like a bald, like, I mean, he's involved in the industry, and, you know, he probably has money. And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with the dude, but like, you would not picture who she's married to, like, at all. He's older and bald and just like, I don't know, you wouldn't think, but hey, good for her. They've been together a long time, so. On SNL as the lounge singer. Swanson still, oh my God, I love me some Christy Swanson. She is smoking. So which Buffy did you like more, Christy or Sarah? Christy. Not only the movie, like the Buffy, but also the woman. Sarah was a little yum, but nah, Christy. Christy destroys Sarah Michelle, to be honest with you. Body, face, everything. She kills Sarah Michelle. And I like me some SMG. But Christy Swanson, both Buffy and the girl. Go on Friday Night Tights, just a Star Wars segment. You don't have to stay the whole time. Well, it's not that I wouldn't, dude. It's that they act like I don't exist. I've written to Gary if he ever wants to come on, and he didn't even bother to answer. Well, I did get a reply. He's too busy. It's not like I wouldn't do these things, guys. Don't put it on me. You need to put it on them. No. YouTube for production value. I know these are like homemade videos. Well, but some of us do put a lot of effort in it. But I mean, you can only expect so much because we're just basically amateur filmmakers or editors, right? Twin Peaks, the first time it was on TV. I liked the third season, but it was way different. Yeah, I never got into that. I don't really even know what it's about. Believe thousands of anti-Disney Star Wars fans would subscribe and flick to these live streams. Oh, yeah. Listen, when I say it, I don't mean it in an arrogant way. Just keeping it real. Right now, I should have 100,000 plus subscribers. I'm not saying 1 million, but 100K, yes, like that, without even thought. I should have 100K plus subscribers right now. Oh, well, you know, it is what it is. Don't give up. Well, I'm here. South Park did one about Tom Cruise in a closet, and they wanted him to come out. Yes, they've done all kinds of Michael Jackson and all kinds of shit. Also with Bruce Jenner dressing up like a woman way before. Yes, I recall something about that. I liked her version of Buffy more as an actress. Lol. Yeah, no, I think she's I think she just played the role a little bit more bouncy and kind of cheerleader, but yet badass and not an airhead. Sarah Michelle was smart, but sometimes I felt like she was just too serious. She never was just like a girl in high school. And that kind of sometimes bothered me. I liked very much everything about the Buffy show. I loved her character. I loved the episodes and the dialogue, and I thought it was all fine and dandy. And, you know, again, I like me some SMG. I'm not going to deny. But I always felt like she kind of was serious. And I understand she's the vampire slayer and, you know, she has to be on her toes and all that. But it would have been nice to see her just be a girl. And it was always her, like, you know, whereas I feel like the Christy Swanson was like, you know, she's totally the girl. But, you know, when it comes down to it, she can be and is serious and fucks up some vampires. So I like her personality much better. I also think just, you know, that's my taste. I can't speak for everyone, but I mean, I don't think there's any real comparison between Christy Swanson and Sarah Michelle. Body and face, Christy just roasts Sarah Michelle. So, but yeah, Christy. Pictorials of Christy Swanson were gorgeous and well overdue. Yeah. And to be honest, her Playboy isn't like all out there. It's not all like crazy. You really don't see much anyways. But you like, you know, she looks amazing. She was like at an age where she just was wowie. Could be shadow banned as we're anti-Disney and YouTube and Disney are in bed together. I mean, yeah. You know, another thing that I've mentioned with those guys is, and there's nothing wrong with it. They're doing what they should be doing. But what happens is they all talk about each other. They're all on each other's channels all the time. So naturally, if I have 300 subscribers or 300,000 subscribers and I bring you on my channel, well, all of my audience is going to see that you're a similar channel and you're going to get a bunch of subscribers off of me. And then vice versa. You talking about another channel or being on another channel or someone being on your channel, now your shared subscribers are going to latch on to that other channel. So they do that a lot, and that's good. That's what they should be doing. I'm not saying it's bad. All I'm saying is when you have exposure from a channel that's 100, 300K, then obviously you're going to get to 30,000 or whatever pretty quickly because you've got all these, right? When you're just out here and tumbling around in the wind, it is what it is. We wouldn't be anti-Disney, but they fucked up Star Wars. Yeah, Disney chose that path, as I've said many times. I am not the action. I am the reaction. Fence-sitting bitch is. I like the first season of Twin Peaks. Was very pretty how it was done. It's a murder mystery series with a paranormal twist. I didn't like the Buffy show, but I felt like Christie's act. But I felt you liked Christie's acting chops. We're better for it. I like the Buffy show, but agree. Okay, got you. Stay busy on expanding and expounding this channel's concept, and I think you will grow and gain respect, reputation. Maybe start your own website for this channel, or do you have one already? I build websites. I can very easily, but for what? What am I going to accomplish with the website? People barely watch my videos. Who's going to pay to, have a membership on the website or bother to look at the website when you can just come here and watch the videos? There's no point in having a website. They're a click. They don't want to bring you in. Oh, I don't know. Maybe they're not that aware of me. Maybe they don't like me. Maybe whatever. They think I would be a certain way, whatever. I've spoken to some of them. Some of them have helped me with little things, or I've talked back and forth with some of them. But, whatever. I don't expect anything from anybody. I don't really care. All I know is that eventually this channel is going to get big. And it's going to end up with, like, I don't know, we'll say like 250,000, and then they're going to all be like, hey, man, come on our show. And I'm going to remember. I'm going to remember. Because you could have helped very easily, not just myself, but many channels, and you don't. So I will remember. It's not fair for you to come to me when, I've got a bunch of subscribers. You needed to reach out now, because I know you know who I am. They do. I've tagged them. They've seen me. Half of them in their videos have mentioned my name. I mean, it's so again, nobody owes me anything. I'm not mad or jealous or any of that. But if you're going to, like, 2 years later, when I have 400,000 subscribers, be like, hey, I'm just going to be like, nope. Yeah, the first season was the best. The second was tainted by the network. They forced David Lynch to solve Laura's murder. Well said. About Twin Peaks. Decorate your room with some Star Wars stuff. Well, first of all, I don't have any Star Wars stuff to decorate it with. Second, I don't know that would really make. Probably the biggest impact is if I change my name. But that's not going to happen. Because this channel is very much a reflection of me. I don't give a fuck. You understand? Like, I am very direct with people. It's not that I'm rude or get up in people's faces, but what you see is what you get. I don't pretend to be anything else. I don't hold punches. I don't censor my words. I'm careful not to hurt people's feelings. I don't push anything on anybody. But if you come to me, whether you're a woman that's interested in me or someone that wants me to do a job for them or watch Not My Star Wars, you're going to get, like, very direct. I don't waste time. I don't beat around the bush. I don't, like, do another name to suck you in or, You come to my channel and you're going to very quickly see this is what it is. If that's for you, great. If it's not, okay, that's fine too. But I don't waste time. I don't waste my time or people's time, whether it be me talking to a girl or buying, something at the store or making a video, whatever the case. I don't, I'm not concerned with being validated. I'm not concerned with impressing you. I'm not going to be a certain way that you'll accept me. No, that's not who I am. That's why I actually love the channel name, because it's like straight up, that shit's not my Star Wars. So either you're going to be like, ugh, he's just a Disney guy. He hates Disney. Okay, well, good. Don't waste your time on my channel. I don't want to talk to you anyways. Or it's going to keep you very like, oh, I don't know what this is, right? Or you're going to immediately be like, oh, that's not his Star Wars. Okay, yeah, I can relate to that. Let me go see. So you see what I'm saying? Like, it reduces my suckering in people, but it also cuts out the people that are just going to be bitching or unsubscribing anyways or leaving nasty comments. It just gets right to the point. Like, either you understand that Disney fucked up and you want to see and learn about it, or you just want to do something else. And that's cool. I'd rather not waste my time or yours. So I know that changing my name could have a huge impact. Star Wars thoughts. Star Wars speculation. I could do all kinds of names. But that's not me. I'm just not going to waste anybody's time. Doesn't mean that I expect everyone to agree with me or just go along with whatever I do. What I do is I do, and if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. It's just that I'm not going to put energy or time into trying to convince anybody of anything. It's right there. Have you seen a Star Wars centerfold? Just curious, because that'd be funny if those are around. Centerfold? Okay, well, when you say that, are you saying like it's actually Star Wars, or are you talking about like sexy Star Wars? I haven't seen either, but I know there's a porn or two floating around where they like make fun of, I think, The Force Awakens, which I haven't seen it. Not that I'm like, oh, virgin eyes, I've never seen a porno. I'm just saying I haven't seen that. Porn's not my thing. But I know there is, is there nude? Have I ever seen nude Star Wars stuff? No, not really. I've seen some Ahsoka art that gets pretty racy. But no. I've seen a lot of girls that dress very sexy, like cosplay, like as Darth Vader or Rey or stuff like that, but nothing like, straight up. Centerfold? No. Probably would sell the shit out of that if they existed. You think so? Then maybe he can start his own clique. He may be gaining momentum and steam. Yeah, but with who? No one wants to come and guest on my channel. No one is inviting me to their channel. So with who? I've reached out to plenty of people. They either ignore me and don't answer, or I'm too busy. Well, what's in a name? A rose by another name and would smell as sweet. Yeah. But I could see it being true. Risque book. Yeah, no, I've never seen like blatantly sexual or sexy. Well, I can't say that because there are some sexy cosplay. There's a lot of girls that like do the Leia slave outfit and stuff like that. But like really, really risque? No. Blood runs cold. My memory has just been sold. Star Wars is a centerfold. Star Wars is a centerfold. No. Star Wars porn parody being advertised. Nobody wants to come and play. Yeah. Cosplayer, and you see girls doing the foxy versions of stuff. It's pretty funny to me. Yeah, I mean, it's cute. A girl with a stormtrooper helmet or a Boba Fett or a Darth Vader, and she's got like this tight latex black thing, and you know, it's sexy, it's cute. But then at the same time, it's like, I want to see your face. I don't want to see you walking around with a Darth Vader helmet. You know, it's cute and all, but so I would prefer something like a Slave Leia or a Jin or, you know, something like that. Padme, Geonosis Arena. That works for me. Yeah. Elizabeth Shue is remaking HR Puffin stuff? Really? That's crazy. Wow. Probably most people in here don't have any clue what HR Puffin stuff is. Yes, of course I know that song. How about a sexy Aunt Beru? That hasn't been done. Yeah, nobody really does that, do they? Yeah, young Beru is cute. I guess she just didn't have much sex appeal, is why people don't bother, but yeah, it could be. I own the Giggles freeze frame record. Good taste. Long. Yeah. HR Puffin stuff. That was some stuff, man. I used to like that stuff. Crazy show. I talk about trippy 70s stuff. Cool. Jay Gell's band. Okay. It's clearly a perfect name for you and is your truth. I think your success may manifest from your ability to market this brand name, not my Star Wars, because it stands out and straightforward. Yeah, I mean, that's why, you know, I didn't like overly think it. I just, you know, I've been a fan since 77 and I'm seeing this Disney shit. And every time I watch it, I'm like, that's not fucking Star Wars. That's not my Star Wars. And it's not because I claim ownership over Star Wars. It's because I'm someone that's been around from the beginning and I understand what it is. And when I see that it's not correct, well, then it's certainly not mine. But yeah, I like the name because it's straight to the point. My Angels is centerfold. Got you. Nobody wants to come and play. It reminded me of the song from the show. Come and play with me, Jimmy. Come and play with me, and I will take you on a trip far across the ocean, or across the sea. I don't recognize that song, but maybe if I heard it. It's not my Star Wars either, yeah. Well, ironically, George Lucas said that too, so it's kind of funny. Dyslexic spelling all of the time. No worries. Yeah, man. You know, what can I tell you? But the main thing is, you know, I will always stay true to myself, and I always will stay true to Star Wars, which means staying true to George Lucas. Another way I can make this channel grow is to do exactly that. Make a video about, you know, Brie Larson and what's going on with Loki and all that kind of stuff. One, I couldn't even begin to juggle all that stuff to get it up to speed with all this shit and make videos about this. I already am so busy with the stuff that I do. But it just doesn't interest me. I don't want to do something that I'm doing it just to make the channel grow, just to make money. I want to be doing something that I care about, that I enjoy. So to me, making Star Wars videos, yeah, it's work. Yeah, there's times I'm stressed. Yeah, it's a ton of shit. And the more that you guys don't notice it in the videos, the better I'm doing, because all my videos have a shit ton of stuff in them. But at the end of the day, I love it and I'm proud of it. And I'm not that I don't know that we're going to ever be able to fix any of this, but at least remind people of what it was and what it's supposed to be. Maybe we're never going to get real Star Wars again. Probably not. But on the same token, well, then why the hell are we giving Disney money? Then, be aware of it. Don't support it. So a lot of this is because I care. And the truth is, I don't care really if Black Widow does good or how Loki is. I don't really give a goddamn. I really don't. I'm way past caring about Marvel and all that extra shit that Disney does. I care about Star Wars. So that's what I do. I enjoy that stuff. I have nothing against that other stuff. But for me to pretend to like focus and be up to date and make videos about all this other stuff, no way. I don't care that it could, get my channel to grow, because at the end of the day, I would only want to review so many episodes of Loki before I'm like, man, this shit is just dumb. I don't want to spend time on this. So then what was the point of that? I need to focus on what I know and what I care about. HR Puff and stuff. Who's your friend when things get rough? Can't do a little because you can't do enough. HR Puff and stuff. Warriors, come on and play. Yeah. Not too many people want to play with me. I don't know why. It's either they just don't like me. They think I'm going to like freak out on their channel and like go on some rant, which I'm not. I'm very educated and calm, and or maybe they feel intimidated because my focus is exactly this. And you see that I don't pull punches, but also because I know my fucking shit when it comes to Star Wars. And I think that kind of intimidates some people because they know I will call your ass out if you're bullshitting me. I call out fucking Dave Filoni, so I have no problem calling you out. And it's not that I go with the intent of attacking people or making them look bad, or that's not my goal. It's not that I would want to do that. But I think some people perceive that. They're worried that, like, man, he really does know his shit. Maybe I shouldn't tangle around with that because it could become me looking dumb. As in me speaking to them. You understand? So maybe a little bit is an intimidation. But if you've watched my streams with guests, I'm very friendly. I'm very nice. And we always have a great time. But hey, what can I tell you? It is what it is. All I can tell you is I'm available to all of you. Doesn't matter if you're brand new to YouTube, if you're a channel with 6 million subscribers, you can easily reach me. You can easily reach out to me, whether you have a question, you need some help, you want to come on my channel, you want me to come on your channel. It's very simple. Before the dark times, before the Empire, yes. What was your favorite costume of yours from Star Wars films? Any character? Well, you should know that, baby girl. Boba fucking Fett. It's not even like Boba Fett. If you ask me girls' costumes, well, that changes the equation. Padme in the Geonosis arena with that little tummy shirt and the tight pants. Slave Leia is nice, but not really my jam. But yeah, Boba Fett, obviously. I think a serious effort by your fans and subs to contact a handful of Star Wars channels and ask them to come onto your stream or have you on theirs would make a real difference. I mean, maybe. Maybe not. The thing is, there's not many channels that I would even really want to. I'm not saying that I won't, but I'm just saying that there's not really like, okay, if you're like, could you go on any channel and do? I would love to do an EFAP with Mahler, like a Star Wars EFAP, whether it be Mandalorian, the old movies, whatever. Like I could sit there with Mahler for 3 days straight and we could just go ripping shit up. Oh, I would have a blast. It just depends. Like if Star Wars Theory wrote to me, he's like, "Hey, dude, I want you on my show." I don't know that I would do it because 1, I'm not interested in his audience. 2, I'm not interested in what he does. What kind of conversation are we going to have? The kid doesn't even know what canon is. It's like me wasting a day of like, what's the point? I don't care if he has 3 million subscribers and that I'll get noticed. Half those people that follow him, I wouldn't want them to be my subscribers anyway. So what's the point? Now, like I've said many times, I think he's a good kid. I have nothing against him personally. And if he just generally wanted to have a Star Wars conversation, okay, sure, I have no problem with that. But I'm not pressed to be like on too many channels. So I don't know. I don't know what you guys have in mind or what it is you're looking for. But honestly, I don't know many channels that I would really be that excited to. So I think they like to promote and get excited about Disney Star Wars. A lot of them do. That's the other thing. Like, there's a lot of channels that I watch and like, and we don't have to agree on things. It's fine. But I really don't want to be on channels that they're like defending Disney or making excuses or, oh, look, I'm reviewing this and I'm doing this. I'm not interested in Disney's mess. I cover it because, you know, I understand it and I can decipher it, and Disney needs to be exposed for the damage they've done. But again, I would not have a good conversation with Star Wars Theory where he thinks the Bad Batch is excellent and Kylo Ren is cool, and it's just like, man, we are just 2 different planets. It's weird how a lot of women found Loki hot. Never got it. Like all my female friends have a crush on him. Really? I mean, he's not an unattractive guy, but I don't see anything. By the way, Adaptive, as I've said many times, I don't expect anything from anybody, not even you guys. But, you know, to be fair, you guys do hold a lot of the fate of this channel. Are you going around telling people, well, that's not right, Not My Star Wars proves it here in this video? Are you going around like, why the fuck is Not My Star Wars not on your channel? You know, that kind of stuff. I'm not telling you to do that, but all I'm saying is, you know, if your fans aren't talking about you, then you're only going to go so far. So I just don't I don't ever want to push that on any of you guys. If you guys want to do that stuff, great, but that's not like, I'm not here to like rally you guys to grow my channel or do whatever. I'm never going to ask anything of you. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really see it, Dead Girls. Be willing to bet Disney has blacklisted your channel. Dude, it wouldn't surprise me at all. Wouldn't surprise me at all. Till Tony. You're one of the few channels that really talk well about older Star Wars and the facts without it being insulting to people who might like the new ones. Well, I try to be careful because I don't have the intention of attacking people that like the new stuff. I think it's sad. I think it's pretty pitiful sometimes, but I'm not here to like attack them or make them look bad or whatever. You know, my whole thing is always, you can make new stuff, you can do whatever, but you must respect what has come before you. And Disney has chosen to do the exact opposite of that. That's where the problem occurs. Because if they would have just respected what came before them, they can do whatever the hell they want. But with that said, you know, it's like I've said many times, I don't tell anybody what to like or what to watch. If you like this or that, hey, enjoy it. But I'm not going to ever stop calling out the nonsense and bullshit that I see. My God, I hope you wouldn't pass up an opportunity to school and educate Star Wars theory. That would probably go viral. Well, one, I wouldn't want to go on his channel to purposely make him look bad, because that's not my intention with anyone. But the problem is inevitably, you know, again, college professor talking to a third grader, I'm naturally going to school the shit out of him. And it's not that he's a third grader as a person or in everything he does. It's that his Star Wars, his perception of Star Wars is like, holy fuck, dude, you're so lost. So it wouldn't really give me pleasure to go on his channel. In fact, I would have to be really careful because I would be trying my best to not make him look bad. But the problem is that he's going to make himself look bad. And I know that he would never do that. So, not to mention, even if, let's say I totally schooled him and made him understand canon and what's going on. He's like, holy shit. And I don't know. It's not really an accomplishment to me. Like, I don't know. Like I said, if you ever, him or anybody ever wants to talk to me, hey, you know, I'm more than happy. But I'm not particularly pressed on being on his channel and educating him on Star Wars, honestly. He should be watching my videos is what he should be doing. That's what should be happening, not me trying to go on his channel and trying to. Amazing how Star Wars is a franchise like no other. And interestingly, even during the Disney era, fans like us are finding each other and realizing that Star Wars is more profound than we thought. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. The Disney's failures and stupidity have brought a lot of people together, built up a lot of channels and done a lot of things, you know, no doubt. I've been a Star Wars fan since the day it came out. So to me, I'm not realizing things like I understood all of this a long time ago. I see people all the time like, oh, I never knew that, or I didn't realize that, or, you know. And it's like, dude, I knew that like 25 years ago. And it's okay if you didn't know something. It's okay if you're new to it or you're just realizing it. It's not that I'm trying to belittle anyone. I'm just saying that to me, it's like I'm not discovering the profundity of Star Wars. I'm the one that's educating on it. I'm the one that sees it and that talks about it. as opposed to, wow, this book that came out by Disney 2 years ago is telling me what happened. And it's like, no, that's not the source. That's not the resource you should be looking at. So I hope it doesn't sound arrogant, because that's not what I'm trying to do. All I'm saying is I know this stuff. I've been known it since way back in the day. That's why this channel exists, because I have the knowledge of what stupidity is going on. So therefore, I put the love and the effort, because it matters to me that people know what Star Wars really is and not the nonsense that it's become. So I'm just saying that to me, it's not, I'm not realizing how profound it is, because I've been known that since I was 3 years old. And that's why this channel exists. But indeed, it has united and brought a lot of people together, a lot of people that met that wouldn't have met otherwise, I suppose. And don't misunderstand, because I certainly do not know everything about Star Wars. All the time I see something new, I learn something new. There's the entire Lucasfilm archives and the holocrons, things that I will never see and unfortunately be privy to. But there's not too many times where I'm going to trip up and not know about what's going on with Star Wars. Now, my Star Wars did go on another channel and set them straight. That'd be funny to present it like the original WWE. You guys know me. Like, I don't mess around. You know, I'm not shy. I'm not. But it's not that I have some desire or pleasure in like going to someone's channel and making them look foolish. I truly don't want to do that, because that's not the type of person I am. I'm not here to hurt people or make them look bad or whatever. What I'm saying is, his theory, as a good example, is that he would end up looking bad, but not because I'm like attacking him or trying to make him look bad, but just because you're now talking to like someone with a knowledge way beyond his, not only in life, but in Star Wars. And it would just be like, it would probably shatter him. And I don't want that. Taste and all, some people's taste is all in their mouths. Yeah. Like the lore of Star Wars, Jedi, Sith, Mandos, Yoda, Anakin's conception, cosmic force, living force, wills, midichlorians, all has such a solid foundation, power, a monolith. Yep. I talk about all those things all the time. Yes. That would be great. I'm watching Stranger Things season 1 for the 3rd time, now on Blu-ray. I cannot fucking believe there's 5 minutes plus of unskippable previews. If I find out certain movies I would like to own, have these unskippable previews, I'm never going to own it. Yeah. Yep. Ah! 10 hours, kids. I'm back to my normal form, I guess, here. 10 hours. Back to the 14 and 16 hour stream days. Yeah, I don't know. It's complicated because, like I said, I don't want to go on someone's channel and make them look bad, or I certainly don't want to attack anybody. I don't even like talking about other channels because I just, I'm not here to compete or make anyone look, It's like a full-time job. No, it's not like. It is. The past number of weeks I've come on and the stream was already a video. Yeah, it's a ton of work, man. For any YouTuber, you know, I want people to understand that even people that do it like the kind of easier way, it's still a lot of work. You know, I think like Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers is a great example. He just comes on, talks for like 10 minutes, and puts out the video. He edits little to nothing, but he's good at coming on and like talking about that topic for, you know, 10, 20 minutes and making the video. So, but that's still a ton of work. You have to be able to speak and get your thoughts together and make your point and open and close and, you know, put your little logo and upload it and all those things that it takes. It's, you know, I have a lot of respect for anybody that does YouTube because it is a shit ton of work. So even someone that just does something real simple, even easier, like you go to the zoo and you record a tiger walking around for 5 minutes and then you just upload it. Like you literally didn't have to do anything. It's still work. Now imagine doing this every day and trying to always be on top of things, and you know, it's not easy. Has to invent a hack or USB thumbstick program that allows skipping these fucking previews. I heard about Blu-rays having unskippable previews, but haven't encountered it until now. I'm a livid fan. Yeah, no, that's definitely something. That's definitely a reality. All the time and effort you put in. Well, I hope you guys do. And when I say that, I don't say it like you better. I'm saying it like truly. I hope that, you know, you guys get something out of it because I put a ton into it. So, you know, one thing is not to be making any money, but at least you guys get something out of it. At least you guys enjoy it. That's the most important thing. Because if that's not happening, then I truly am wasting my time. Have to head out. Have a great day. You take care, Wes. Good to see you as always. I will see you next Friday, I guess. Unless you pop by YouNow on Tuesday. I will see you soon. I'm probably going to end here in a little bit anyways. I want to discuss targeting a few Star Wars channels. Again, I'll leave that to you guys. There's not a particular... If there's any place I would love to go is on Mahler. Well, he could do it here. It's not even that we have to do it on this channel. But just to make sense, because that's where he does the effect. I would love to do a Star Wars anything. Rogue One, Mandalorian, the old movies, whatever, with Mahler. That would be like one of my top. And I'm plenty open to other channels, but I really appreciating what you sharing what you know. Much respect on a personal intra journey, and GL Star Wars is very motivating when one has the psychological insights from real world experience. Yeah. No, my pleasure. You know, I do this because I love Star Wars, because I care about those films. And I just happened to be there from the beginning and always loved it very much and always kept my ears to the ground. And, you know, understand it very well. And I try to put that together so that people can understand it and enjoy it and get something out of it. Yeah, I got you, George Lucas, Star Wars. I got you, buddy. These previews make me happy. I have hundreds of VHS and DVD movies. Take care, Wes. Bye, Wes. Happy 4th. Is it the 4th? This is the 3rd, isn't it? Yeah, we're coming tomorrow, yeah. I'm going to be grilling some ribs on the grill, assuming the weather holds out. Just kind of chilling out. So, yeah. Happy 4th to you, dead girls. Hello, hi. Happy 4th. Yeah, you too, buddy. Who's scruffy looking? I am right now. No Sunday singing out to everyone. Yeah. Yep. Well, I still have a little bit of energy if you guys want to chat a little more, or, you know, I can call the stream. It's not a big deal either way. But I am going to take a quick break. I need some fresh coffee. I might as well pee. Move around a little bit, but I don't know. I got another half hour in me. If anybody wants to ask or talk or comment or whatever, I'm down. Let me check YouNow. I appreciate everyone that stopped by on YouNow. Slave One, is that a new series? Somebody said. I would go for 57-year-old woman. Yeah, the only bad part about doing this is I don't see the YouNow chat directly, so sometimes I miss stuff. But anyways, on Tuesdays, I'm there. So, okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. There's 11 of you still around, so I'll see who's here when I come back. If you want to chat a little more, I'm down. I've got another half an hour in me. And if not, well then, fine. I'll just close the stream when I come back. Either way, it's been fun. Anyone that leaves, I appreciate you. Either I will see you in a few minutes or next time. There are some videos coming. I have not been putting out videos for the past few weeks because I'm just kind of like backing up and taking a little break. But there are some videos in the queue. There's some stuff coming very soon. Every Friday, I do this main Star Wars show. It's here on YouTube, and I share it over to YouNow, so you can support and see it on either side. But the main show is here Fridays. Tuesdays, I'm just on YouNow, just straight up hang out, talk about whatever, anything. Part of it is because a lot of people want me to talk about other stuff, but also because as much as I love Star Wars, it's pretty much what I do every day, all day, and it's nice to unplug and just talk about other stuff. So for what it's worth, anyone watching on the YouNow side or watching this or seeing the replay, Fridays will always be the main Star Wars show here in YouNow, and then Tuesdays just on YouNow. I am considering starting a little morning show for an hour, 2 hours, little coffee morning, lunchtime, around that time show on YouNow. We'll see. We will see. And other than that, I always cover events that come up. Like, for example, next month we will have the third quarter earnings report from Disney, and I will, like I always do a live reaction. So, with that said, just to keep some of you updated, I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll leave you with a little intermission, and we will pick up if anyone's here. I'm sure a few of you will still be around. And I'll see you in a few minutes.
If you think of the first three films as one film, which is what it was intended to be, Darth Vader comes in the front door, scares everybody, kills a few guys, and then you follow it through, and then you find out that Luke is his father, and then eventually it ends up with him not being the bad guy, but actually being a rather sad guy, and then eventually being the hero and killing the Emperor. That, if you saw it as one movie, that's the movie you'd see. And one of the problems I had is that Darth Vader became such an icon of evil that when it got split up over 6 years, the impact of him as a tragic character got lost. So that was one of the inspirations for going back and doing the backstory, because it really is about, it's really the tragedy of Darth Vader is the story. The struggle in Star Wars is about passion against compassion, which is greed against giving and giving up primarily. And the whole issue is the flip side of greed is fear of losing. So you're either trying to get things or you're afraid of losing the things that you've got. And the idea is that to let go of those things and because once you start down that path of fear, then you're trying to protect things and you're willing to fight for things and you're willing to. And the Jedi's basic job in the beginning, which we never get to see too much of because we start really during the war, they were like marshals in the Old West. I mean, they would go from town to town and they would, help solve the problems. And in a lot of cases, the marshals and the judges were pretty much the same thing, and they would just travel and they would bring justice and solve problems for people, which is kind of what Jedi are. And they're negotiators, they're not fighters. Only they're negotiators, sort of like the mafia. They're compassionate negotiators with a very big laser sword, which they don't like to use, but if somebody, doesn't want to solve the problem, then they'll solve it for them, so to speak, which is an incentive for people to solve their problems without fighting. The first film starts with the last age of the Republic, which is it's getting tired, it's old, it's getting corrupt. There's the rise of the Sith, who are now becoming a force. And in the backdrop of this, you have Anakin Skywalker, a young boy who's destined to be a very significant player in bringing balance back to the Force and the Republic. In the second film, we get into more of that turmoil. It's the beginning of the Clone Wars. It's the beginning of the end of democracy in the Republic, sort of the beginning of the end of the Republic. And it's Anakin Skywalker beginning to deal with some of his more intense emotions of anger, hatred, sense of loss, possessiveness, jealousy, and the other things he's coping with. Then we will get to the third film where he is seduced to the dark side, which brings us up to films 4, 5, and 6, where Anakin's offspring redeem him and allow him to fulfill the prophecy where he brings balance to the Force by doing away with the Sith and getting rid of evil in the universe. A lot of the issues that are in films 4, 5, and 6 become much clearer when you begin to realize what's behind the issues and how things came to pass. Because there's a lot of things that really are alluded to in the last 3 films, but they don't make much sense unless you really get the gist of what happens, and you really have to have seen 1, 2, and 3 in order to get it all. You get to see the universe, kind of, in the first 3 films. You get to go to the Senate, you get to go to the center of the galaxy, you get to go to these very sophisticated planets and all this kind of stuff. And you're seeing things that are very sophisticated. You're seeing very sophisticated aliens, all kinds of things that are digitally created, large scope, very vast scale and everything. So then when you get down to episode 4, it's all very small. Everything's real tiny. There's no scope to it at all. And it's in a very small corner of the galaxy. You talk about those things, but you never ever get to see them. But of course in this thing, you'll have already seen all those things, so you'll know what they're talking about. And you'll know when he's saying, I'm stuck here in the far corner of the galaxy, you'll know what he's talking about. And you'll realize that he is stuck in a little dim corner of the universe. Found in all living things, around us, flows from us. controls individuals, yet we have free will. We have a destiny if we want to follow it. We live for a reason and must discover what it is. What happens when you go to the dark side is it goes out of balance, and then you get really selfish and you forget about everybody, and you ultimately lead yourself, because when you get selfish, you get stuff, or you want stuff. And when you want stuff and you get stuff, then you are afraid somebody's going to take it away from you, whether it's a person or a thing or a particular pleasure, experience. Once you become afraid that somebody's going to take it away from you, or you're going to lose it, then you start to become angry, especially if you're losing it. And that anger leads to hate. And hate leads to suffering. Mostly on the part of the person who's selfish, because you spend all your time being afraid of losing everything you've got, instead of actually living. Where joy, by giving to other people, you can't think about yourself, and therefore there's no pain. But the pleasure factor of greed and of selfishness is a short-lived experience. Therefore, you're constantly trying to replenish it. But of course, the more you replenish it, the harder it is to, so you have to keep upping the ante. You're actually afraid of the pain of not having the joy. So that is ultimately the core of the whole dark side, light side of the Force. And everything flows from that. Obviously, the Sith are always unhappy because they never get enough of anything they want. Mostly their selfishness centers around power and control. And the struggle is always to be able to let go of all that stuff. And of course, that's the problem with Anakin ultimately is you're allowed to love people, but you're not allowed to possess them. And what he did is that he, fell in love and then married her and then became jealous. And then he saw in his visions that she was going to die. He couldn't stand losing her. So in order to not lose her, he made a pact with the devil to be able to become all-powerful.
I am becoming more powerful than any Jedi has ever dreamed of, and I'm doing it for you.
But of course, when he did that, she didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore. So he lost her.
Anakin, you're breaking my heart.
Once you were powerful, being able to bring her back from the dead, well, if I can do that, then I can be Emperor of the Universe. I can get rid of the Emperor, I can do everything. I can make everything the way I want it.
And together, you and I can rule the galaxy. Make things the way we want them to be.
And once you do that, you'll never be satiated. You're always going to be consumed with this driving desire to have more stuff and be afraid that others are going to take it away from you. And of course they are. Because every time you get two Sith together, you have the master, you have the apprentice, and the apprentice is always trying to recruit another apprentice to join with him to kill the master. And the master knows that he's basically everybody below him wants his job. Only way to overcome the dark side is through discipline. The dark side is pleasure, biological, and temporary, and easy to achieve. The light side is joy, everlasting, and difficult to achieve. The great challenge must overcome laziness, give up quick pleasures, and overcome fear, which leads to hate. It's about good and evil in us, as well as our institutions. So, and the idea that some of us think we're really great people, but in the real world we're not. We're terrible people.
Or you can make bad choices.
Well, you make bad choices, but you run your life in a very selfish way, and you think you're doing good when you're actually not. And at the same time, it's how do democracies turn back into dictatorships? Why do people who have the power to have the freedom and everything turn it over to somebody who's going to take it all away from them? It's happened through history forever and ever, and all Star Wars is a way of updating that idea to say, watch out, because there are people out there who don't play by the rules, and if you're not careful, you're going to lose all your freedom. And at the same time, those people who may not play by the rules because they're selfish and greedy turn themselves into evil people who don't care about other people.
Alrighty. See what you guys are talking about. Who's scruffy looking? I am. Beverage stretch break, yes. Which I always do. Like, I do these long streams and I'll, take a little break every few hours. But that enables me to do these long ass streams. What is a very outlandish conspiracy theory you struggle to believe? Either it be a murder case, aliens, Star Wars. Well, believe is a tricky word because believe is belief, and belief is not always reality. So I try not to believe or theorize or rumor or do any of that stuff. I try to look at things factually. So again, believe is a tricky word because it often defers to what you personally have experienced or what you believe to be true, which is not always the reality. Now, it can mean that because you've studied something and know about it, then that's what you again, believe is a tricky word. 9/11 was absolutely us attacking our own buildings, and we blew those buildings up, and it was a controlled demolition. But that's not a belief, that's fact. I have just hours and hours and hours of stuff that proves it was totally bullshit. So, do I strongly believe in 9/11? No, it's not a belief. It is what it is. So I don't know if that answers your question. It's just that belief is a tricky word. Religion is belief. That's you clinging on to something that you believe in. But because you believe God was a certain way or that you should live a certain way because a book tells you that, that's a belief. You're believing, you're having faith in something. Well, you have faith in the US dollar that has no backing and it's totally fake printed money. So belief is a tricky word because, again, that's you going on your perception of things and choosing to have faith in what you saw or think is something happened or is a certain way. So 9/11 is a big one. And there's plenty of others. I'll still be here with some closing thoughts. Cool. Inside job, it certainly wasn't what they said happened. Yep. I agree. Even as a little kid, when I saw it, it was fishy to me. Yeah. Yep. None of it matches up. None of it makes sense. I got to go. See you later. Not My Star Wars Dead. Take care, Greg. Always good to see you, bro. See you next week, hopefully. Definitely an inside job. So was Sandy. I figured you would pop up on that one. I'm still waiting for the 9/11 documentary. Yeah, you're going to be waiting. That's just a whole fucking mess. It's too much. That would be like a 6-hour documentary of just, it's too much. Have you heard of any connection between George Lucas and Bruce Lee? No, I never have. It's not to say there isn't any, but nothing I've ever heard or seen or anything. My ears were burning. Yeah, I'm sure they were. Clearly filled with facts and evidence that was misreported and people wrongly believe. Yeah, that's a whole freaking mess too. When things aren't adding up, it tells you. Because it's like I always say, the truth and facts, you don't have to swim around to explain and justify. It's there, you know. If you have to Tate, thank you. Amy, thank you for coming by and inviting. Appreciate you. If you're still around, big hug, Amy. I lost my train of thought. What is one that is true to you? I think you can believe something that is true. Yeah. Again, 9/11 it's pretty irrefutable if you actually look at the stuff. It's like, holy shit. The problem is that most people just go by what they're told. It's on the TV. It must be real. The government told me it must be real. You know, it came from Lucasfilm, so it's canon. And it's like, you have to, I don't want or expect people to like live their whole lives. Oh my God, everything's a lie. Everything's a conspiracy. And you freaking out. But you just need to shift your mentality of like, okay, what they say is real. You have to like have the mentality of, okay, well, I'll look at it. I'll consider it, but you have to assume that they're lying to you because they have every motive and reason to lie to you. So what I encourage people to do is always question things, not to the point that you're driving yourself crazy, not to the point that all you do is spend your days on trying to prove things wrong. But don't just because they say, oh, we have a rover on Mars. We can't get to the moon, but we have a rover on Mars. Use your brain. Be real. Start thinking about it. It's just little things like that that you should be questioning. The moon landing or resistance in space is another one that have Section 8. Thank goodness. Yeah, there's all kinds of stupidity with the space shit. Moon landing or existence of space in general is another one hard to believe, even just going by the official videos put out by NASA, not adding up or making sense when looked at critically. Yep. That's the thing, even NASA is like totally inconsistent. Sometimes you look at the Earth, there's stars, and it's spinning at one speed, then you look at it another time, it's barely moving, there's no stars. I mean, it's just like all this inconsistency. It's like, that's not how space is space, and it would always be the same. But yet, when it's convenient, they're showing you different things, and that's just that right there. It should put up huge red flags, and you should be like, wait a minute. No, I did not know that. Recently? And how? That's very suspect. Either I don't remember that, or I did not know that, because right now it's not jumping out at me. Media makes us think a certain way because I see how racist people are now. Family I didn't think was prejudiced saying stuff after looking at the news. Yeah. No doubt. No doubt. Sometimes you think you know somebody and you really don't, you know? Two years ago. Yeah, I missed that. A lot of other stuff going on in my mind and world 2 years ago that I was not even thinking about. Sandy Hook. I'm back. Why'd you leave in the first place, silly? It's in the papers. It was. anti-white rhetoric from your family? Where the hell is Idana Danai? Where are you? I have not seen them in a hot minute. Where are they? Speaking of which, let me check something here. Let me see. Well, there's still channel members. So my assumption is they still love me. Maybe they forgot, but they should see the bill. So if they're still channel members, that means I don't know what's going on with them. You know, who knows? Life brings up stuff, and a million things could have happened. I just, more than anything, just hope they're okay. I would love to hear from at least one of them that they're okay. Haven't seen them now in going on 2 months. So definitely missing them. Yep. Well, hopefully they're okay. Had to ship a PC monitor. Did you see the British kid who fucked up his face and eyes to look like his favorite K-pop star and now says he's transracial? No, I have not seen that. Okay. Yes, and it's weird because my family has white, black, everything in it, so it's backwards when they say that kind of stuff. Yeah. Ollie London guy, he's transracial. Okay. The amount of anti-white rhetoric on the news is absolutely outrageous and infuriating. It has been out of control. It is crazy. What can you do? Just don't buy into that shit, you know. Let other people know. It's like I always say with the Star Wars stuff, you're not going to get anywhere yelling at people and being like, you're an idiot. And you just have to calmly present people with facts and hope they look at it and consider it and it gets through them. I've mentioned it in the past, but there's people that come on my channel and they're like, yeah, I'm not on your channel. I'm not in your face. I'm not advertising. I'm not forcing what I talk about on you. If you don't like what I do, just go somewhere else. It's that simple. But the stuff is here if you want to learn. People have been saying for years that there is a race war coming, and I never imagined they could pull it off. But it's happening right under our feet and right in front of our faces. Yeah, a lot of all this stuff is just, about division. The pandemic, or all the Antifa and BLM and all this stuff, it's all about getting everybody on different sides. Watched the new Bad Batch yesterday. More filler. Yes. No, it was. We talked about it earlier. It was definitely a filler episode, but I thought it was decent. I actually kind of liked it, and I guess more than anything because it didn't like damage anything. There was no stupid retcons or nonsense in there. It was a very isolated episode that didn't connect to the cloning or any of the other mess, and I thought it had a lot of cool action shots. You know, I've said this a million times, and some people don't want to believe it, but I'm super objective and super fair with Disney. If they do something good, I would say it. And I have many, well, not many times because it's rare that they do something good, but you know, I'm not here like Disney just sucks. No, I just point out that they're fucking up. But you know, when they do something good, I've always been like, hey, that was cool, or this, you know. But yeah, no, I don't pretend that this last episode fixes anything or saves anything or everything's better or the Bad Batch is cool now. I'm not saying any of that. Just saying that this episode was tolerable. It was good. It was a lot of cool action. It was neat seeing the clones like occupying the city and moving around and stuff like that. I thought it had its charm to it. It was cool. So, but yeah, at the end of the day, just a filler episode. It's awful. I don't like people are messed up to anyone. I agree. That's why I don't look at TV too much. Too toxic. Yeah. Yep. I rarely watch TV. The news and media's main goal is divide and conquer. Yep. Yeah, all that stuff. It indeed is. You know, and it's sad that people with power and money and influence encourage and fuel this stuff. But what's sadder is that there's people that buy into it. I've had an old saying that, you know, who's the wrong one, the devil or the person that follows the devil? Or another example is who's really wrong, the drug dealer or the person that's buying and using the drugs? Because yeah, if the drug dealer's not there, then you eliminate that problem. But at the end of the day, that's life, that's earth, temptation. And just because you're tempted, just because there's stuff in front of you, doesn't mean you got to be like, well, I was tempted and I was too weak and I just did it. And now I'm a crackhead. No, that's not a good excuse because there's people that go through all kinds of shit that have nothing and still don't become a crackhead or a prostitute or murdering or doing evil things or whatever the case be. So if they were to insert any race, ethnicity, or group name where they say anti-white things, the news station would be canceled, burned down, and dumped down the memory hole. Yeah, no doubt. The BLM riots burned down black-owned businesses too. Yep. It was a fine episode, but the Disney Plus episode description says the Bad Batch has their ideology challenged. The only thing that happens is maybe the separatist guy isn't so bad. Yeah, pretty much. Mm-hmm. Yeah, nothing really happens, which in a way it's like, okay, well, what's the point? But in a way it's like, okay, well, it's the one episode that's not like literally fucking shit up. It's just there. So, and the artwork, I mean, is beautiful. Like I said, this one felt very anime, the way the fades and the movement of the screens and the art style. It's like, it's pretty neat. And again, for Not My Star Wars to be like, holy shit, a Bad Batch I like actually kind of liked, that's pretty, you know, pretty rare. But, you know, I'm always objective, and I thought it was a decent episode. But the root problem is, why was it a decent episode? Because it was filler. Because it stayed away from any of the arc stories, other characters, anything. And if that's what's going to keep you safe, is staying away from everything, well, then I think you're doing it wrong. Anakin was seduced by the dark side. Correct. So is the dark side wrong for being the dark side? Or is Anakin the dumbass that went for it? You understand? You know, I know I'm not supporting drugs or the devil or any of that stuff, but it's just, I'm just saying, temptation, women, cars, food, all kinds of stuff is put in front of you every day. But does that mean you just jump on women? No, you have to, like, you know, you have to use your brain. You have to use the right head. So to me, life is difficult. Yes, we all are weak. We all can fall to things. I get it. But ultimately, I think that if you are in those types of problems, it's because you are choosing to do so. You're choosing to pick up that crack pipe. You're choosing to sell stuff off and, like, you know, do all this mess. Sell your own body off to get a, you know. So who's really at fault? You are, because you're the one that's doing it. You're the one succumbing to it, and you're supposed to be stronger. You're supposed to understand. You're supposed to know that, no, life isn't that simple, that you can't just escape with nonsense. You have to deal with things and confront them. And there's always going to be evil and temptation around you. It's how you choose to maneuver through that. Boycott regular local TV news and any partisan biased news in general. Nonpartisan independent news media is most honest, accurate. Consciousness rising. I like your little sheep. Yeah, easier said than done, because most people, you know. But no, absolutely. So how do you feel as a fan about how the censorship of Star Wars and other properties? True for the riots, it's funny Jordan Peele is held high for Get Out, but Tales from the Hood, and Candyman. Yes. About the censorship of Star Wars and other well, I think it's nonsense. I hate it. I think, well, first of all, there shouldn't be any censorship. I feel there's a time and a place for everything. So no, a child shouldn't have access to porn or to, you know, strong stuff. But I think if you're an adult and you want to see, whether it be naked women or violence or action or whatever, well, then, you know, you should be able to. And I think that it's ridiculous that Disney is not only censoring and reducing properties that they've bought, like what was the point of buying them, but their own stuff. They're like trying to rewrite their own history, and that's just, once you do that, you failed. You're going to lose. Once you go away from what got you there in the first place, you're going to crash. I mean, that's just dumb. Candyman had a deeper message to them, yeah. Transgender story time, but with hookers. Everyone lost their minds. It would have been better if they went into why the Separatists wanted to break from the Republic, but still sad. The best episode is one that had nothing to do with the story. Yep. Yeah, they could have done all kinds of stuff there. Well, but the Separatist thing was already over by then, remember? Because we're after Rots. The whole Separatist issue was really Phantom Menace. which was just in place to create a war to destabilize the Jedi and the Republic at the end of the day. So, yeah, there were still separatists around by rats because Anakin goes and kills them off, but the real big separatist issue was in Phantom Menace anyways. So, but yeah, that's why it was good, is because it stayed away from anything that was connecting or causing problems. It just was a fun, episode. Dark side equals cosmic natural. Sith equals corrupted, perverse. I think you meant light side, cosmic natural, or Jedi. The Sith was the good guys, some would say, from a certain point of view. I always root for the Empire. I'm getting tired of all these rebellion noobs. They are like ISIS. I'd work as a stormtrooper any day. It's honest work. Yeah, I guess it's a good day, a good honest day's work. I've always been in the middle. I'm Boba Fett. I'm a bounty hunter. I don't give a fuck about you. I don't give a fuck about you. Pay me. Palpatine was bringing balance to the Empire. The rebels are scum. Correct. The Empire did nothing wrong. There you go. Dark side has chocolate, so it can't be all that bad. It's got weed too. Thank you. I don't think kids should be exposed to adult content. It's getting to the point they want kids to know everything instead of it being hidden. Witty joke. Modern censorship's a joke. Yeah. Yeah, no, I believe that, if you're old enough, you should be able to watch what the fuck you want to watch. But I do believe in some guards as far as children. And I'm not criticizing anyone, but I don't like cussing around kids. I don't like, them seeing too much stuff. You only have that part of your life for a short time, and you have plenty of time to look at, naked girls or cussing a storm or smoking weed or whatever the hell you're going to be doing. So I think that, yeah, kids, some stuff should be, you shouldn't lie to them. You shouldn't hide stuff. It's good for them to know what's going on. But, sometimes exposing youth to stuff too much, too quick, it's not good. Plus, people mature at different rates and in different ages, Everyone complains about the complex politics in episode 1. I recently rewatched Phantom Menace, and it's clear it's all set up to get Palpatine the chancellor position. Yeah, it's not complicated at all. Star Wars is very simple. It's not at all complicated. People want to overcomplicate it. Chocolate and weed, sign me up. You got it. Keep kids away from kink, be it straight or homosexual kink at all. Yeah, no, I mean, really, I think kids should be kept away from sex and strong language and most horror movies and that kind of stuff. Yeah. Pretty much all of us would be like, I saw this movie too young and I had all kinds of nightmares. Right. Exactly. A movie that really messed with me when I was little was Amityville Horrors, I think it was. That house that's on fire and that whole... Man, that messed with me. I had some bad dreams about that one. Dazed and confused when I was 11, but I didn't do weed after and start cussing folks out. Livin. The problem Everyone thinks kids are just mini adults. Yeah. It's truly sad. Yep. I can't eat Chex Mix because of Hellraiser. I was too young to watch. There you go. I just saw like a day or two, I think it was on Facebook. My daughter was the youngest ever transsexual, like 3 years old. Like, how can you like even do that? Like, first of all, it should be illegal, but second, it's like, how can you even pretend to think that this kid knows what they are, what they want, who they're going to be? I mean, it's so much of this is like what's being put into your mind. Now, I have nothing wrong with the LGBTQ community. If that's your thing, cool. You know, I think everybody deserves to be happy, and I have no problem with it, and that's all fine. But when you're being told at 3 years old that, oh yeah, maybe you should consider being another sex, I mean, you are shaping and manipulating and swaying, pushing that child to do something that they're not even pretending to be ready to even understand, never mind make a educated decision on. What happens if when that kid is 18, like, man, I had a pecker and I feel like a boy, like I want to jump on women, but I don't have a pecker because at 3 years old my mom, you know, chose to chop it off. You know, that kind of stuff is just nuts. You know, I don't want to stop anybody from the ability to be who they want to be and be happy. That I think is important, but I also think there's a reality, like, you know, a 3-year-old, a 15-year-old, a 10-year-old can't be making those types of decisions. If at 18 you truly feel like you're in the wrong gender, or that you're gay or whatever, okay, hey, you know. But how can you say you don't like girls when you never kissed a girl and you're like 13? That doesn't make sense to me. So then you're being programmed to believe that you're not good enough for girls, or that girls won't like you, or that you should be something else, or that you should rebel, or, you know, all these things are put in your mind instead of you logically thinking, well, let me make out with a couple of girls and see if I actually like it. Maybe, you know, try it. And if at the end of the day that's not for you, okay, hey. But to say you hate, you know, strawberries, and if you've never tasted a strawberry, the only one that's losing, the only one that you're cheating is yourself. And at the end of the day, you don't like strawberries, you prefer oranges, well then have you some oranges. But at least go in it like with some sort of, you know, a clear head, some world experience, some logic, and actually try a strawberry before you say that strawberries are terrible. Chocolate and weed, sign me up. Yes, sir. Can't eat Chex Mix. Was eating Chex Mix at the time. Yeah, well, you screwed up there, buddy. Howard the Duck and salami sliced salami part. Man, it's been forever since I've seen Howard the Duck. Howard the Duck. Ugh. Get them while they're young. Yeah, well, that's what they're doing. The media has been inching towards normalizing pedophilia and sexualizing children for the last 6 or 7 years. It's abhorrent and fucking criminal. God bless the Predator Poachers channel on YouTube. Yeah. Both light and dark side are cosmic and natural. Hence, cosmic force, living force, unifying force. Balance equals embracing the entire one whole force and integrating that one force into present moment awareness. You got a little Aquarian sign there. My little water symbol. That's called child abuse. Yeah. I mean, a child, like, I always liked women since I was little. Like, I noticed women. So that was never a thing with me. But I wanted to be a race car driver, an astronaut, an Air Force pilot. I mean, there's so many things that I wanted to do. You know, you have no clue of who you are, what you truly want at 3, 10, 15. Even your young 20s, you're just like, you don't know what the hell you are. So, to me, 18 minimum before kids even think about doing any kind of thing like that. And at the end of the day, it was the mother living vicariously, the mother that wanted that. And maybe one day that child will grow up and be like, holy shit, why did you do that to me? But the thing is, they're not thinking of the child. They're thinking of themselves. Family friend that was my dad's friend. His mom wanted a daughter. She dressed him as a woman, and that's how he became gay. I think a lot of people simply are what they are, and some people can be forced into stuff. Yeah, I mean, if you're 23, I don't think you're going to be like convinced to be gay or something else. Not that it's impossible. I'm just saying. But when you're 3 and all your life you're being like pushed to be or to be around that environment, well, that's going to program you to potentially be that. And it's not to say that that's wrong. I'm just saying that you're a product of your environment. So maybe you normally wouldn't be gay, but your mom/dad is a drag queen, so you're always around those types of parties and around those types of people. So then that becomes normal to you, even at a very young age. And all you're thinking about is, well, maybe I need to be transgender or I need to be gay because all these other people that I adore are that. Do you understand? So now you're getting programmed as opposed to neutrally, like, do you lean towards that or not? That's all I'm saying is let the person make the educated decision for themselves and choose their path, not be influenced, especially by a parent of all people, pushing you to be a certain way. Because again, that goes back to they're not thinking of the child, they're thinking of themselves. Yes. 11-hour stream. I swear I saw you live like at 2 a.m. You did. I always do roughly 12-hour streams. And in fact, I cut off at 12 because YouTube won't curate past 12 hours. So you've got me for another 54 minutes. For those that care. I fell asleep during the stream. You always do. The battery on my phone died. Everyone seems confused about what balance means in terms of the Force. The light side is balance. George has described it as such in interviews. Balance. It's not light and dark being 50-50. Yes. Balance is like finding the inner peace. And you can't find inner peace if you're juggling around with the dark side. James is back. What's up, buddy? Still up. Dedication. Yes. It's so funny. This happens in all my streams. Like somebody will be like, well, Wes is a perfect example. One day he's like, dude, I went to sleep. I got up. I went to worked a whole shift. Now I'm back from work. And I was still going. So, yes. Happens all the time where people are like, hey, I'm back. Well, it is dedication, but at the end of the day, it's because I love Star Wars and I love you guys. I've been around all types of people at a young age, and one of my older cousins was gay. My friends came out to me. It was never a big deal. The issue is how they have made sexuality into a trend. You can't be hetero anymore. Even ace get backlash. Yes. Well, and that's, again, the thing is that they are pushing some of this stuff so hard that it just confuses youth. And again, you shouldn't be forced or pushed into things. You should be presented all the information. The positives and the negatives, the realities of what it is, so that you make your own decision based on facts. That's all. You shouldn't be influenced. You shouldn't be pushed to be anything but yourself. That's the key here, is that people spend so much time and energy worrying about what the next person's doing or how they're perceived or how can I be like them, when what you should be always focusing on is how can I be the best me? What are the things I need to discover about myself, that I need to better understand about myself, that allow me to be myself and to be the best myself that I can be. You shouldn't be worried about what other people think, because at the end of the day, you're the one that loses. That happens in relationships a lot too. Like, people might criticize who you're with, but at the end of the day, what matters is, does that person make you happy? Do they give you the things that you need and want? Now, granted, if all your friends that you trust and love very much are telling you, hey, something's wrong with that dude, something, you got to be careful. Okay, I get it. But in general, just because your friends don't like your boyfriend or your girlfriend or whatever the situation, you can't just be like, oh, well, they don't approve. So no, because at the end of the day, you're the one that has to be happy. You're the one that has to fall asleep next to that person every day, make love to them, deal with them, hear them snoring, pay the bills, share food, all the things that you have to go through. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what anyone else thinks or approves of. It matters that you have the right person, or if it comes to a personal level, that you're doing stuff for you, not for what others think or care about or perceive, because at the end of the day, you're not going to make everybody happy anyways. So you need to worry about making yourself happy, not in a selfish or evil way, but you need to be the focus of you. And surround yourself by people that appreciate you. So that translates to everything in your life, whether you choose to, become transgender or believe a certain religion or, drink beer or not, or whatever, things you're presented in life. I get weird dreams with the stream still on. I'm in your dreams now. It's common for me to pass out during your stream around 4 a.m., then wake back up around 8 a.m., and now my Star Wars is still streaming strong. Yeah, well, here I am. That's you guys, because I wouldn't do this if it was just one other person. Well, I can't say that for sure. If somebody was really having a nice conversation with me, sure, I'd hang out. But, I do this because you guys hang out and want to spend the time. James, I even went to the post office and back. There you go. The Energizer Bunny, didn't you know? People say I'm this thing and I deny that I am. Then when I finally realize I am this thing, they say I can't be that anymore and I should go back to who I was when I was in denial. Just let me be. Yes, because like I said, no matter what you do, you're not going to make people happy. They want you to be how they want you to be. Star Wars is the same fucking thing. You got all these people that want Star Wars to be a certain way, and because it's not the way that they want, they're mad about it. And it's the same exact thing with you, buddy. You have to be yourself. Someone that truly cares about you is going to accept you for who you are and how you are, period. It's that simple. So why waste time being anything but what you are and what truly makes you happy and fulfills you and you're proud to look in the mirror and say, this is who James is, or this is who Dead Girls is, or this is who Not My Star Wars is. That's what you need to worry about. Because if you worry about anybody else, you're just going to go in circles and waste your time and your energy and your heart and your breath and your love and all that. You're just going to waste it trying to make other people happy, and you're never going to do it anyways. So you need to focus on you. Don't let people define you. You define you. You can't change everything. You can't affect everything. You can't define what everything in the world is. But one thing you do have control over is you. You define yourself. If you're unhappy with how you look, well, then do something about it. If you aren't good at math, well, then take time and practice math. If you, whatever the case, you like something, prefer something, whatever. Don't let other people be like, but you have to like a chicken sandwich. If you don't like chicken sandwiches, then don't eat them. Eat steak sandwiches or whatever the freaking case may be. But at the end of the day, do not worry about people's definitions and classifications and interpretations of you. You must be happy with you. And someone real, someone that's actually cares about you, is going to appreciate you. Even if it's a friendship, a work relationship, whatever the case, don't waste your time worrying about others, because you will spend your life unhappy, because you're never going to make people happy. Know that. So focus on the few people that you do make happy and that make you happy. It's better to have one or two real friends than to have, thousands of people that don't really give a damn. Don't let anybody define you, James. You define yourself. I wish self-love, self-respect was taught more. The thing about Star Wars was the Lucas ones. It shows how being selfless, not how being selfish is not the way to go, and why. And they were very empowering. Yes. Anakin's a perfect example. Look at Anakin and Luke. Anakin allowed everyone and everything around him to find him. I'm the chosen one. I should be better. I should have more. I should control. I should, prevent. He was always thinking about, you should be thinking about yourself, but he took it to the extreme of selfishness, right? Why? Because he was worried about everyone's perception of him. He needs to be the mighty Anakin Skywalker. Look at Luke, complete opposite. Yeah, Luke wanted some adventure. Luke wanted to get out there. But what was Luke's main motive? Because he just wanted to be a space jockey and just float around? No. Ultimately, you knew Luke had a good heart, and that why would he want to go to the academy? Well, obviously, to fight against the Empire. Because he doesn't like living in the sand in the middle of nothing and having nothing. And he knows that there's tons of people around the galaxy that are in the same thing. Why? So Luke wanted to do something about it. And it shows you the contrast between father and son. In many ways, they're identical. And in many ways, they're opposite. Because Luke defined himself. Anakin was defined himself by everything around him except for what he was. He didn't have self-value. That's why he falls. Because he didn't believe in himself. He didn't love himself. So much so that he didn't... Right next to him, this gorgeous queen, literal queen, who's pregnant with his child, and he should be happier as a fucking pig in mud. Queen Amidala is having my baby. Holy shit. But because he was so worried about other people's opinions and their awe of him, right? Whereas Luke was the exact opposite. Luke was defining himself, was worried about himself in the sense of being himself. And being himself was what? Helping everyone. Saving our asses. But that's a perfect example of how you should define yourself and see yourself. Not worried about what others think. You have so much. All of you have so much. But sometimes you feel like, oh no, I don't have this, or this person's prettier, or this person has that. But you all have something. You all can do something that I can't. So don't take that for granted. You define yourself. And some people do that look at rappers. 99% of rappers are famous. Why? Because they define themselves. Because they sell you on the idea that I have these Lamborghinis and 3 of these big booty bitches at all times. And they don't. They're paid for the video. But they do that enough. They define themselves enough to where you believe it and you buy into it. And I'm not saying you need to go to that level, but it's just an example of the power of defining and believing in yourself. Yeah, I'm surprised all my videos aren't getting at least 1,000 views. But again, YouTube, it's not notifying people. It doesn't tell them. It's like I've said before. I don't pretend to be the greatest channel. I don't expect anything from anybody. I don't expect that I should have 3 million subscribers. I'm not saying that. But I should have 100,000 without even thinking about it right now. If YouTube was truly showing just my subscribers my videos, because 90% of the time someone watches my video, they enjoy it. It's not that like, it sucks. Some people don't like it, of course, but that's because YouTube is not notifying people. Because 12,000 subscribers, yes, there should be 100, 200, 300 people in here, if not 1,000. Question is, are they making quality Star Wars or any shows for that matter these days? Majority of them are superficial, skimming the surface, agenda-driven, injected with woke politics, etc. Yeah. For me, no, there's not a single thing that you could erase everything that Disney's made and we'd be better off. You wouldn't be losing. They haven't enriched or expanded or made anything better. They've only just made a mess. It's wearing me down and making an otherwise happy-go-lucky me be grumpy. Yeah, well, I totally understand, bro. But that's part of why I do this, is so that I can blow off steam and so that I can remind you guys that you have a home and a beacon and that you're not crazy. That someone that understands this and knows this and loves this very passionately, that takes the extra 3 miles, never mind the extra mile, the extra 15 miles to make sure that the shit is correct, accurate, factual, canon from George Lucas, so that you can rest easy and know that you're not crazy. That yes, this shit is fucked up. Kids, you like men and women? No, I don't. 4 years later. Me. I finally realized that I like men and women. Kids, no, you only like men. Here's a picture of Elizabeth Olsen with a dick. Me. What? That's crazy. What a trip. Have you been it? Yes, he is my personal bot, and he is always with me. Going to end up like Demolition Man Society. Oh, well. People don't start waking up and speaking up. Luke wanted to be a terrorist. All the subcontractors for Death Star 2. Yes, you are correct. I like that movie. It's been a long time since I've seen it, but it's a cool movie. Only people I don't want to know about me are my family. My sister probably wouldn't care, but she might tell my parents. So just to be safe. Well, sometimes you have to choose your battles. So yes, sometimes it's better just to not bring things to the table because it's just going to complicate your life. So But that doesn't mean that you don't define yourself and don't believe in yourself and don't be yourself. People react differently. So some parents flip the fuck out. And I don't want you to be like, you know, left out on your own because of who you are, you know what I mean? So I understand. And you're too young to really, like, you know, be able to be out on your own. Well, not necessarily. I mean, you are 17, so. But just saying that I totally understand that it can complicate your life more. And I'm not pushing you to do otherwise. I'm just saying be true to yourself. And when the time is right, well, then you have a discussion. And if at the end of the day they love you, then they're going to have to accept you however you are. And if they don't, well, then that goes to show maybe they're not worth your time. And I don't expect everyone to just accept and love, adore every part of you just the way you are. Because, yeah, there's stuff you could adore somebody, and there's little things that irk you about them. Nobody's perfect. You know your family better than anyone, so you have to. If my parents found out, I don't think I'll ever be seen as the same person again. Yeah, and I can't really relate because I'm not in that situation. But I totally understand. You know, it's that's a lot of weight on a young person to not be able to feel like they can be themselves, especially around their family, their parents. That's the last place that you should have to hide from. But, you know, part of life, part of the world is the reality is that it ain't fair and it don't give a fuck. So sometimes you have to do stuff strategically. You know, get on your feet, get out of finish school and all that. Then you can tackle that. Because if they have some fucked up reaction, the next thing you know, you're homeless. You don't want to be. You understand what I'm saying? You don't want to put unnecessary problems upon yourself. And it's sad that it has to be that way, but sometimes that's the better thing to do. I like Lil Nas, and he says, I'm not your kid's parent. You be the parent of your kid. Correct. Yep. Best rappers are actually poets, prophets, artists. Without all the shallow ego and flashy trash gimmicks like the sellout rappers. Yep. If you were my kid, I wouldn't care. Some parents disown gay kids with a quickness. Yeah. I'm a very loving and caring person. And I'm also very objective, and I'm very open-minded. I will admit, if I had a son and he said that he's gay, it would take me like a second. Not because I would be angry or disappointed, or like because I'm a man and I know the fire that I have for women, and I just be like, how? But at the end of the day, if that's who that child was, then you know that's your child. It is what it is, man. You know. You're failing yourself and that child if you're just gonna like reject them. I think a lot of it would also depend on the age. Like if a 13-year-old boy came to me and said, I'm gay, I'd be like, what? If you're 25 and you came to me and said, hey, you know what? I'm like, okay, that's who you are. But not everybody's that understanding, not even parents or brothers or sisters or whatever, you know. So it's sad, but it is that way. The wisest rappers. MCs. Rap is something you do. Hip hop is something you live. And I'm pure hip hop, baby. Farouz, thank you for stopping by. Is that right, Farouz? All I can tell you guys is always be yourself. Always define yourself. Don't lie. Don't over exaggerate. Don't say that you're, I can dunk from the foul line when you can't even freaking jump over a sidewalk crack. Be real. But don't limit yourself to what people perceive of you. If I was to limit my channel and the stuff that I talk about based on what other people think or say, I would be so scared and shy and wouldn't say anything. I define this channel. I define the reality of what's going on at Disney. Not because I'm just choosing to create a reality, but because I'm showing and exposing what it is. I created this channel. I shaped it and developed it and grew it. Now, some of that comes from you guys. It sways the way the channel has grown and the things that I do, and by all means. But in general, I define who Not My Star Wars is. No one else will. If I went by what other people say or thought, man, I wouldn't be anywhere. So that's all you got to do. Remember, man, it's just, just be the best you that you can be. Yeah, man. That's all you can do. And maybe 1,000 people will see you and think you're nobody. But there's always going to be that person that sees you. There's always going to be that person that appreciates you and is going to understand you. And those are the people that you keep around. Those are the people that you fight for and you argue with and you spend time with and you do all the crazy stuff with. Any relationship, business, friendship, love, eventually that excitement, that newness, that, what you perceive of the person is going to wear off, whether it be a week or a year later, whatever the case. So to me, it's like I said a while ago, I don't waste my time. I'm who I am right here. That's it. If I meet you, then you're going to see who I am, and I'm going to be, straightforward with you. And if that's not for you, then cool. We didn't waste our time, I never understand how people go through such caution to not show who you really are. You act a different way because you're so worried about how the other person's going to think about you. And I get it. You want to look good, especially, I can't even say the opposite sex anymore because some people are right. But someone that you're into or attracted to, I get it. You want to look good and give a good impression and blah, 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 blah. But at the end of the day, if you burp at the table every time you eat, well, then burp at the table, because next week, next month, or next year, she's going to know that you burp at the table. So you're going to waste a whole year to now fight because you burp at the table? Why not just be you at the beginning? And then if she's like, well, then either she can say something and maybe you tone it down, or she knows that you're not for her. Or maybe she thinks it's cute and you keep going. But the point is, you get that out of the way. Why are you worried about, I got to hide this because if she finds out? The point is, she's going to find out. So why are you going to go through all that? For me, dating is easy. I don't cling to, but she looks like this, or she has this, or she has. To me, I'm like, I'm quick. Boy, I'm with the machete. If you're just not for me, well, then I'm not going to waste. I don't care how good you look, what you got, what you did, where you're at. None of that matters to me. I don't want to waste my time. Not when I could be spending that time and energy on somebody that is actually happy by it, but also makes me happy. You understand? There's no sense in it's the same thing. It's like I said, any kind of relationship, like our relationship here on this. I wouldn't be here spending 12 hours if it was just talking to myself or people that just you suck. I don't expect any of you to appease me or praise me or anything like that, but we have fun, so that's why I do it. Because people appreciate the time that I put into it. So that's the point. Just be the best you can be. Appreciate the discussion in the chat. I gotta go. Hope to catch you next time. And like you said, YouTube did not send notifications for this. So you see. I know some of you get them, some of you don't. Tasmanta, if you're around, thank you so much. I appreciate you coming by. Every Friday I'm here. I do a long stream, minimum of like 6 hours, but usually 12 every Friday night. Check the community tab on my page. I will often put updates and stuff that's going on there. I'm on YouNow, another network, during the week. So I appreciate you, and anytime you want to come around, I'm very happy to see you. So I hope you had a great time. I also get told not to do things that those people do. You kind of lost me there a little bit, but again, buddy, you gotta be you. I don't know what else to tell. I mean, proceed with caution, because some people just don't know how to act. Some people don't know how to react. So I get it. Again, it's a lot of weight for someone your age, but just always be true to yourself. That's the best thing I can tell you. Is always be true to yourself. So maybe you don't publicly do or say or whatever, but on the same token, don't deny who you are. Don't deny your own feelings and reactions and thoughts. And you see what I'm saying? Just do it in a careful way, because you're in a situation where you can't be out in the world on your own right now. You need to grow a little bit. So, gay used to mean happy. Now it's a word of confusion. All due respect. Yes, well, that's, we've talked about this, but I'll mention it since you bring it up. First of all, gay means happy. So if I say you're gay, it's kind of silly that people take it as an insult. Furthermore, if I say, oh, well, there was a black guy at the gas station, it's not me being racist or like being hateful. That's a description of the guy. He was black. Get over it. It's not he was African American or he was, from here or that. It's not being mean. It's you have black skin. You're a black guy. I have white skin. I'm a white guy. That doesn't mean my race or culture or religion or any of that stuff. But it's just like if you had to describe me, right? Anyways, when I was growing up, we used to say gay all the time, like you're gay or that's gay. And we weren't even thinking of like homosexuals. It was just like, you're a fool, you're dumb, you're a dumbass. It just, we weren't thinking of anything to do with two men. It was just like a loose word, like, and I'm sure these days some people get all upset about it, but whatever, it is what it is. A lot of things are context and how you are putting them out. And I try to be respectful of everyone, but yes, gay means happy. I mean, to be honest with you, so it's just kind of silly. But nowadays, everybody's choosing and finding stuff to be offended about. Everybody's like a cream puff, like, oh my God. Don't worry, one day you can move out and do whatever the heck you want. Yeah. Absolutely. And I hate to, I don't want to I don't want to misguide you because, again, I can't stress. You must be yourself. You must stick up for what you believe in and who you are and, you know, be proud of yourself. But at the same token, sometimes you have to pick your battles and be smart about it. And right now, it's probably not that. If you think your parents would have a bad reaction, then probably, you know, you should just, I'm sorry and it sucks, but you need to put yourself in a position to where, you know. Good morning. Hey, Private Eye. Great to see you. Just in time for the ending. It's around 12 o'clock right now, and just wanted to say hello. What did I miss? Very happy to see you. It is 11 hours and 38 minutes, so in about 22 minutes, I will be shutting down because the YouTube limit of 12 hours. But I'm very happy to see you. We talked about Leslye Headland. She basically thinks that Star Wars is whatever you interpret it to be, and that she wants to make her Star Wars. So there you go. The Alkalite is going to be awesome. You had an article about some guy, his interpretation of Star Wars, and it was kind of a weird interpretation of some of the stuff. We talked about Bad Batch. We talked about Slave One, how Boba Fett's ship is no longer Slave One. It's now Boba Fett's starship. A big thing. I don't know if you're watching Bad Batch, but big thing that happened was not this episode that just came out yesterday, but the previous week, there was a whole thing about Omega the child getting captured and chased around by bounty hunters and blah, 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 blah. And they're on Camino, and she comes across clone tanks that are just like the ones in the Rise of Skywalker. And they find out that Omega is special. She's a pure genetic clone. So they thought that only Boba Fett, who is codenamed Alpha in the Dildoni verse, and now you have Omega, who is just like Boba Fett. So now you have diminished the charm and the uniqueness and special part of Boba Fett because he was the one pure clone. And now Omega is also that. So now you just shit on Boba Fett, Dave Filoni. Good job. So that was fun. And we've been talking about all kinds of stuff. But yeah, that's most of it. The last episode of Bad Batch was actually pretty decent, amazingly enough. It's actually worth watching. And that's because it stays totally away from any arcs, any kind of cloning or anything like that. It's just basically clones, the Empire seizing Raxus. And it's a neat little episode. So it's a filler episode, but that's why it's good, because it's just staying away from everything. The artwork's good and all that. So there you go. That was the gist of most of what we talked about. Always happy to see you, Private Eye. James, for the love of God, don't take liberal arts at college. There you go. I'm so confused right now. Which part? Well, because we've been, any open discussion, and we talked a little bit about conspiracy theories, and then something about, I guess maybe I brought it up about a 3-year-old, a mother was like so proud that my 3-year-old is the youngest transgender. And then we started talking about, children making decisions and all kinds of, it goes all over the place. The only one in my house that doesn't care what I do is my dog. Man's best friend, they say. Every Friday. What was last week? Yes. I think I get a free pass after how long have we been doing this? And my freaking kitchen being underwater. I think I get a free pass one week. It was mixed emotions. I was like, oh man, it's kind of nice to not worry about it and just take this day and week basically off. But on the same token, I'm like, ah, shit. The Friday stream. People telling me not to do stuff that they do themselves. Yeah, well, you're going to see a lot of that in life. Football is gay. NFL ad. Yes. Ever watched that Back to the Future deleted scene? It's cute. Which scene? I don't remember that. Is that a... I have to look that up. Everything is racist. Correct. All she cares about is a gay guy working on Star Wars. Yeah. Yep. She was saying how one of her writers has never seen Star Wars, knows nothing about Star Wars, but she loves that because she gets a fresh, objective view from someone on the outside. And blah, 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 blah. It's like, we're not inventing the wheel here. Star Wars has been in play for 40 years. Stop fucking around and get people to know the damn franchise. Stop playing games. But hey, she's going to have a crew of people that don't even know what Star Wars is. So it's going to be awesome. So a whole bunch of nothing. And no, I'm not watching that stupidity. Yeah, well, I don't know. Nothing, but yes. Basically. And hey, I understand. I'm not trying to tell you the Bad Batch is good now or push you to watch it because it wasn't all that. Just saying that of all the episodes, this one was actually tolerable and didn't like break shit, and Ruby Rose wasn't gay enough for Batwoman. How can you be a pure clone if she is a girl? Well, you know, I have the same question, but you know, Dave Dildoni, it makes up his own rules. So yes, they say that she's a pure genetic clone like Boba Fett. The only other one they knew was Alpha, Boba Fett. And she's Omega, right? Alpha beginning, Omega end. But obviously, no, she's not a pure genetic clone because she doesn't look like Django. But they just don't understand this over at Disney. They don't get it. I swear, Boba's going to get his ass kicked by Omega. Oh, yeah. Yep. Yep. Now that we know that, they're probably, by the end of the season, they're going to bring in Boba Fett somewhere and just do something stupid, you know. Maybe they'll meet, or I don't know. Something's going to come out of that. Well, nah, no person is black or white. Race is social construct, illusion. Ethnicity is accurate. The only real race is relay or rat race. There's only one human species. Well, yes and no. Your race isn't determined by where you're born or what you know or who you are. Your race is your genes. So my race is white. You can't get around that. But my ethnicity, my culture, I'm Latino. You wouldn't guess that, but I am. 100%. So your race is just, again, it's like, it's not defining you. It's just what you are. You're Asian or you're black or you're white. That doesn't mean that you're American Asian or you're Chinese Asian or you're Philippines Asian. It just means that in general, that is your race. You have certain features, you have certain skin color. It doesn't make you any less or more or define you. It's just, you know, that's a blue lighter. I mean, it is what it is. It's a blue lighter. It is what it is. But that doesn't define you. I think that's where a lot of racism comes from, is that people are so pressed on their race defining them instead of who are you? That's what defines you. Who do you think is bigger, Mary Sue, Ray, or Omega? Well, when you say bigger in what sense? A bigger problem? I obviously have no clue what's going to happen, but I'm pretty sure Omega, they're going to get her DNA. That's what they start to make, because they think Boba's dead. He's missing. So it doesn't even occur to them to find Boba. They're going to get her DNA, start making Snokes or Baby Yoda. The catch here is, why do they want Baby Yoda's DNA so bad? Probably because Omega failed. They lose the sample, or it gets contaminated, or it doesn't work right, or something. But they're going to start attempting to make Force clones. Snokes. It may go bad, and ultimately it's about getting it from Baby Yoda, but somehow it's going to tie into Snoke to Palpatine to Rey. So who's bigger? Well, Rey is the ultimate goal. Kathleen. The best is Deba. That's what it all comes down to, is Rey. So who's the biggest? Well, biggest problem, biggest elephant in the room, it's Rey. It's always going to be Rey. Omega is the stepping stone to get to Rey. That's why Omega exists, for one reason, guys. To justify Rey. Skywalker. That's why Omega exists. No other reason, I promise you. That is literally just like, why does Grogu exist? For Force healing. No other reason. Yes, there's the marketing and the baby, but the true reasoning behind Grogu is to justify Force healing for Rey. That's what it comes down to. And Omega is going to be to justify Grogu and or Rey. The steps to get to Snoke, to Palpatine, which then creates Rey. That's what it's all about. So Omega is obviously a big part of the problem, big part of the equation, but at the end of the day, it's all about Rey. Hopefully that answers your question. It's Rey's hand, correct. Probably Rey. Yeah, because at the end of the day, all of this stuff is to justify Rey. All of it. You have to understand, they didn't have a plan, so they didn't map it out. So that's out. They're not at the beginning of this journey, so now they're going through and like, okay, but later we're going to have Rey, so now we can build up to it. No, they did it backwards. They jumped out there, made movies that everybody was pissed off of. They thought, oh, they're going to love this shit. And then they realized, oh, shit, Star Wars fans actually know and care about this stuff. Oops. So now they have to go backwards and try to justify and fix and make everything fit, so that ultimately you go on accepting to the point you're like, oh yeah, it makes sense. That's why Rey is this. That's why she's so great, because of all this shit we had to do over the past 4 years to justify, at the end of the day, Rey. That's what it all is. Why? Why Rey? Because she's Kathleen Kennedy. It's literally Kathleen vicariously on the screen saying, fuck you. I control Star Wars. Force is female. We're better. See what I did? Everyone's going to remember Star Wars forever because of me. It's what it all is. It's all about KK. It's all about Rey. I love that Mary Sue used to be a jab towards perfect characters. Now that's literally what perfect characters are. Rey is such a Mary Sue that it should just be Rey. Rey Sue. Ma Rey Sue. Captain Marvel is a Rey. Mulan from 2020 is a Rey. The cast from Ghostbusters is a Rey. And Omega is a Rey. It's a lot of Reys. It's a deleted scene where Marty asks 1955 Doc if he comes back. He turns gay, and Doc answers him, why? Why would you want to be happy? Okay, I think I remember something like that. Yeah, gotcha. The other thing is how Omega is a blonde with pale skin, and Django has black hair, and he's tan. They could have at least tried to make her look kind of like him. And again, by the definition of what a clone is, she's not a clone. And certainly not a perfect genetic clone. Absolutely not, because she would look exactly like Django. And I know that Dildoni is going to make some excuse. Oh, well, every last gene in her body is different, except for that one Y that made her a female. That's the only difference. But she's literally Django in every way. She has his brilliance and his speed and strength and all, blah, 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 blah. No. Any difference, one hair out of place, means you are not a genetic replica. And that is what a clone is, an exact replica. That's like me taking the flash drive and saying, hey, I'm going to clone your stuff on my hard drive. I clone it, and then I go to put it on your other computer, and half the files aren't there. Oh, but it's a perfect clone. No, it's not. A perfect clone means I'm taking this, and I'm putting it here, and it's the exact same thing. Not a different sex, not a different age, not a different eye color, not a different size, no. Exact duplicate. Gay people are finally getting recognized for their talent. David Bowie, I need to get out of this grave to tell them they're wrong. Well, that's not totally